Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the 8. It is not just another open. It's the first tournament after Alpha Remaster officially went live. New systems, new strategies, and a whole new parallel TCG is on display today. Buckle up. January starts now. And with me are our casters, Fino and The Factor. Guys, man, it's amazing to get you back here. Fino, it's been a long time. 1 week. The Factor, it's been a long time, 2 months, but man, we're back. What do you think about the Alpha Remaster so far? Let's start with Fino.
Just a lot of interesting stuff. I feel like players, have their like initial ideas and like kind of what they're testing out at the start, but that's kind of how it always goes. Like people find some really good stuff at the start, then everyone starts like building decks around it, taking around it. So I think we're just in this stage of the meta now where people have kind of found what looks good like right away. And then it's just, like the other people that are trying to like beat it, counter it. So it's very interesting. There's so much stuff out on the open now, like so many new decks, so many new cards that, from a base set that we've never seen before. Like we were talking about this earlier, we don't even know what they're doing. So yeah, it's so much interesting stuff going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, bumping up from the answer that Fino said, like, have you done your research so far, The Factor, with what's new in the Alpha Remaster?
I've tried to. First of all, Happy New Year to you and also to like all the viewers and everything. So I hope you had a good Christmas and New Year, guys. Yeah, like I think it's so good. Like what Fino said, it's so interesting because like we've seen so many cards now start to emerge that we almost forgot about, right? They were part of the base and you just never really needed to worry about them. You almost didn't even really need to know what they did because you just knew you were never going to see them. And like now all of a sudden, it kind of feels like a completely brand new set's just arrived in the game because you're just seeing all these cards and you're like, what do they do almost? So I've done a little bit of research. Obviously, it's not that long ago, was it? Since like the rework came in like 2 days ago. Yeah. So to be honest with you, this is going to be good for me because I'm going to be able to see lots of new decks that I'm not familiar with. And so are you guys as well back at home. So as Fino said, quite a nice like period of discovery and then seeing what people are doing to kind of counteract that discovery. So like I'm really excited for it actually. I think, we could see some crazy stuff where we're just like eyes popping out thinking what's happening here, like wow, so it could be really good. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, it's going to be really good indeed. And talking about what's good in the Parallel League, we have a new set of top 16 players. Before we go deeper into the Alpha Remaster, let's look at them right now at the top 16 of the Open 8. And as we are looking at them, we have a Very Fat Cat, Win, Penzoken. Man, it's been a long time since we've seen Penzoken. Wasted Time, Kintsugi, Lambi Series, Ego Rick, Sequinox, Meat Value, Pandapple, Zeliaster, Mystery, Blisconyan, and Baby Bear is here. Yeah, welcome Baby Bear, Perp, and Guggenheim. And with that, let's also see what they're going to be fighting for here at the Open 8. Can you give us a short breakdown of how it's going to be going, The Factor?
Yeah, sure. So this Open 8, we've got, of course, league points up for grabs, plus some nice cash prizes as well. So 9th to 16th are going to go away with 1 point there. And that 1 point actually could be quite valuable because we've seen from the people that are playing that there's a lot of top level players and a lot of players that are already quite high up on the leaderboards and the rankings for Worlds. So even if they get away with a point, that could be quite valuable. 5th to 8th are going to go away with 2 points, and that's even more valuable, of course. And then third to fourth are going to go away with 3 points. That's actually pretty big, plus $375 each. Second goes away with $750, which again is a lovely little payday, isn't it, for playing this game? And then 4 points as well. And then the top dog is going to go away with $1,000 and a meaty 5 points. And those 5 points are going to be huge, actually, just as big as the $1,000. I think
it's going to be a lot of a meaty amount of points and a meaty amount of money. And again, guys, this is going to be a nice top 16. We've seen some amazing players come back again from the competitive scene, maybe trying to get some more points and some more prizes as well. And we've seen new names in the roster. Any interesting new names that you've seen so far, Fino? Like any favorites in the top 16?
I mean, honestly, the only new name to me seems like Baby Bear. Like everyone else I feel like it's kind of like the same people, like the same good players that are kind of like showing up on this top 16. So I'm not really surprised with any other of the names. Definitely Baby Bear is the one that comes to mind. It's nice to see her do well. I think this is the first tournament that she's actually topped in parallels. I think she's been playing the opens and maybe some minors. So it's nice to see her, man. We go back from Hearthstone. I know her very well. She's a really nice player, really nice person in general. So I can't wait. I think we're casting the first game with her and Penzo. So looking forward to that.
That's right. We're going to be casting the first game with Baby Bear and Penzo, and it's going to be an amazing match. And just a trivia, guys, Baby Bear actually stayed in the Philippines for about a month right after YGG Summit, right? So she got nice vacation resting period in the Philippines. And now, recently, she just got into the Open. And I've also seen her husband, Jambre, over at the ladder as well. So they're both grinding the Alpha Remaster. So maybe we'll see them in Last Chance or maybe the next Open. So going back to the Alpha Remaster, let's talk to the Factor right now. Like, why is Jan so good right now?
Oh, wow. That's probably more of a question for Fino, to be honest with you.
Okay, Fino. Let's go with Fino, man.
I think he's more up to speed with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go, Fino, man. Can you tell us?
It's the deck that I played the most since the remaster. I mean, there's just so many cards that are just really good now that they're reworked. Like there's the one cost relic, which is the Matrix. I think something Matrix. I'm not great with names yet because these are cards we haven't really seen that much. But that's the one that I think is like the key card in the deck, which basically lets you destroy one upgrade and then basically evolve it into one that costs one more, and you can even pick. So this card has been amazing in Yan. And I mean, it's just a deck that you can just play a bunch of upgrades, a bunch of like small salvage units, like the Forlorn Companions, the pilots, all of that stuff. And the deck is mostly, I would say, kind of like an OTK deck. Like a lot of the times you have like a stealth unit and then you just keep stacking it with upgrades and eventually you just get them. And the change in Yan, I think the one that I kind of missed at the start that I think was like kind of the most important was that when an upgrade goes to the waste now, you actually draw a card, which was the biggest thing for me in this deck. I didn't realize how strong it was until I played it, because with a Matrix, you basically destroy an upgrade and then you get a card. So like not only you evolve to a better upgrade, like almost always, but you also draw a card. So that's kind of crazy. And then the salvage too as well for all of your units. Plus the powerful Paragon that you can just play like on 7 or 8 energy and then just start playing a bunch of upgrades from your waste, from your bank, anywhere. Just very strong. And it seems like the deck to beat for me right now.
Yeah, and like it comes from the line in Parallel TCG. I hope John notices me, and the devs will actually notice John instead. So
everyone's gonna know his John now. Everyone's gonna know his name now.
Yeah, everybody's gonna know John. One last question before we get into the bracket. It's gonna be for the Factor. How is Shroud doing now after the Alpha Remaster so far, in your perspective?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've only played pretty much exclusively Neve, and I've been enjoying it actually, like because Neve's always been quite reliable from a Shroud perspective, especially because of the Dominion. So I think she still does okay. I haven't really played too much with New Dawn. I have seen Brand. Someone done a Brand against me, and the Brand was actually pretty good. So I was quite nice to see, and I've obviously heard a little bit about the pocket the pocket dimension infinite deck, which I don't think we're going to be seeing at all anytime soon again, because I think the devs are going to clamp down on that. But I think Shroud's okay. I think it's okay. I mean, I'm hoping that we see something today from Shroud that is going to make my eyes pop out of my head, because I always love to see people innovating with Shroud. So yeah, as Fino said, like there's a lot going on. Like people are getting their creative caps on. And like, there's a lot of good deck builders in this game as well. So like, it's going to be really interesting to see today what people have brought to the tournament. Definitely,
definitely. Like I've seen those changes in Shroud. Not much into the usual plays that you do with Shroud. I think there can be some spicy decks that can be developed over the next few weeks, because it's more control. Right now, we're going to be more focusing on more aggro, mid range. Control is going to come later, because when the tempo, or rather when the meta stabilizes. And with that, of course, we're going to look at the brackets right now and go into the first match we're going to be seeing, which is going to be Penzokin versus Baby Bear. And we can see the bracket of the top 16. Very Fat Cat is going to be fighting Guggenheim. Sekonox is going to be fighting Meat Value. Kintsugi is going to be fighting Mystery. Wasted Time versus Blitzcon John. Penzokin versus Baby Bear is the featured match today. Lambi Series versus Eliaster. Igoric versus Pandapple. Xe Win versus Burp. Now those are those matchups are like heavy hitting. And especially I'm seeing Lambi Series versus Eliaster right there. Very good matchup right there. But man, Penzokin and Baby Bear, we haven't seen them in the featured match, and this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Baby Bear right now. So man, that's going to be amazing. And what decks are you looking forward to, guys, while we're waiting for their decks to be loaded up? Fino, like aside from John, any other decks?
Well, let me just mention one thing first that I kind of had in mind, which is the points. I think you mentioned it earlier. I think like the points are way more important for actually quite a lot of people in this top 16 that the cash prices. Like, for example, I'm looking here, like Meat Value is like right now top 5. Igoric is there, Very Fat Cat, and Lambi, and Zelly. All of those people are within like 5 points difference, right? So like whoever can get like the 5 points could be the difference whether he makes it to Worlds or not. So to me, that's the most interesting part of this tournament. I feel like the points are kind of like the most valuable right now, especially for these 5 players, I would say, because it can just mean they qualify to Worlds automatically, and that's pretty big, right? So yeah, that's just something I wanted to mention. As when it comes to decks, I would say that in my eyes, Gafar and Jan are like the 2 go-tos right now. And then I think people are playing between ADHQ and some like Combo Cathy. Those are the ones that I've seen people talk about the most. And then some like, different type of aggro CP deck I've talked to some people about, and they're interested in that. So these, in my eyes, are the decks that are kind of like on the top right now. But it's just so early that you just cannot tell. Like someone can just come up with something crazy, and hopefully they will, because I think this is the type of environment you can get a crazy advantage if you come up with something new and like good.
Yeah, 2 days, 3 days after the Alpha Remaster has been released. It's a bit early, but I know there's some people, there's some deck doctors is going to come out with something spicy with their brews in the future. And now we're going to be starting the deck list of Baby Bear and see what she brought to the table. Let's look at Baby Bear's decks right now. Let's start with the first one. It's going to be Gafar. Let's listen to the Factor to show us to give us a short breakdown of this deck.
Yeah, so this is one of the decks that I'm also quite interested in seeing at this tournament. Bit of Gafar. We did see Gafar, didn't we, a few months back, and when he kind of got a bit of a buff, and then he kind of petered out a little bit. But it's nice to see him back again in the scene, and we can see here Baby Bear bringing what looks like quite a strong balanced Gafar deck. We can see that she's got relics here of Gafar's Peace Pipe, which is one of the main pieces to a Gafar deck, along with Hallowed Burial Ground, which I think is a really cool, interesting card. I'm interested to see how that works actually in this deck, along with the upgrades that we're used to seeing. So Aurora Fungi, Malachite Shield, that's an interesting one. I don't feel like I've seen that a ton. Yeah, I don't feel like I've seen that a ton. So I'm really interested to see how that's going to work in this as well. Then with the units, I think pretty standard, right? We've seen a lot of these in
the card
Gafar.
that's missing. There's one card that I could just note, like
Steward of the Garden, bro.
Yeah,
yeah. Steward of the Garden not being there is kind of an interesting omission. I wonder whether she's thought, okay, I'm not going to add it because I'm not really going to be getting the energy ramp through it anymore. And like, I don't really feel like it's valuable as a one cost, but you know, like I think getting that extra unit would actually work quite well in Gafar, right? With the energy that you spend to get there.
I actually wonder if she forgot it.
Yeah.
Like it actually made me wonder if she actually forgot about the card, because like I feel like it's sometimes even better now because you can just make a token for one, buff it with
right. Yeah.
Pacifist,
yeah,
right?
you get the well-fed recruit, don't you? Which is actually pretty nice. But it looks like she just opted just to go for like 3 Grove Guardians, 3 Scholars, and then just trying to basically beef out the deck with more expensive cards. So yeah, I think this is actually kind of cool. Of course, you've got Gafar's Peacekeeper in there as well, and Gafar the Vigilant, which to be honest is one of those cards where when you see it, if you don't have a defender, you know it's going to do so much damage to you. So this is really a card that can kind of like swing the game. And then effects-wise, loads of effects which can just trigger lots of pacifism. So we've got, of course, the Mycotoxic Vapor. Change of Heart, of course, is in there as well. Got a couple of the Awakened Guardians, which is quite nice, just to kind of keep the board going wide, so you can get that buffs going on more units with pacifism. And then, of course, Formidable Presence, Revitalizing Growth. It's a good deck. But as Fino said, kind of interesting not to see the Steward of the Garden, since that was one of the cards that got a big change from Earthen. But yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, lots of interesting changes as well. I'm also interested to see how Hallowed Burial Grounds is going to be playing here. It's no longer 2 costs, it's now 0 costs. So it's going to be another interesting kind of quote-unquote free addition into this deck. And let's look at the next
play to draw a card. Like the actual like effect of it doesn't really do anything. It's literally just 0 cost, get another card. So it's basically like you're playing 1 card less in your deck.
That's right. But man, it's like it's an interesting addition indeed. Let's look at the next deck that Baby Bear is going to be bringing, and it's going to be it's Lemieux. How does Lemieux fare into this meta right now, Fino?
Yeah, I haven't really seen Lemmy, but I mean, it's definitely a very good deck. I know the Solar Grenade was like one of the changes that I found really interesting, because I feel like the card is now also playable with fleet support, which is really nice.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the one card that I think is like changed. We see the Lemmy Regulars, which is interesting. It's a card that kind of went away for quite a while, but Baby Bear chose to play it in this deck. Other than that, it's just pretty standard list. Like all the units, it seems like quite a bit unit focused, but then it also has like the burn in the form of Orbital Strike and Solar Grenade, and then just the classic irregular spells with the Dispatch and the Lemmy's Reign, and then just the Scimitar Captain for discarding some of your opponent's card, which is always, again, I'm gonna mention this, it's my favorite win condition with fleet support. So love to see it.
Man, like I wonder, I gotta pick your mind, man. Why isn't there a neutron bomb in this deck?
I think it might just be because Baby Bear was like didn't expect that many like aggro decks, because I mean, this deck definitely seems more of like a slower type deck that is better at dealing with like also slower decks, I would say. Yeah, I think she probably just didn't think there would be that many aggro decks, which, to be honest, there really aren't that many. I would say only like Gafar is the one that comes to mind that plays like a bunch of small units. But I mean, yeah, I think the card is still really good. I think I'll probably still play it for 3 now. It seems really solid. So I think she just decided not to.
Oh yeah, like this is actually a good deck to start with. with Lemieux in, and Baby Bear is going to be playing it. Let's see if it's not going to get banned. Let's look at the next deck that she's going to be bringing to the table. All right, here we have. Oh man, I've seen this. This is interesting because Sippius, this kind of Sippius deck hasn't been played in a while, but it is very dangerous. Let's listen to the factor to break this down.
Yeah, I always find with the Sippy decks, because they have so many units, it always feels like you have to kind of squint a little bit more to kind of see what the cards are. Maybe just my eyes are failing me. But again, it's like another Sippy deck where it's super unit heavy. That's pretty standard, I think, in Sippy decks. What we can see is the usual 3 Tabula Rasas. We've got the Princeps in there, 2. The Reliant Gammas are 3. Strikers in there, which have been a staple in the deck for, well, since the age of time. Gamma Squad, though, since Gamma Squad got a bit of a buff, a bit of a change, that's kind of interesting to see. We've got 3 of those in there now. So that could help just keep a lot of pressure on the board and, just ensure that she's constantly got some threats coming through. What I'm trying to see here is we've got Subjugates, we've got Speculators. What I'm looking for, here we go, the Centurus. The Centurus, the nerf to that has been reverted. So now Centurus gives you those 2 tokens rather than the 1. She's running with 3 of those, just again to keep the pressure. Unless I'm missing something here, it just looks like a spam the board with as many units as you can and just try and get the replicator going, right?
Yep. That's how it goes,
exactly.
Man. And so, the additional also change, which I am very happy with, was a Gamma Squad, bro. Like a Gamma Squad right there has draw a copy of Gamma Squad, muster, aftermath. You can also add another Gamma Squad. So basically all the Gamma Squads are already out with just 1 card. That's
pretty huge.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
That's huge.
Yeah.
I still think the Centaurus is kind of like the card that I'm looking forward to see the most. It was one of my favorite cards in this deck, and especially now with the high density replicator and the Drosian, I feel like the card is super strong in this deck. And yeah, I think this deck is actually going to be really solid.
Yeah, definitely solid. It's like a big wall of units when you see it, especially with HDGR already on play. Man, that's going to be the last one for Baby Bear. Yeah. Go.
Yeah, I think just one other thing to add is that this deck's kind of interesting because with the change as well to Bombardment, now that Bombardment doesn't have withdraw, you kind of can't just rely on constantly just having a massive board removal, right, from your bank. You kind of almost have to think, well, do I keep this now? And I think against this sort of deck, you probably need to try and find that Bombardment or that kind of board clear more consistently. Because you can clear the board, but you're going to need another one, right? She's just going to keep going wide. So, yeah, we're going to see Sippy aggro again, I think, today from Baby Bear. Big time.
Yeah, big time. Big decks are going to be, or big units are going to be on play with this Sippy's deck. Let's look at the other player, which is going to be Penzokin, coming back to the fold with his very own Sippy's deck. How is this different? You know, it's very, very, very obvious that it's different right now. Pino, can you give us a short breakdown of how this is going to go?
This deck, I was just like wondering what it was, because like I remember, I think it was like Viper or someone that posted it recently that they brought it in a tournament. It's very interesting how it works. The 6 Palm of Gali, I think, is like the key card in this deck. Like basically you just can't really kill it. You can't do Rite of Redemption on it because it doesn't really take that much. It's hard to remove all of the charges, so basically the deck is kind of built around the 6 Palm of Gali. I mean, very interesting card is the Black Market Fixer, which is now cost 3, which is a huge deal for this type of deck. It just gives you removal, and it's also really nice with the CP. I mean, yeah, this is just a very interesting deck. Like, it still has like the Bombardment, a lot of like removal in general, the Siren, the Leviaquins for the card draw, and the Hydrolysis Chamber, which is one of my favorite cards. Still really solid. You can't kill any unit now. It's just a token that you can't, but still very good. I mean, yeah, this is kind of like just a combo Sippy deck, and I know Penzo loves this type of deck, so
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing this one. This is a very cool, interesting deck.
Yeah, let Penzokin cook right now with this deck, and I want to see this too. I hope it doesn't get banned, but let's see his other deck that he's going to be bringing to the Open 8, and it's going to be another Lemieux. The factor, you've seen the other Lemieux a while ago. How does this differ?
Yeah, well, you can always trust Penzo to try and cook up some really cool combo decks and interesting sort of decks in general. This one looks kind of cool because we've got interrogation tools 3 in there, which is really good. And then updated security protocols is a card as well that I think did that get changed recently as well? Am I mistaken? Did that get a change? Yeah. It did. That's right. Yeah. So
this
it got
is basically
its
an
cost
OPK
reduced.
deck. It just happens in one turn with the artillery spotter.
Yeah. It looks like that. And with the 3 solar grenades in there as well, it's a lot of interesting free bombardment. Wow. The Black Market Connections actually is quite a cool card as well.
Yeah.
Because that paired with Logistics Mastery can be a real pain, right? It can just give you so much like direct damage that you can do if you just need to kind of get over the line. So that's pretty cool. Improvised Tactics 1. Okay, so Improvised Tactics along with the Rummaging Researcher. Why is that Pheno actually? Why does he have an Improvised Tactics in there, do you think?
So, which one is the Improvised? Oh, it's just card draw, right? I mean, this deck is literally
just card draw.
You basically just want to get to turn 5 with the interrogation tools up, and then just do Artillery Spotter, and then you do Iron Corps Quartermaster, and then you just keep spamming the updated security protocols. That's kind of the combo with this deck. So yeah, it's literally just all about getting into the turn 5 or whichever turn that you can get both the Quartermaster and the Spotter down with the tools, and then your opponent is just dead. So this deck is basically just all card draw, trying to get to that exact turn. We saw people play this in Cathy, but Penzo chose to play in Lemmy instead, which I think is actually better because you get the token as well. The token is armed now, something we should mention, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, it's just literally just a super combo version of the deck, which I kind of like quite a bit.
Man, this is a super combo deck, man. Like, I actually got hit by one of this decks. I don't know why. Like, what is he doing?
Really?
Why is he revealing some of my cards? Oh, Quartermaster, 0 cost. Oh, Artillery Spotter, 1 damage each. Oh man, it's crazy, man. You just watch it.
Yeah, I actually quite
solitaire.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to this because I've not seen this at all on the ladder since I've been playing. So this will be a treat for me if this gets through. Hopefully it doesn't get banned because I think it'd be great for everyone to see this. Definitely.
Yeah, man. Like, man, actually your wish has been granted. This has not been banned, and we're not going to be reviewing the other deck. Let's look at the bans right now that will be coming from both players. Man, sad to see John has been banned. And we made it, guys. We made it. We made Jan bannable. Yeah, let's go. Shout out to Dean and Muka. You made Jan bannable already. So much so, it will not get played. So basically, John has not gotten play in the previous seasons. And now John is not getting played because he is banned. That's how it went.
That's wild. It's so wild.
What do you think about these bans, Pheno?
I think it's crazy not to ban Jan. So yeah, 100% agree with it. The deck is super strong. I think the only deck that I kind of found that is good against it is the Gafar, and then everything else, I think people just haven't found the right builds to beat it yet. So yeah, makes sense, 100%. I'm also like super surprised that Baby Bear decided not to bring it because, like, in my eyes, it's just kind of a no to ban. I think almost everyone in this tournament. I would be surprised if there's someone that doesn't ban it. So yeah, I mean. Makes sense for me. What did Penzo ban? I missed that, I think.
It was Gafar. Gafar was banned.
Yeah, makes sense. I think that was the strongest deck from Baby Bear.
Like, how about you? How about you, The Factor? What do you think about these bans, man?
Yeah, I think it's spot on what Pheno said. I mean, from what I can gather from speaking to some of the players, that John is like one of the strongest decks now, so it makes sense to ban that. And then, of course, like the threat for Penzo, because he was thinking of his Yon deck was Gafar. So yeah, spot on with the bans, I think. Just crazy that we've gone from like John being a deck that was non-existent to now the deck that everyone is like scared of. Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
We're going to be opening up the Open 8 right now with Baby Bear and Penzokin. It's going to be the first match. Guys, Pheno and The Factor, take it away.
Great.
All right.
Good stuff. Here we go. So I didn't quite see the mulligan from Penzo, but we're seeing the mulligan from Baby Bear here, opting to keep the striker. Yeah. And
Pretty
we can
standard.
see
I
now
mean,
the hand
Penzo
for
just threw
Penzo.
away the
Yeah.
combo, and he's just looking for. He kept the Saboteur, which is really good against the Relic and CP. And I think he was
Hmm.
literally just looking for Bombardment because it's the card that it's just so good against the CP. So yeah, he got it. He got
Yeah.
both the Sabo and the Bombardment. So looking good.
Yeah, definitely. What about Baby Bear's hand? Do you think that's a good starting hand for her?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she has like all the units that she needs. So I think it's just kind of
Hmm.
like up to Benzo and depending, how good this bombardment will be, which so far it looks like it's gonna be really good. But yeah, I mean, from Benzo's side, basically all he needs now is just to buy time until he gets the combo. We see he already has the spotter there. So I think it's looking good for Benzo.
Yeah, definitely. Is the play here to be playing the spotter, even though you are looking at bombarding? Because the spotter would still survive, right? But just thinking, yeah, he's going to do it. That's the
Yeah,
play.
I think he's just playing it just to tank damage at this point. I don't think he really
Yeah,
cares about the other part. So yeah, I mean it's still kind of interesting that he chose to play it, but I do get it from just the perspective of just want to buy time and kind of like delay the game as much as possible. So I can see
yeah.
it.
Okay, look, ooh, looks like Baby Bear's immediately going to be throwing down the replicator just to get
Yeah,
a
it's
bit
really
more
good.
stats on those units. Yeah. So she can now take out the spotter if she wants to, but
Oh
opting just to
wow,
take out the infiltrator. Okay.
that's interesting.
Yeah. I'm surprised by that actually. I thought
Yeah,
the
I think it
spotter,
kinda
just a
makes
nice
sense
clean.
because she doesn't really need to kill the spotters. She knows that, Penzo is probably not gonna be playing that much, and now we see this very interesting change. So now where you kill the high density, the minions lose the stats, but they don't die. They used to die at this spot, but
Oh,
yeah,
they
we see the
did,
token
didn't
is
they?
still
Yeah,
alive. Yeah,
they
that's a
did.
new
Wow.
one.
That's a very good point to make actually, because I was expecting I was almost expecting
Yeah.
that little token to die. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Big change.
it's relatively new. Okay, this is really good
Okay,
turn from
so
Baby Bear. She's gonna get a bunch of stats on the
mm,
board now.
yeah, here we
But
go.
there's a card that's good against this, though.
Another token. Plus she's able to play the like gamma. Here we go. So pretty much what we were expecting, right, with this deck from Baby Bear. Just try and spam the
Yeah.
board each turn with it, make it as wide as you can, and just hope that
Mhm.
some of the units stick.
Yeah. We see the bombardment now, though, is ready to go. Baby Bear can make another
Hmm.
board, though, so that's kind of like the interesting part here. So I wonder if
Mm,
Benzo even just goes for like card draw here, just try to develop and save the bombardment for next turn. I don't think that's actually
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, because he probably wants to get as much value as he can out of the bombardment, right? And kind of bombarding three
Yeah,
units when you
mhm,
know that more's going to come probably makes sense just to hold off, right? I
for
agree.
sure. I mean, he can even just do the black market connections now and kill like either the gamma or the Velarusi here, which I don't think is
Yep.
crazy. Or he can just go with researcher and draw a card, which I also don't hate.
Yeah, I quite like the drawing card. I'd probably be looking at the
Mhm.
researcher here myself
Yeah, I
because I
think
think
so.
the way I'd be thinking about it is that like you're going to need to use this bombardment, but I'd like to try and maybe find another one or some kind of way just to
Oh,
contain
you know what?
future turns.
An
Oh, hello.
interesting play I just saw. He could have
What's that?
take it or leave it and let me because if you take it or leave it, the spotter would actually proc the Lemmy, so
Hmm.
he would be able to
Yeah.
kill both the 1/2 and get a card back in his hand.
Oh, that would have been a really
Yeah,
good
and he would
play.
have the
I didn't even
3/4 on
spot that.
board. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's nice. He opted not to
I
do
think I
it.
like that more than this play because they kind of do like a similar thing, right?
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So no card draw, went for the black market connections, thrown down some of the gunslingers just to kind of get rid of the standard bearer. Guess he was
Hmm.
thinking, I don't want any more units to be getting like bigger, or
Yeah,
possibly kind of getting out of control. So that's okay. For Baby Bear, she's kind of got like a couple of options here. She could be playing the Centurus here, or she could be going for the Subjugate. I think the Centurus is pretty nice though.
yeah,
Would you be
yeah.
looking at the Centurus? Yeah,
For sure. Yeah, it just spends all the
yeah,
energy here. You develop a board. You're kind of like asking for the bombardment in a way, which is
yeah, yeah.
pretty good here. And yeah, next turn you can
I
just
love the
go
way.
Velarusi and subjugate, which is really good play if you don't Drusian. So I
Yeah.
think she's just covered in
I love
both. Yeah.
I love the way that you phrased it, that she's asking for the bombardment here. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is probably going to happen.
You know what? I actually don't think this is a bombardment board. I think this is actually like quite a good Lemmy board. Because, oh, no Lemmy. Okay, I guess he's just gonna draw cards.
Okay. He's really what I like here at the moment is that I think there would be a lot of players, especially kind of starter players, where as soon as you start to see that board getting wide, your immediate reaction might be, okay, I need to just try and control the board
For
and
sure.
like clear it. But what I like is
Mhm.
like Penzo's just biding his time. He knows that like he can bombard at any point. He's just holding it back until he gets max value out of it. So I really like this
Yeah.
at the moment from him.
Yeah, this is a very important thing that you mentioned. Like the good players here know that they're kind of like in no rush to play the bombardment, and it's also the type of situation that like Penzo knows CP as a deck quite a bit. It's his favorite deck.
Mm.
He's played this deck like a million times. He knows that if he just AoEs the board, they're just gonna make another one. So like
Yeah.
he's just fighting it with his own board until he just can't anymore, and he's just buying as much time as he can to get closer to that combo. So yeah, I
Yep.
think it's just really solid play from Penzo here, just recognizing that you don't need to AoE here and you can just, keep answering with your own units.
Yeah, you don't need to panic, do you? Just kind of keep playing
Exactly.
stuff, as you say, until use the bombardment as like that last resort rather than the first
Mhm.
resort. Okay,
Yeah, for
cool.
sure. Yeah, I think maybe
Druidian
they're just
Accelerator
looking to
here?
go wide here.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
another
actually looks
standard
like it.
bearer plus subjugate.
Oh, see, banked right away, so I guess it's gonna play the Drushan. Yeah, just the Drushan
Okay.
to get rid of the Researcher, I guess. Yeah, the VT is pretty
Yeah, I think
good.
so. Yeah,
Yeah, the VTs are actually like really clean here.
yeah. It's quite nice actually. Keeps the board intact, kind of controls it, and now pretty much forcing Penzo to most likely bombard next turn.
Yeah, this is kind of weird though, because like since like the Lemmy has been like nerfed, the Lemmy's
Mm,
reign, like now you actually don't get he's not gonna get the token, which is kind of a big deal,
mm.
and he's out of cards. I wonder if he's even gonna play it. Okay, yeah, I
He
think you
is,
have to
yeah.
play it. Oh,
Okay, so okay, nice. Brings the slingers
okay.
back.
I guess he
Brings
wants to
one slinger
proc
back,
his own
sorry.
Lemmy with it. I would guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so he can just proc his
Proc the
own Lemmy
Lemmy.
and then kill the Drushan here.
Yeah. Getting another slinger though as the sort of next draw was not ideal, I don't think.
I actually don't think it's that bad because now she can choose to kill a subjugate if she needs to. But yeah, you're probably right because she could just have gotten the other slinger back from the waste anyway.
Yeah. So I think the game plan for Baby Bear here was just pretty standard. Okay, your board got cleared, just keep going wide
Yeah.
again, see if you can just get
Mhm.
more units down. It's quite probably one of the more I say starter friendly decks. This one from Baby Bear because
Oh yeah, for
there's
sure.
not much that you need to kind of be like aware about with effects or crazy plays. It's just keep playing units, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
So if anyone is like new to Parallels, just decide to jump in since the alpha rework, this is probably one of the decks to look at if you want to try and just get a handle and get like an idea of how the game plays.
For sure. Really nice deck to like start with, I would say. So I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of the one that I feel Baby Bear has been playing for quite a long time. Like I
Mm,
think it's one of her favorites, I would say. So yeah, I
yeah.
mean, it got better now with the convergent buff and kind of like the meta changing in general. So yeah, it just looks pretty solid. I mean, bombardment just can't deal with all of your boards, and we're kind of seeing
Yeah.
it here. Like, yeah, it's just kind of painful the fact that even if you clear a board with bombardment, then they just make another one. Like the deck
Keeps
has
coming
like
back.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, there's no problem. It's actually really no problem just clearing the board.
Yeah. It's actually a little bit scary, right? With the 6/5 subjugate. The fact that that was able to, I mean, it got rid of one, but then there was another one. And this is the scary point because when you leave a subjugate on the board and then you know that more units are coming, it just means that like that subjugate can get more out of control or like other units can get, oh, wow, double subjugate as well. Oh, good play from Baby Bear.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's just like in total control right now. I think this is one of the problems of this Lemmy deck. We're kind of talking about this with some other players, like the combo deck.
Mm.
It just feels like it doesn't have enough card draw for it to work. And yeah, I mean, sure, like it can get to the late game as we're seeing now. It's like pretty late in the game, but there's kind of like no cards in hand. And also, like saving the combo pieces is also kind of like weird a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So it gets in these kind of spots too often, as we're seeing right here. So yeah, I think that's kind of like the main weakness of this deck. It's not enough card draw and not really being able to get to this point with a lot of cards and kind of like also being able not to bank the combo pieces, right? Because a lot of the time you
Yeah.
just have to.
Yeah, I agree. Totally. I mean, also, maybe I missed this actually. Maybe you let me know. Penzo's not running. He's not running something like a Sendrillin, is he? He's not running a Cindy. No, I don't see that in the
I
deck.
don't think so. I think Cindy has kind of been replaced by Bombardment in this type of deck.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
I mean they're pretty similar, right?
That's
Like even the
yeah.
same, I would
Well,
say.
as you say, I mean, like this is a kind of a rough situation now for Penzo because he does get a bombardment,
Oh wow!
but it's
Wait,
gonna
that is
leave.
huge.
But it's still
That is
gonna.
huge.
It's still
It's
gonna
only one
leave
unit
the
remaining.
subjugate. Yeah. Oh, actually, no. Tell a lie. I'm wrong because he can now play the
Oh, she can kill
slinger,
it.
right? To remove it.
Right, yeah. It loses the 1 HP because of the Drusian. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
Spot on.
huge.
That was massive.
I
God, I
mean,
was
I
thinking to myself,
think
how does
Baby
he get out of
Bear.
this?
I really didn't like what Baby Bear did because I think she banked the 3-cost convergence that drew cards. Oh no!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Penzo didn't realize. Oh, that was a big mistake. Penzo
Oh,
didn't realize that he played all the vehicles.
he's looking so surprised there, isn't he? He's like, where's my other
Yeah.
one?
Wow,
Oh no.
that's actually a really big deal because he has to play the slinger, so now he's not drawing any cards. But yeah, as I was
Yeah.
saying, like from Baby Bear's side, she banked the convergence that drew cards, which I think it was really bad, and now I feel like she might just get punished for it. She still has the CP, which does stuff, but she's kind of running low on cards, which is kind of scary.
Where's Penzo's like third Red Sand Scout? Does he play 3 then? Is that why there's no more? I don't remember him playing 3.
Let me check on the deck list, but I would just assume that some are banked and some are in the waste. But is that not the case?
Yeah, I mean it's gotta be, isn't it? Yeah, it's gotta
Yeah.
be. If there's no more that is
Yeah,
being
he does
drawn.
play 3. He
He-
does play 3.
Yeah. So he was thinking to himself, I definitely got another one, but it didn't come. So yeah, as
It's
you
actually
say,
a
kind of
big
left him in a bit
misplay
of a
from
spot.
Penzo. Kind of playing too fast there.
Whoa, and
I
then
think there's
Baby
one
Bear
more
just goes
bombardment,
wider
right?
again.
That's kind of what he's looking for here.
There is, yeah. He's got 3.
He has to get it.
I mean, if he top decks a bombardment, Fino, I might just go mad on the stream here.
Yeah, that's
Can you
crazy.
imagine the one card he
18
needs?
cards, 1 in 18.
Oh no!
He's the
Another
birthday
Crimson
boy,
Fleet
so I don't
machinist?
think it would be crazy.
No, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
this is not looking good for Penzo.
It's
I mean,
over.
he can proc the Lemmy's Rain, but there's not really much in the waste that he can't do. So I think it's literally just only the Lemmy, and it doesn't do enough.
Yeah. And you can see as well in Baby Bear's hand, she's got another replicator, which is more than enough to seal the deal.
Yeah. I mean, he needs to draw Bombardment, which it actually is possible. He needs to go face, play the Lemmy's Rain, get a Researcher, and then draw exactly Bombardment with Researcher. That's exactly 9 energy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally his only play. I don't know if he'll see it, but it's the only thing he can do.
Yeah, I mean,
and he kind of needs to
point
go
trade
fast.
it. Oh wow.
He's not seeing it. Yeah.
Return a unit from your waste. He can bring Lemmy back though, no? Yeah, he can bring Lemmy back. He's just gonna try and bring Lemmy back and just kill that, but
doesn't really do it.
No, it doesn't. No. Especially with the replicator in hand.
Yeah, I think he had to go for the researcher and try to get the bombardment here.
Yeah, because he's just
Oh,
calculated
okay.
that
He
she's
wouldn't
only
have
got
drawn it.
6 damage, but like, yeah, now she's going to have more than 6. She's going to have like clearly enough for lethal. So the first game, yeah, she's going to go to Baby Bear here.
Yeah. I mean, I am actually really scared of this combo deck because I was thinking about bringing it yesterday, and I was talking with Very Fat
Hmm.
Cat, and he was telling me that he played it quite a bit, and it
Mm-hmm.
was kind of like slow, and like it was kind of like lacking card draws and stuff. And I feel like we're seeing it right here.
Yeah.
I think it's the deck that it's gonna like have the most. Benj is gonna have the most trouble getting the win with that specific one. So
With the
we'll
Lemmy
see.
deck. Yeah. You think?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think that his deck is going to be super strong at, given that what most other players are bringing to the tournament? What's its strength then, the Lemmy deck, against? Or is there not one?
I don't even know if there
Are
is
you being
one. I'm not
polite?
gonna lie. I mean, I've kind of like not been convinced. I mean, I've only seen the like Kathy version of this deck, which, to be honest, I even think is worse than the Lemmy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it would just have to be some like super slow deck. But I
Yeah.
don't think you can beat like a fast deck like Sippy. So, I mean, even the bombardment,
Wow.
like as we saw, like yeah, you clear a board, they just make another one. So like, if you're
Yeah.
not like
Yeah.
really progressing with card draw, you're not really getting any closer.
Yeah, and I think the other thing as well is that, like, as you say, if you don't have those bombardments, then first of all you're in a bit of trouble, because then the board's always going to be going wide. If you do have them, you know that just another board's coming. Every time you're bombarding, you're not also developing a board, are you? And then you're then
Not
relying
really.
on trying to do things directly, and there's not really a lot of burn here, as you get, say, with the Kathy burn. So you're kind of like, well, what's its, you literally rely on getting the combo, don't you? Otherwise, you're kind of
Yeah.
screwed. So,
Yeah.
okay. He's going to persist with it, though. No, he's not. So Penzo's actually switching to
The
Sippy.
Sippy,
We're going to
right?
see a reverse mirror here. Yeah, reverse
I
play.
mean,
So
Baby
Baby
Bear is
Bear.
playing the minion version, like
Mm,
not the combo version of the Lemmy, which I honestly feel like it's better right now.
yeah.
But this is an interesting one. I'm really curious to see the sixth palm of Gali. Like that's one of the like newest decks out there.
Yep.
So yeah, really looking forward to see that. I know that Leviathan in general is not really a great card against Lemmy because they just damage it with something small and then remove it
And
from the
then
board.
remove it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's just gonna come down to the Gali and how strong that is gonna be, which I feel like it can just be game winning.
Yeah, do you know what? Like, that card is one of, I mean, we haven't seen it very often, right? But
Not
when I
really,
have
yeah.
seen it in the past, I've always thought to myself, oh, that's horrible. And luckily for me, because I tend to play a lot of Shroud, it's just a nice,
Yeah.
easy erasure, right? But if
Oh
you
yeah,
don't have that type of,
yeah.
you know,
Right.
but if you don't
For
have
you,
that
it's no
type of
problem for sure.
removal, yeah, right. But if you just kind
Makes
of don't
sense.
have that sort of removal, then it's a pain, because, as you say, the
Yeah,
counters that
yeah.
it just gets on it, and the damage reduction is insane.
Yeah, I think like one of the reasons it kind of like resurfaced, I mean, it got back in the meta in a way was the fact
Mm,
that so many people were playing like Rite of Redemption as like the way to remove units or like big units.
yep.
That's kind of been like the card that everyone has been playing lately as removal, and you can't do that on that. Like it just never takes damage. Like it just loses charge instead of that, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's almost like impossible to deal with unless you just keep hitting it with gunslingers or something like that. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to see Dispatch here. Dispatch was actually, I think Dispatch on a few tournaments back was like a card of contention amongst some of the casters here. Because I remember, I think it was Ali and Q-Flux at the time was saying they didn't really rate it. What's your opinion on
Mm.
Dispatch, Fino? Good or bad?
I mean, I think it's a cool card, but I think it's super weak. Like, I just remember playing it at the start, and I was always like, "Damn,
Okay.
why am I playing this card? It doesn't really seem that strong." And I think
Yeah.
after a while, like a lot of people started cutting it because they kind of realized that you don't really care about the irregulars as much. It was kind of like more about just Lemmy's reign being really good, and the irregulars were kind of just like an extra thing that was nice.
Yeah.
It didn't even really feel that strong with fleet support, so And I think for turn 2, you have a lot of other plays that you can do with the Lemmy deck. Like even just playing
Yeah.
Machinist and another vehicle a lot of the times is better. Playing Lemmy's
Mhm.
Rain is a lot of the times better. So I feel like it's one of those cards that people tried at the start because it just had irregulars and it kind of like sounded like it really
Yeah.
fit the deck. But slowly
Yeah.
everyone kind of like came to the same conclusion, which is you don't really need it. It's like kind of fine playing
Yeah.
without it.
Spot on. I think that's really good insight
Yeah.
there, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
So onto the game here, we can see actually that the Infiltrator's still there for Baby Bear, but Penzo has played a Magna, and
Mhm.
it's going to get removed here by the Lemieux's Irregular. So a lot
That's
of
a
pressure
really
early
cool
on
card.
from Baby Bear.
Yeah.
That's good. It's a great card, isn't it? I really like that
I
one.
love it.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
super strong.
it's nice to see
Yeah.
it back in the meta again.
Yeah, definitely.
It's actually kind of a big threat here because if it attacks, it draws Baby Bear, another irregular, which is always nice. It's the extra card draw here.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we're gonna see
can be
the Leviathan though, which is nice.
Yeah.
But look how
Yeah, I
strong
think
it
he's
is
gonna go
now.
for it.
Like so now he can just go face with a irregular, draw another irregular, and then just
And then
throw the
kill
token
that.
in the
Yeah,
Leviathan, kill it. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good.
Really strong here.
Wow. Lots of card draw for Penzo from the Leviathan. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
But as you say, it's going to hit. It gets another Lemieux's Irregular. This
Oh,
Infiltrator
wow.
can just slam now.
Even the Slinger. She can just do the Slinger
Yeah.
and punk and doesn't even need to kill the token.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But
Spot
the
on.
bombardment is really good here because the Lem is not really a CP where they're just going to make a huge board right away. So the
Mhm.
bombardment is like kind of a really big deal here.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Lemieux's a little bit slower to kind of populate a wider board than Sippy. So as you
For
say,
sure.
if the board gets removed, it's not going to be able to come back as quickly as a Sippy one.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Penzo's hand. I love the look of this deck from Penzo. It just looks so wild. Like
Yeah.
just seeing, like the Eye of Gali and then the
And the Eye of Gali has such a
Surge.
nice art. I always love seeing it.
It does, doesn't
especially
it?
the PL.
Yeah.
Such a cool one.
I mean, I'm looking at the PL now and it's like mesmerizing, like I'm just
Right.
like
The
I'm just
different
following
versions
it.
as well. So nice.
Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah, so I think
Okay,
Benzo is just gonna play the
so-
other relic as well here, then kill the token, then do the bombardment. Seems like a pretty oh. Okay, I guess he's saving the relic just in case he wants to bunk it. Sure.
Okay.
I mean, you don't really need 2 relics in this. Like the only situation where it comes handy right now is if somehow like the token sticks. So Baby
Mhm.
Bear doesn't kill it, and then he can kill it with the chamber, then bunk again, then kill it with the other chamber. But I don't think it's necessary, so kind of makes sense.
Okay, Baby Bear just looking to develop the fleet support. She gets it down. She's got a couple of actually pretty cool effects in her hand. Plus, she's also got the captain in there. Captain we know can be a real pain to deal with, but doesn't quite at the moment have like a way for assault, but she could use the captain's effect and just
Also,
double
draws
up.
Leviathan. Oh my god, that's so interesting. Oh, the Machinist draws the Leviathan. It's a vehicle. I didn't even realize that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. And another one as well. Wow. Double.
Yeah, there's still no Eye of Gali though, which is kind of the key card here. So Penzo is just hard mode looking for it. And yeah, now we're gonna see the win condition, which is the the relic with the warfare, guerrilla warfare here, discarding both the card draw, which is huge here.
Yeah, massive. This is such a big disruptor card. Like, it's so effective, isn't it? With that fleet support, just double card removal from the hand.
Yeah, so basically, like the meme here is that every time I'm here and I'm casting, I always talk about this being like the best win condition in the game. I think you probably, as a Shroud player, know this pretty well. Like, I would assume you're very annoyed by this play.
Yes, yes.
I mean, yeah, it's really strong because it also like removes the relic removal from the opponent's hand, and it kind of makes fleet support even stronger. So, yeah, I think it's like the type of play that gets you like such a big use case out of the fleet support. So really
Yeah,
good.
I mean, when I heard you say earlier, before the game started, that this is one of your favorite win cons, I thought, well, I'm gonna have to take Fino off the Christmas card list, aren't I, for next year? Because like, it's one of my worst win conditions. I come across this so much, right? It's very good though for Marco. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so what a
that
board.
is huge. We see the relic removal there.
Oh, and there's the Gali.
There's the Gali.
This is yeah, good position actually for Penzo here. Very good position, decent board. I mean, for Baby Bear, she's almost just like the board's gone for her. She just almost needs a way now to kind of go direct, surely.
Oh wait,
she
these
running
units are
bombardment?
clones. She can play the relic removal. That's huge. I didn't even realize that.
Yep.
Oh right, the units from the Eye of Gali are actually clones, so he can kill both of them. That is a huge deal, removing the relic here. Oh wow, I didn't realize this was the case. Wow,
Yeah, this is really, really nice actually. Yeah.
That even might be game winning here,
Powerful.
because yeah, like the harv here doesn't allow Baby Bear to do the relic with the scimitar captain again.
I love
Because
as
it
well.
goes
She just
forward
drew an
now.
orbital strike. Yeah, I mean, at the moment as well, she doesn't have a way to kind of get on the board and start removing stuff, right?
No,
So
no. Wow, this harv actually came in clutch. Like stopping the relic and scimitar here is a huge deal.
yeah,
Because if
big
Baby Bear
time.
had relic and scimitar here, like you just discard the Eye of Gali and you're kind of fine, right? So
Yeah. She's opting for the orbital strike to remove. Okay. Danny, Queen of the Dragons.
yeah, this
As
is
she's
looking
most
tough for
commonly
Baby
known.
Bear.
That wasn't super great.
I think it's just over now because she just does. Oh wait, he's gonna do that. Oh, I thought he was just gonna
Okay.
do
Oh wow.
the Eye of Gali with the Cerulean Surge. I wonder why he didn't do that. I think
Okay,
if he just
going
did
for the
Eye of
six
Gali
palm of
Cerulean
Gali.
Surge, he was just dead. But I mean, I guess Baby Bear is still just dead next turn because like there's actually no way to kill the Eye of Gali here.
No, the Gali, yeah, the 6 palm.
Yeah, right. What's the full name of
Yeah.
it? It's something with Gali, right?
It's the 6
Sixth
palm.
palm of
I think it's the
Gali?
6 palm of Gali. Yeah. There's so many Gali cards, isn't there? There's like the 6th palm
Yeah.
of Gali, and then the 8th palm of Gali, and then the Eye of Gali. Yeah.
What is that? Is that some kind
Lots
of
of Gali
cult
going on.
in Qatari? What is it exactly? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'd love to know the lore on it. Actually,
Yeah.
you know, if anyone knows
Kinda
who's watching,
interesting.
let us know in the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do let
I'd
us
like to know
know.
the lore. Yeah.
But that's like one of my favorite cards in the game, by the way. The 6/7 that
palm?
we're seeing right now. Yeah, I feel like it's such a
Yeah.
cool art. I've seen it like I think I've
It's
seen it in
amazing.
a poster somewhere, and it looks so cool.
Yeah, it is really good. So Baby Bear is opting here just to kind of more
I mean, Penzo's
disruption.
kind of getting punished here for not doing the Cerulean Surge last turn. I really don't see a reason why he didn't do it. I didn't think getting cards out of Baby Bear's deck did anything. So, oh wow, wait, she didn't discard the Cerulean. I don't think she knows how
No.
Penzo's deck work. So, I mean, you
I
just
mean,
cast the
if she doesn't take
Cerulean
a
on
Cerulean
that.
here,
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably right.
What?
She doesn't
Okay,
take any of
she
them.
definitely does not know how the deck works because now she's dead.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is
I
going to get
mean, now she
monstrous, isn't
knows.
it? It's going to get monstrous, yeah. That's
Okay,
a
one
hard
was enough
lesson
anyway.
in a Cerulean Surge. Yeah.
I mean, she
Look
had
at
to
that.
discard both, but
Oh man, a 31 6th palm of Gali. That is definitely a lesson there for Baby Bear. I think you're right. Probably didn't
Yeah.
really appreciate and respect
kind of an
the
expensive
Cerulean
lesson
Surge.
as well.
But yeah. But yeah, fantastic play from Penzo there. You mentioned
Really
that
good.
he didn't play the Cerulean Surge before. He didn't get punished for it, but in general, how do you feel that Penzo done with that deck? You know, like playing that kind of that combo that he's looking for.
I think he played it really well up to that point. I think that was like the only kind of like mistake that he did. Other than that, I think
Yeah.
playing the Leviathan was really good. playing the CP there and getting the relic removal and killing the fleet support there was huge.
The fleet support.
So yeah, I
Yep.
think it just worked really well for him. I don't think Baby Bear could have done that much. Like we saw how good bombardment is against the decks that don't develop right away, right? Like Baby Bear had all of this like early tempo with the 3/3s and killing the Levaquin for free, and it just all doesn't matter with one card, right? So yeah, we're seeing the power of bombardment there.
Yeah, big time. Like we were talking, weren't we, saying that like the Leviathans maybe don't do that good against Lemmy because of the fact that they can just ping it and then use a lot of the effects, or like use for example, even Lemmy just to remove it. But in the end, as you say, that kind of the Lemieux deck almost ran out of steam quite early, and then was just relying on fleet support to kind of try and disrupt, and then maybe some burn to try and get you over the line. But it never really felt that she was able to get back on the board again. So interesting to see actually Lemieux, because I know that a few months back when Deception came in, Lemieux was one of the strong decks actually, wasn't it, in the game? But now
you
not so
activated
much,
my
right?
trap card here. This is something I complain about every time. I think nerfing Lemieux's Reign was one of the things that made me so mad, because I feel like the card was like fine. I mean, it was a really good card for sure. But I mean, we can allow Lemmy to be good for a while, right? Like he's never really seen the spotlight. So, I mean, that was kind of like the one nerf that I really didn't like that they did, and I was kind of hoping they
made your blood boil.
it. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, Lemmy's still like pretty decent, I would say. I wouldn't mind it being a little bit better, because I feel like it's kind of a cool deck, and I know that people like Lemmy quite a bit. So, yeah, I mean, okay, this is another thing. This is the matchup that I think Penzo can win, because as we saw earlier, Lemmy, you just do one bombardment and they can't just make a CP board. So
yeah,
I think this is the one that Penzo can actually win.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, well, we got a mirror here, so this should be really interesting. Which Lemieux is going to come out on top? It's Penzo
it's
going
combo
first
versus minion Lemmy, basically.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Some good early hands actually from both players. I quite like what Baby Bear's got in her hand.
Yeah, both good hands.
Yeah.
That is huge.
That was big, yeah. That was really big, being able to get rid of that.
Yeah.
The 1/1 infiltrator armed.
Now Baby Bear can do that, and the armed is coming into play here, because now Baby Bear's token is not gonna die, which is huge.
Yeah,
I think this is the first time I've seen the arm to do that much work. Oh my god, look at this! Look at the change.
The change is so good actually to this. I almost didn't think that this needed a change, but now I'm seeing this with armed, I'm thinking that's a great change from the team there.
I think it's the first time I'm seeing it, and it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so Penzo looking to bank a spotter, and then what's he going to do here?
This is what I was talking about. Like the fact that you have to bank all your combo pieces, as I was saying, like Penzo has already banked both combo pieces. Yeah. That's the thing about this deck. I think that's why it's like kind of like weak a lot of the times. Like this type of situation exactly, where you just kind of have to bank your combo pieces.
Yeah. It seems really awkward. I mean, like he almost needs to kind of keep control or try and contest for the board. And at the moment, he doesn't really have ways where if he played the spotter, he would then be able to get a lot of value from it because of the other cards he's got in his hand. So, yeah.
No, the spotter doesn't really do anything outside of the combo. Like, I was actually even surprised that he played it last time. I mean, sure, it can like activate Lemmy's Reign and stuff like that sometimes, which I guess is not irrelevant, but, it still doesn't feel amazing, right?
No.
Also, we gotta mention that Harf is the thing that blocks the combo from happening, because
big time.
Yeah, because he can't play, like Penzo can't keep playing the 0 coast card for free.
Yeah,
has to pay 1, so he definitely needs to get rid of that.
Also, one thing I've noticed, Fino, maybe you've noticed this more because you've been playing more since the alpha rework than I have, but it seems to me that like Snitch has been cut a little bit, or at least it's either been cut completely or it's been dropped down. And I don't remember seeing Snitch in any of these guys' decks. So that can't even combat the half at the moment because there is no Snitch, right? So
yeah,
Yeah.
Sneezing was kind of always there. I feel for like Steward of the Garden and like kind of like what's the other Steward? You know him well, the bunny Steward.
The
I don't
steward,
remember
yeah,
the name.
yeah, the singularity steward, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I think it was kind of mostly there for those cards, and we've kind of see both of them moving away from the meta. So yeah, I
Mm,
think people kind of like opted to cut it out since those were kind of like the main use cases for it, and it's not really there anymore.
no,
So yeah, I think that's kind of like the main reason. We see
that's
combo
the
like
main
we see
reason.
Penzo just playing the combo pieces, by the way, which is I don't know. Like this deck seems worse and worse by the minute to me. I don't really know how she can even get there at this point. Like,
I mean, yeah. If he gets like a decent top deck, then he might still have a chance with it. But what I don't like at the moment about this is I don't really like the Baby Bear's like board is developing quite nicely, and she's going to be able to start to clear some of this stuff soon. She can just throw
mhm.
down if she wants, but does this dispatch? Yeah, like it. And then that just gets a 4. Oh wow! Plus the defender. Oh,
Actually, the more I think
okay.
about it, the more I'm thinking that this might just be like kind of unlosable from Baby Bear because Scimitar Captain is so huge against Benzo's deck. Like the fact that you can just discard a combo beast and then just like completely stop them from doing
Mm,
anything is actually a huge deal. That is like a
yeah, it's
really
big.
good draw here though, because now Penzo can kill the Harv finally. There's still a huge board, but at least the Harv can go.
Yeah.
But he has to bank another combo piece. That's the crazy thing about it. Unless he decides to bank the logistics mastery.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like the logistics mastery might need to be the bank here, surely, right? Because you can't almost bank another combo piece, can you? Otherwise, the whole combo is pointless because you're just never going to get to do it.
I kind of already feel like it's pointless. Like he's banked a spotter, the
Really?
other one is on the board, and I feel like he might just have to go for the win without the combo here, which kind of looks like he agrees.
Yeah, it looks like you're right.
He's not killing the Harf. Wow. Oh, he doesn't have mana. Never mind. Oh, he couldn't do it because yeah, the Harf makes the black market connections cost
Makes
4
the
actually. So yeah.
yeah +4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he couldn't do it. Yeah, there's a similar captain just to even get rid of more combo pieces, just in case Baby Bear needs to. I think she's feeling quite good
That's
now.
actually
Like there's
great.
2 units that are outside of the range of bombardment anyway, which is the only card that is
Hmm.
kind of like pain for the Lemmy here. Oh
She's going to get it
wow.
set up, isn't she? She's setting it up. Yeah.
Oh wow. Let me make sure. But I don't think Penzo has any relic removal. That's why she's just doing that so confident. Oh
I
no,
don't
there's
remember
one
seeing any.
saboteur. There's one
Oh, is
saboteur.
there?
So
Okay.
yeah, Penzo needs
Okay,
that
fair
like
enough.
really badly
Now,
here, I'd say. Yeah.
yeah. No, he doesn't get it. He gets another slinger. He's flooded in slingers right now,
Yeah.
which is okay in a way. I mean, he can
Oh,
at least try and clear some of the board, but
he played the
you
wrong
know,
slinger. Because he actually had to play the other slingers because this one was bankable. The others aren't.
yeah.
But hopefully he doesn't get punished for that.
Okay. Gonna clear as much as he can. Oh, okay.
That's interesting. Oh, I guess he's just playing
Yeah, he's gonna
everything.
play them all.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Just going full ham. Okay. It's a board of slingers.
Man,
Wow.
I don't know about this combo deck.
Yeah. I kind of want to see it, but it just seems like it's a little bit tricky to pull off. With the way the meta is,
card
right?
draw in it. Like that's kind of
Yeah.
like the issue with it, right? Like the only card draw is like researcher and like the fleet machinist, and then like one improvised tactics, and that's it. So
Yeah.
there's kind of like no way to get to the combo. I feel that's the issue with it.
I mean, would it not be, maybe I'm being mad here, but would it not be worth with the way that his hand is looking and the fact that he's just like burning through cards so much just to kind of play and keep on top of things? Would it not be worth playing something like a Triumph? Because then at least you get some kind of draw coming through and your hand can get so thin? Or am I
I
just
can see that. I
completely,
can see that. I
yeah?
feel like there's definitely better ways to build it than this. That I will say for
Yeah.
sure. Now, what the best way is, I think it's just maybe Triumph, but even Triumph feels kind of expensive, and like a lot of the times you have to throw away your combo pieces to do it right, which is not great. Like say that you've kind of already gathered some combo pieces, then if you Triumph, they're gone. So
they're gone. Yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
it's kind of tricky. I think I'm not really sure what the way to build this deck is, but I think it definitely needs like a ton of card draw somehow.
Okay, interesting. I mean, he does have he did have the card draw, the 2-cost. The name is eluding me. The base card, but he only had one copy of it, and that would have given him some card draw. You know the one I'm talking about,
you're
right?
talking about improvised tactics, yeah.
That's right, improvised tactics. But he's only got one, so maybe there's a case that he should have more in the deck, perhaps for the
even
extra
that.
card
I
draw.
feel like it's kind of expensive. Like it's you're basically like drawing one card. It's kind of like replacing itself and then drawing one card. So I still am not sure. I feel like I just
Not the
really feel
best
like there
card draw, is
just
it?
might not be enough card draw in this type of deck to do this whole combo.
Yeah. Interesting. He does get a slinger. So it looks like he's gonna
back another combo piece. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, surely not.
Well, here's where the win could. Oh my god, draws that, but now it's gonna get discarded.
Wow.
Oh, that is so classic. Wow. That is huge.
This is gonna hurt Penzo massively. I'm looking at his reaction.
That might just even end the game here.
Look at his reaction there. Look, he knows. He's put his thumb up to say, "Yeah, sure, you got me now."
I mean, to be honest, if I was Penzo here, I would just be mad that I brought this deck. I would just be like, I should have just brought like a, like more, not as risky deck in a way. I don't know how much time he had to like try this deck out, but I think he's definitely not gonna be happy with this deck. I can almost guarantee you that.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels to me as an outsider, just like an observer, it almost feels to me that it might just been better just to have brought a Kathy Burn rather than this, to be honest with you, because at least you know
even
what Kathy Burn does.
Like, yeah, I think there were definitely other choices, or even Gafar. I mean, Gafar is.
Oh, look at this, and the irregular as well. Oh wow, fantastic.
Out of cards here.
You can see the pain. Look, this is not the birthday that Penzo. If anyone's watching, it is Penzo's birthday today, and this is not how he wanted his birthday to go.
Certainly
so
not.
far. No, I feel his pain a little bit, but at the same time, this is Baby Bear's playing great. She's doing everything she needs to. There's the bombardment. Bombardment at least kind of clears the board, but now Penzo's completely out of cards.
Yeah, and Baby Bear even has the fleet support up, which I mean is such a crazy card to just have active.
Yep.
She's just
Baby Bear can kind of go here.
Now.
Rummaging. Yeah, rummaging. Then orbital she needs to.
I think she's probably just gonna make the board here and save the orbital for next turn.
Another fleet.
Or you can just play another fleet.
Yeah, play another fleet, isn't it? And then set yourself up for basically getting close to lethal. Oh, she's gonna bank it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow.
She's banked it. Okay.
Interesting. I honestly didn't hate no bank there. Just play the dispatch, no bank, save the fleet and the orbital strike. I didn't mind that play, but this is also fine. I think she probably can't really lose from here.
I mean, I feel like she kind of heard you there to just keep developing the board, and that's what she's done.
Yeah.
With the dispatch. Oh, for Penzo here, he does have the solar grenade, but it's not good. It's not great.
Yeah, I feel like he probably
just
has to do it because it clears the board very likely. Oh wait, it picks now. Oh wow, I forgot about that. Oh, you can't even pick.
Oh wow,
now.
that's actually massive. Oh, okay. Oh, and he gets a rummaging. Wow,
that's pretty big.
Big draw. Yeah, that's a big draw. That could be his get out of jail free card. Could be. But I still feel that the fleet support and like Penzo not being able to remove that is going to be the deciding factor here, I think.
For sure. Just so much value Baby Bear is going to get back now. Like, she can just get another researcher, play the researcher. Then if Penzo plays his researcher, Baby Bear also draws a card. So
he does. She got another rummaging. Wow. Massive. Baby Bear's getting all the cards. Everything she needs, she's getting it. She's just drawing like a goddess.
Yeah, it's also just the fact that she got the fleet support up and there was kind of like no answer to it. I feel like after that, it's kind of like just normal that the game does like snowballs to her favor quite a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is looking super tough for Penzo. I mean, also his deck just doesn't even have a win condition right now. Like,
no, it doesn't.
He doesn't
no,
have all
that's
the
what I'm
extra
thinking.
value from fleet support or burn or anything like that. So he's just gonna be drawing some combo pieces that do nothing without each other, which is, you know, kind of tough.
Yeah. Well, is there a way back for Penzo based on his deck? I mean, what is the way that he can come back here? Because you know this deck more than I do. So, like, what is there a way? I'm trying to think of the positive spin here for Penzo, given that he's kind of, you know, back up against the wall. Gonna have to play rummaging. Probably plays what? Does he play another rummaging
Is
after
he fatiguing Baby Bear? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's fatiguing her. He's just giving her a bunch of cards right now.
Yeah.
I think the bright side is
He
that
has to
it's
do it.
Penzo's birthday today, and he's gonna have
Yep.
extra time to spend with his family and his loved
That's
ones.
true.
I don't know.
Yeah. I love that you're
But
seeing a silver lining somewhere.
I don't know.
Oh,
No,
interrogation tools. No.
that's the thing. Like the combo cards do nothing without each other. So like,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, it has to bank
And look,
another combo.
he's having to
piece.
bank it. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's having to bank it.
I mean, the
another
one thing that I
rummaging.
was thinking is if he was playing that card that allows you to play like revealed cards from the bank, but he's not playing it. You might know the name of
Oh,
it.
what,
It's like a
smuggled
one.
supplies?
Right.
Yeah.
But he's not
Yeah, he's
playing
not playing it, though,
so-
is he? No.
No.
No. I mean, Baby Bear here, I feel like Baby Bear surely just has to go for this now. I was going to say, like, she's kind of been like, oh, wow. Okay, going to be removing. Okay.
Honestly, it doesn't matter what
Not
she
going-
does here. I don't think this was good. I think she should have just discarded the hand. But
Yeah.
I really think it's just like impossible to lose from this point. I'd be surprised. But this, I didn't really like this. I don't really
No,
see why.
I'm
you
surprised
need to
by that.
kill.
Yeah, I'm surprised by
Yeah.
that. I thought that the double captain would have been a great play there, because then you just basically you're bleeding him more, and then you're still
For
able
sure.
to establish board as well. So
Mhm. Yeah, I'm a simple man. I see fleet support scimitar captain. I do it. You know, so
I think that's the nice rule of life. You know, scimitar
Yeah,
captain, fleet
think
support.
so.
Just do it. Don't even think about it. Just do it
for sure.
all day.
Well, there's another combo piece. Is he getting close?
Are we gonna guess he's gonna bank it?
I mean, you can already see the whole combo in the bank. Like it's just 5 cards. That's the whole combo in the bank.
Dear. Feeling for Penzo here, to be honest with you.
For
Because
sure.
I love that he brought this, and I love that he had the adventure and the risk to try and do it. But it's not worked out, is it? At all.
Not really.
And
And now
look,
he's gonna be
look at
devastated
his
to the
head.
scimitar.
Yeah.
Because the scimitar is just gonna discard the last couple of combo pieces, kind of making it so Penzo doesn't really have much to do at this point.
Yeah, she's got to do it now, surely. She didn't do it on the last turn. This is the opportune time to do it now. Here we go.
Yep.
Double captain. And there we are. Quartermaster and yeah, it's gone. Just going to leave Penzo with double take it or leave it, which is rough because then he's going to have to bank the next card that he gets. Or just play the take it or leave it and just play whatever that is. But yeah, I think it's just a matter of time now, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
For Baby Bear. Was it okay? Hear me out here with the combo deck that he's running, and the fact that, as you say, it does require so many pieces like for it to be effective. If you think about it, if you don't get the combo going, then you need to almost play on the defensive. Is it slightly mistake to not bring more relic removal or not? Are you just purely thinking, okay, it's combo, I just commit to it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what the relic removal does because I feel like there's not that. If you ban Yan, I don't think there's like that many relics, and fleet support, I don't think is something you expected a lot coming into this tournament. So I don't really see much use for the relic removals, to be honest. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I think it's just tough. Like the more I think and the more I see this deck being played, I just feel like there's too many combo pieces. There's like 5 combo pieces you need, while at the same time you don't have enough card draw. So I think that's mostly the problem.
Mhm.
And yeah, there's
Okay.
cards like Scimitar Captain and like Treacherous Scheming and stuff that even discard cards, so they can even remove your combo piece.
Yeah.
It's just tough, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, I think the fact that this deck just doesn't have a ton of card draw, and then you require so many pieces of the combo
Yeah.
puzzle to be together.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's probably the downfall, the slight weakness of this deck.
Like even the bombardment
But
withdrawal, like, is something that is kind of like big for this deck because like before she could have just banked the bombardment and waited to use it later in the game, right? Like I remember he did it like turn 7 one turn, and he had to bank the other card he had in hand. Normally he could have just banked it and then done it next turn, but not anymore. So that's like one less
no,
card, even. Because if you play it from your
oh,
bank,
Baby
it's
Bear.
fine. You don't really care.
Yeah, Baby Bear close to lethal here.
Yeah,
In fact,
very close. 4, 7, 8, 9. It's one off.
yeah, she's going to be one off, I think, right? Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait, she has Lemmy. Oh, it's
Oh,
lethal.
Lemieux. Okay,
Yeah, that's
it's
enough.
done then, isn't
That
it?
does
Yeah,
it.
it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
GG's.
nice.
Baby Bear takes it.
Nice. Penzo looks a little bit puzzled actually in his face, but like, yeah, that's going to be it. There we
Yeah.
are. Oh, what a shame for Penzo on his birthday that he doesn't make it any further in the Open 8. But what an amazing debut in the esports scene for Baby Bear. He takes the win,
Big win, yeah.
2-1 against Penzo and progresses to the next round.
Yeah, very nice for Baby Bear. I like that she kind of like brought decks that I think she's like comfortable with and kind of like knows how to play. I think that's very important.
Yeah.
Penzo, on the other side, I think took more risks. He brought more like like riskier decks, I'd say, like more niche and like newer, and it didn't really work out. I think even if you ask him, he would say he probably wouldn't submit the Lemmy deck again. I would be surprised if
Yeah.
he would.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, sometimes the risk doesn't pay off, and I think this is the case for Penzo. Happy birthday to him still, though. I hope he has a nice rest of his birthday. But yeah, it wasn't his day for the tournament today for sure.
No.
Bro, let us do something for Penso as he exits out this tournament. We do happy birthday to you in after 3. Ready?
Oh,
Ready?
we're doing it. Oh, I thought
Yeah, we're doing
I thought
it.
you had
We're
like
doing
a
it.
sound effect prepared.
No,
Okay.
no. Wait, let's do it. No, let's do voicing. Ready? 1, 2,
Oh
3.
dear.
Happy
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
There you go.
I can't believe you forced us to do that.
Bro,
Clip that now, guys. Clip it.
That's consolation prize for Penzo, man. We haven't seen him in
Yeah.
a
We
long
love
time.
Penzo. We love Penzo.
He's back. But Lemmy just failed him during that match, man. I wanted to see that combo. I've seen it. I've seen it played against me. It worked. But I was playing a control deck, not against Lemmy, bro. And the first match as well, he wasn't able to let it out. It was too wide a board
Yeah.
for him to react. And man, it was it's not a really not a good card right now or not a good deck to play right now in this tournament. But still, congratulations to Baby Bear for moving forward in the tournament with her parallel TCG competitive debut here at the Open 8.
Yeah.
And man, we've seen the 2 decks, man. Like I've seen the 6 Palm of Golly being played, man. That's the first time I've seen it. I haven't seen it in ladder. I haven't seen it in the previous tournaments, but man, that's amazing. Well,
Oh,
okay,
you've
so
never seen it before.
yes,
That's
I've
the
never
first
seen
time
it,
you've seen
man.
it.
I've seen
wow.
the Gali that gets cards or plays cards from revealed, right?
Eighth
So
palm,
that's
eighth palm, yeah.
eighth palm
palm.
Gali, and that one not so much because it's I think it's harder to set up because you have to maintain that the 6 palm of Gali on the board, maybe not get that band rather banished, so to speak. So
Yeah.
so it's
It's
kind
only
of
the
a
banish, though. There's kind of
Yeah.
like nothing
It's the
else.
banish.
It's only Shroud that
Yeah.
can deal
Yeah.
with it.
Wait, there's still
Yeah.
no, there's still one, man. There's still the right of redemption. It's still invincible.
No, there
No?
isn't. You
No.
Oh
can't
wait, you can
damage it.
damage it.
No.
Yeah, you
That's,
can
I mean,
damage
Can't
that's
it.
damage.
literally the
You
Yeah.
reason
can't
why
damage
they're
it.
playing it.
Yeah.
All
Like,
right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You can damage
Yeah.
it. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, cool,
Yeah.
cool, man. So that's one good play. Still, and any other highlights from the match that you've seen? Let's start with the factor.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think back. I mean, I think that like I'm thinking really of the pain of Apenza just trying to get the combo going in 2 games, and it just didn't quite happen. You know, we were seeing him bank the combo pieces, and I think the first game for Baby Bear when she was playing Sippy, I think that just showed that like one of the main themes I think in this game parallel. Even before, of course, bombardment was added, is that if you just went wide as quick as you could, then often it just improves your chances to win. Now, even though bombardment's in the game, she's just basically stuck to that mantra of just keep going wide, just keep putting as many units down as you can, because there's only so many bombardments that you get. And if you don't have all 3, then, you know, like the ball's just going to keep coming back, right? That's the power of Sippy. So she just maintained that discipline. And I think that was really good just to kind of see like just a very simple, when you look at it, very simple, not complicated, just units and then 3 relics, just basically play like that, and that can be effective. So I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, other than that, I think the 6th Palmer Gali was a really cool play. I thought that was really nice to see for our first game, like a unit just spiral out of control. And I think we said at the time that we were a little bit surprised that the Cerulean Surge didn't get taken, because that was the perfect way for Penzo to win. But you can probably assume that Baby Bear now, whenever she sees like that card, the Cerulean Surge, and you know she sees like a 6th Palmer Gali, oh my god, she's not gonna overlook it anymore. But I hope I mean, great start for her. I'm really interested to see who is her opponent, because of course she's going to be playing the winner of the Lambie and the Zelly match, right? So that's going to be a tough one. Yeah, whoever she gets. Yeah.
Like, you know, man, like I know you've been a champion of fleet support plus guerrilla warfare, right? Can you give us some points on when it is the best time to play fleet support, right? Because I know some of the players here. Like, he may have relic repurposing, they may have saboteur or whatnot. When do you have to play it?
I mean, it's definitely the best turn to play it is definitely the turn you can play Scimitar Captain with it together. So like turn 7 now, since you're not getting the reduce anymore from the fleet support. But I mean, like in case of the last game we saw with Baby Bear, if there's like 1 saboteur in the deck, like then it's easier to just like jam it and then be like, okay, you just don't have the 1 of saboteur, and then I can just do it like way earlier in the game, right? I mean, you're definitely looking at it for turn 7, but if you see that your opponent is low on relic removal or even like doesn't have any, you can just play it at any point.
Yeah. Okay. And let's take the point as well that there's also other 2 fleet supports, right? For you to play in the next few turns, or if you have it, maybe draw it. So with just 1 saboteur just to counter you in an open decklist tournament, that's a good. I'll take those chances. And with that, we're gonna be looking at the brackets right now as to what happened in the tournament, and we're gonna be saying goodbye for now to Fino. And here we go. We have the round 2 already loaded up. Very Fat Cat in Meat Value have already moved forward. Mystery and Blisco and John have already moved forward as well. Baby Bear and the match that we were mentioning, guys, a while ago, Zeliaser actually went in with a 2-0 against Lambda Series. Igoric is the one who moved in with a 2-0, and XC and Perp are still doing their matches right now. So Fino is going to be out for now, and we're going to be welcome back the first major seed. It is Viper. Welcome back to the stream, and I think it's the first time we're going to be seeing him in the cast. Here we go. Oh, there you go. We have Viper and the Factor. Viper is here. He's there. He's hiding. Oh, there you go.
Oh, he's looking. He's looking dapper. Wow, look at you, man. You look great. Look at this.
Thank you. Yeah,
wow.
Look at that. Look at the Viper, man. Man, bro, it has been a while since we saw you wear that wear that the tie and the sweater right there, man. It's usually where's the fedora, man? There was a fedora in that outfit. I'm
Yeah,
disappointed.
you
Where
need
is
Can
it.
get it.
Yeah.
You can get it.
No, maybe.
It's awkward with the headset. I have to get like
Oh yeah, for
headphones or
sure.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like, how are you doing, man? How's your ladder matches? What did you think about the previous match that happened as well?
The previous match was really interesting. I mean, I really like Penzo's KP deck. I think that 6 of Gali is one of the better win conditions for like the so-called ramp Skippy. Like, it just like the thing with Hydrolysis Chamber and then Black Market Fixer, Magna, and then the 5 drops that just draw you so many cards. Like, you just mana cheat, you card draw. It's such a strong shell to build upon, but then you need some kind of win condition, and you have the mana burn options or you have the 6 palm options. And I think in tournaments where you can ban Shroud, the 6 palm of Gali is really good in the current meta game because, like you said earlier, Rite of Redemption doesn't remove it, and that's the prime removal card every deck is running. Lemmy cannot remove it, cannot damage the card. It's really, really hard to deal with it. And then by buffing it shielded and defender, it just becomes this Exodia kind of thing. Now, the tricky thing, though, in this tournament is that Mice Mans has a really good tech card, and we see a lot of people put more Mice Manses into the deck, and that just counters this whole big defender thing. So you have to close out the games quickly with it as well. Just hit the Caroonian Surge and start hitting the other guy for 18. I'm happy to see that deck win. I love that deck. And then, yeah, I guess the Lemmy deck just didn't manage to find the combo pieces by turn 4 or 5 together. I think that's just how the deck can sometimes go. You play a lot of combo pieces. If you hit your normal early game into the Rummaging Researcher card draw thing, which is what you want to do, and Penzo just didn't manage to get that, I think, then your early game is not that good, and you don't have the card draw, you have to bank Orc-Quadling, and yeah, just he didn't draw the good starting hands that are essentially red Markolian early game power into then just have this combo. Because Markolian struggles in the mid game, especially with Wong being nerfed now. You don't have this strong Wong draw 3, draw 4 cards, buff another unit, keep the pressure on anymore. And you needed some other win condition. And I think this is where this combo thing just came in, and people said, I'm just going to draw my early game, pressure the opponent, then survive until I have the combo, right?
Yeah, it's like Mice Mancer actually has more value right now. So with that, we're gonna be starting with the first decks for the guys that we're gonna be casting today. It's gonna be Very Fat Cat. We've seen in time and again in these tournaments have got a lot of good showing as well as to how high he can get. And we're gonna be starting now with the Gafar deck. Let's start with the factor now to break this down.
Yeah, really cool, actually. We know that Very Fat Cat is one of the top competitors in the scene, and I'm really keen to see how he does with the new meta, because I know that he's been cooking some strong decks, and this one looks like one too. So Gafar, we were talking about in the previous game with Baby Bears Gafar, and she didn't include Steward of the Garden, but Very Fat Cat, of course, he's including it, and he's got the 3 copies of that. I also mentioned as well in the last game with Fino that, like, are we seeing less no snitching? According to Very Fat Cat, he's still very much valuing that card because he's included 3 copies of no snitching here, which I quite like. What I like as well, and this is one of my favorite changes actually in the alpha rework, I really like the double agent, and he's opted for that too. So he's got 3 copies of the double agent, which I think is really good. I always liked that card anyway, but I didn't like, and I think most people didn't like that you didn't want to play it because you didn't want to give your opponent energy, right? Now it's been completely reworked. Of course, you can give your opponent heal, but there's some ways to kind of still mitigate that. So I like that he's running that, and I'm keen to see it. 3 Mearspmancers, and Astel's Glaive is actually a real pain in a Gafar deck, because if you can get the Glaive down and it sticks, and you can start to get some pacifism, because it's shielded and it's then getting buffed from the pacifism, it can just run right on you. I had that done to me yesterday. So yeah, Astel's Glaive is looking really good in a Gafar deck. And of course, we've got the usual suspects like Vigilant is in there, Cyrene just to kind of keep control of the board for you. The Peace Pipe's in there. And then some of the core kind of effect cards that will allow you to kind of get that pacifism, like Vapor's in there, Change of Heart. Of course, the Relic Repurposing is that nice cheap way just to kind of give you the Relic removal. So I think overall, this actually looks like a really tough deck. And I mean, again, I think if you're going up against Very Fat Cat, depending on his other decks, this would probably be a big contender to be banned, just because it looks like a real pain to deal with.
Yeah, this is I think this is a more streamlined deck that Very Fat Cat has brought with Gafar and Double Agent as well. Bro, I love that card. 2/3
Yeah.
heal both. Man, that's actually good for also for control decks since I'm mostly playing control
Massive.
decks, and it has a good stat line for trading. So
Yeah.
man, it's actually a good
Big
card.
time.
2/3 1 cost. And let's look at this next deck right now. Very Fat Cat has another one. And oh, okay. This is the board Swarm Sippy. Let's listen to Viper to break this down.
Alright, so Fat Cat's theme in the deck that I noticed in the Gafar as well is a triple Mice Mancer, which is super interesting because you said in the previous game Jan is such a scary deck and it's probably just gonna be banned all the time. I think if he's bringing triple Mice Mans on both decks, he's not planning to ban Jan. Also with the snitchings, he's probably just trying to counter the few units that have shielded, like Snitch Pacify or Mice Mans, and then remove it, not have the salvages happen and so on. So that's the most outstanding thing to me in the Skippy deck. And he's just running the triple Mice Mans, or essentially remove the salvage, remove the pacifies, remove the stealth as well that happens now in the game. And outside of that, it's mostly super streamlined, very unit, very early game focused deck. Like we have all the 9 1-drops in the deck, which is not always the case. A lot of people cut down to 7 or 8 to try to fit other tech cards, other spells. He just decided to be 9 1-drop, max 1-drops, max 2-drops, just max everything that Skippy wants to basically be doing. Centaurus as well. And I think the outstanding thing for the Skippy now with the Centaurus revert is also that you have Domina and Centaurus as a strong win condition to close out games quicker, and you don't have to just outgrind your opponents anymore and keep remaking boards. You actually can pressure a lot of damage. And because of Tabula Rasa, you can even have multiple of these Domina plays. So you could have 2 back-to-back Domina plus Centaurus lines, especially because he has 3 of them. Or Domina and Skippy, because Skippy then summons the Centaurus tokens if you happen to play a lot of Centaurus throughout the game. And that's the story of the deck, I guess, as well. Double Radical removal, so again, likely trying to beat a Jan with that.
Yeah, man. Like, I have a question though, Viper. Like, why doesn't he have maybe a Radiant Legion in this deck?
I think Radiant Legion, it's nice that you play the card on turn 5 and you probably summon 5 tokens with it, but you can also play Centaurus, bank a card, and play a 1-drop, and it's like about the same. But the Centaurus is more useful on turn 4. The Centaurus is useful for your Skippy, because you just get the 2 tokens, and Radiant Legion you again have to have something to reveal later on. And then Centaurus combos with Domina as well. So there's just stuff that goes into this. Also, he probably just wants to play Drusian on 5 and push a lot of damage versus the more combo-y decks. If you, for example, expect something like the Lemmy or the Cafe decks that try to do their combo thing, Radiant Legion it's nice, but they can also just play one AoE card and then they stall you for a turn, where you rather just have a sticky board and you push damage with the Drusian on 5.
Yeah, man, that's like that's a good point right there, Viper. And man, it makes sense because there's a lot more power with the Sippy Swarm deck, and Sippy Swarm is back on the table. Let's look at the next deck. It's going to be coming from Meat Value, as we are not going to be reviewing the banned decks right now. And let's listen to, of course, to the factor to break this Lemieux deck down.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm really interested to see so much Lemieux at this tournament, because I haven't really come across a ton of Lemieux since the rework. And so again, like what we can see here is that we have Armored Systems Engineer in here, which I think is so cool, because it's like one of those cards that you often was seeing in like ADHQ, but like it's now making the transition over to Lemmy, which I think is really cool. And like he's kind of got a mix here where he's got Search the Archives in here, 3 Search the Archives, which I think is very cool. I guess to pair up with Artillery Spotter, so you can try and get some value out of that. I think as well with the Viper mentioned it, like Wong not really giving you a buff anymore, kind of makes it a little bit awkward, especially if you're running a deck where there's not many card types, right? Because then you're not really getting as much value out of it, and you're also not getting the buff. So you just opt in really for Search the Archives 3 for the card draw. It's actually something that we saw with Penzo that he was lacking, that card draw. Search the Archives is maybe an answer there. He's also running 2 collateral damage. You know, when we compare this deck to kind of the deck that Penza was running, he only run 1 Sabo, so maybe this could come in handy, actually, the extra relic removal. 3 bombardments in there, of course, just so we can kind of contain some things like Sippy Swarm until he can kind of get his combo going. And, you know, the double agent makes it in here as well, which is going to be really interesting because, like, if you look at all the... it's a 1-drop, of course, now. It says 2, but, of course, we know double agents are 1-drop. It means that you can have like Armored Sisters Engineer, Crimson Fleet Machinist, Slingers, you can have double agents, you can kind of have that nice early game. So I think this is quite a cool little deck, but again, it's a combo focused deck, so it'll be interesting to see how whether he's going to have more success with it than what Penzo did with his.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more potential here, especially with the Wong as well. Like he really loves his card draw. He has Wong, 1. He has Search the Archives, 3. So man, that's a lot of draw potential right there with this deck. And man, I'm kind of excited to see this as well because he also has 2 collateral damage, which can also be recycled if you get 1 removed or 1 used. All right, so that's gonna be something to look forward to for a meat value, a combo deck nonetheless, plus maybe some kind of tokens on the get-go. Let's look at this next deck right now. And man, surprise, surprise, January is now live here at the Open 8. Let's listen to our expert here, Viper, to break this down.
Well, I think the interesting thing in all of the Jan decks, if you guys, like anybody watching hasn't really seen this or doesn't know what's going on, they all play very, very few units, very cheap units, and then they try to upgrade them and cycle the upgrades into better upgrades with the reworked machine learning matrix, which allows you to once per turn destroy a relic that you control and equip 1 from your deck that has +1 cost to any unit that you have. And then with the Jan passive, you just keep drawing cards, you keep playing more relics, and you keep snowballing your units. I think the interesting thing, meat value compared to other people, is that he's running double agents instead of more stealth units, which maybe is an adaptation, expecting more Mayaspensers to see play, and having the stealth be a lot less valuable, and you just need bigger units. So double agent, security officer trying to snowball more stats, instead of just having these shielded units, which were played a lot more before, by, for example, Fat Cat and Lambie on the first qualifier. Just 6-0ing Fat Cat with the Fat Cat went 6-0 with that version of the deck, for example. And yeah, outside of that, you just try to upgrade your cards and you do the whole standard double attack, Vox deck spine, Cav, critical fusion thing, and try to end the games very, very quickly.
And this is a lot of new Alpha Remaster cards are being used right here, Viper. So I'm excited to see this as well. Let's look at the bans right now before we start the next match between Meat Value and Very Fat Cat. And no surprise, of course, Very Fat Cat's John has been banned, but Very Fat Cat didn't ban the John of Meat Value, so we're going to be seeing that. And the Earthen deck has been banned from Meat Value. So what do you think about these bans? Let's start with the Factor.
Yeah, I think they make sense, actually. I mean, was the Earthen deck from Meat Value? Because we didn't see it. Was it a Gafar deck? Yeah. Then it makes sense, yeah. Because you would want to try and protect your own Algon and I think Gafar is the big threat to that, so that makes sense. And then I think from Meat Value's point of view, he probably wanted to make that ban. I think they both looked at it and thought, what's the biggest threat to my decks? And I think they've made the right calls. So yeah, I'm happy that we're going to be seeing John as well, though, because you know, like, there's been so much hype coming into this tournament about John, and we haven't quite seen it yet, and now we're actually going to finally see it. So I'm really happy about that.
This is going to be a different question for Viper. Like, why do you think a Very Fat Cat didn't ban John in this matchup?
I mean, Very Fat Cat's decks are basically trying to target John. He's triple Miceman, so he plays triple Snitching in Gafar as well. He expected people to essentially take his John deck with the focus on shielded units and stealth units. And if you can wipe the board once, you just take all the units away that John has, then it's kind of hard to rebuild everything with the salvage combos and the units in one turn. And you also play a lot of one-offs of those upgrades. So maybe you just don't have them in the deck anymore to pull them out. So Fat Cat is actively trying to beat John in this tournament, expecting that everybody plays it, which was like an expected call. I think almost everybody's going to have John. It looks like the strongest deck.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be the first match that we're going to be seeing. And let's see if Very Fat Cat succeeds in countering John of Meat Value. Let's start with the second round match with the Factor and Viper. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, I think we're actually seeing the slightly wrong mulligan hand here, aren't we, for Very Fat Cat?
Yeah, we
Because
see
he's
we
running
see double
Gafar.
meat value. Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
So meat value goes first, if I see this correctly. He just tried to full mulligan for the strong relic and the reclamator combo to just start snowballing on turn 2 already. And if you hit that, especially going first, it's pretty tough to deal with, because even if you develop units into it and you could do the Mice Mentor trade thing, well, if the other player goes first and just has too many stats, then you can't really handle it.
How have you found like Gafar? Because a lot of talk has been made about like John, because that was obviously the big swing where he was non-existent, and now all of a sudden he's become one of the strongest decks. But Gafar seems to be quite prominent as well. Like, what's your opinion of the Gafar deck in the alpha rework, Viper?
I think Gafar is really interesting because you lost Sword of the Garden, which was obviously an insanely strong 1-drop. But because Sword of the Garden is gone, No Snitching is probably less likely to see a lot of play. No Snitching tended to be a good card against Gafar anyways, and still is because of the Pacify. And Gafar just, it's like a good aggro deck. It snowballs the board very quickly. Going first, you just put out so many stats that it's hard for the opponent to deal with. Also, we see here that the mulligan, in fact, was meat value going second. And Fat Cat has this opening with the 1 mana 2/3, can take out the shield pot very quickly and can then threaten to just start trading units. So this is not the easiest spot for meat value, I think, but he has Relic and 1 mana upgrade plus the stealth unit start. So that is, like, he has a lot going for him, and Fat Cat picking up another 1-drop can just pressure a lot here. But Fat Cat also has the 1 mana Relic removal, so if Fat Cat can pick up something to go with that Relic removal next turn, he should probably be in a spot to just push a lot of damage, and those double agents might just never die and never give the healing effect off.
Wow, look at that. He drew the Change of Heart as well. Kind of exactly what you want to see when you're pushing units on the board. Loving the fact that he got the double agent and he was able to put double agent down. It's pretty nice. He also got as well, could that come into play slightly? He also got the Quartermaster there from Tanaka. Is that a bankable card, or is that something that you look to keep hold of so you can maybe try and bring stuff back like the Change of Heart?
I think the card having the withdrawal effect obviously makes it, you kind of want to bank it, and you have very powerful spell cards with Relic Repurposing and Change of Heart. The issue with Change of Heart here, though, is that the Infiltrator is a stealth unit, so you cannot actually play the Change of Heart next turn and benefit a whole lot of out of it.
Yeah.
So we see the Relic and the repurposing thing happening, walk stack drones, and this is where Jan could start snowballing by just getting the draw every turn, getting the next Relic every turn. And then again, Fat Cat has the Relic mover, but didn't pick up a play yet. Has the 0 mana draw 1, has another 0 mana draw 1.
Nice.
So maybe he can find a 2-drop.
Maybe he can find here. Yeah. Oh, another Change of Heart. Yeah.
So this is kind of interesting. Essentially, Fat Cat had an insane opening going first, but now on turn 3, it kind of falls a bit apart because you want to do Relic Repurposing and remove that thing, but then you're not really doing a whole lot else. So he's probably considering, does he just play the Quartermaster, get back the 0 mana spell, maybe draw another card, fix his hand going forward for the game by just being mana efficient and doing efficient and strong plays. But then you also do allow your opponent to get another draw and cycle another Relic and such. Decides to go for the Gafar.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Okay, getting the Gafar down early. Yeah, what do you think about the Gafar change? I've been trying to ask people about that because before Gafar, basically just you played it and it didn't really do too much. But like now when it gets attacked and it defends, it develops +1. Do you think that's a good change to the Gafar?
I think it's a good change. It's also part of why we see so much Gafar being played, because if you expect people to try to play aggro decks, especially early on into the set, that 0/8 that just keeps getting +1 attack whenever you bump into it with something, it's kind of huge. Like that is gonna be a big deal to just remove, especially because most of the aggro decks evolve around Rite of Redemption, trying to remove bigger units, but you can't Rite of Redemption a Paragon. So Gafar is quite hard to take out for something like a Kathy, or even Lemmy has the 2 mana Lemmy's Reign. So Lemmy can take out the Gafar, but what if you just don't draw the spell, for example? If you're going second, you face that, it's again like hard to try and snowball with your tokens and your cheap cards. So yeah, it's like a really powerful Paragon to develop on turn 3, protects your board, and then you can follow it up with something into a Pacify.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think you're spot on there, especially like if you are kind of playing like a Cathy deck, a Cathy unit deck, or like a Lemieux unit deck. As you say, like you can't write a redemption there, and so if you're already developing quite a quick early board, then you're like, well, do I start to slam into this? Because if I do, I'm just going to be developing their Gafar, and then my units aren't necessarily going to be any better off. So I think it's a good change as well.
Yeah, like here, for example, the Gafar managed to protect both double agents from the 1-mana guy, having the upgrade bumped up to a Festoise Pulverizer, for example, and then he could have started trading the agents, and like the whole Gafar builded board could start falling apart. And obviously the Myers
This is
moving the
nice.
stealth units, for
Yeah.
example. Meat value, though,
This is great.
kind of anticipating this, picked a kill switch. So Fat Cat is not going to be left with a whole lot of board after this, because Meat value did essentially their I don't know, mindful play against the Myers Mensa, triple Myers Mensa Gafar deck here. Also nice to see Fat Cat sequencing this correctly with playing a relic removal after making all the trades.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was good foresight there, as you say, from Meat Value, because he anticipated it and he thought, right, what's the best way I can at least get some value out of this? And the kill switch was a massive upgrade there for him. Love it. Mias Mansa, as you mentioned, Mias Mansa so strong before. I think now with the strength of John and also, of course, Gafar becoming more prominent, I completely agree with what you said. Like Mias Mansa just seems to be, again, another card that you just can't ignore. I mean, I personally was ignoring it again this weekend, and then I spoke to Penzo and he was like, no, you've got to put it in. And I thought, yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Like, there's just no way I can not put it in anymore. Is it a 3 copy though? I mean, we see that Very Fat Cat is running 3 in a lot of his decks. Is that, do you think that's going to become standard in this meta?
It depends on what you want to accomplish with your decks and what you play against, right? That's like the whole card game parallel, especially a kind of thing where if there's a lot of John with a lot of stealth and salvage happening, Myers Mensa is incredible versus that. We, for example, saw Meat Value bank the portable energy bay upgrade here, which could be really, really good, just developing a new board, and especially with the Fallen Companion. But it's very weak to being pacified. It's very weak to another Myers Mensa happening. So he just decides he's just not going to risk it. There's too many counterplay to this happening. Not going to go for it. And that's just what it comes down to in card games in general, right? Like in this tournament, you expect to see a lot of John, especially if you're not banning it. One of the 2 decks is going to be John, and then the other decks, you can stop Assault, you can stop Pacify with the Myers Mansa. So you can stop a lot, because Parallel kind of is a game that has a lot of very, very powerful things that are happening. And then it also has a crazy amount of counterplay. We have things like Paid Off, Treacherous Scheming, we have things like the Myers Mansa and such. So there's always something that you can do to counterplay the strong thing that your opponent wants to do. But you have to actively put those cards into your deck, right? And that's where we're just like in the spot where Myers Mensa is just countering a lot of stuff again. And we just put a bunch of Myers Mensas into our deck. Now, very scary here that Fat Cat couldn't deal with the Officer. And the Officer, is just going to have a bunch of upgrades and going to get a crazy amount of stat buffs. We also see that Meat Value has double 1-mana draw 2 essentially in hand. So he's not going to run our stuff here. And very even-ish looking game. Fat Cat has disrupted what the Jan wants to do, but the Jan is still able to have a board. Like he's not on 0 units faced with a big Gafar board so far.
Yeah, I think this unit, Security Officer, I absolutely love this, and I'm glad to see that it's in this deck here. As you say, one of the things I find really interesting in this matchup in particular, like with Algenkor in general, but especially with this John deck and also with Gafar, is that you almost don't want to be leaving any units on the board, do you? Because as soon as you leave units on the board, both of these like can take advantage of it. Like Gafar can take the pacifism and then buff the board, and then like for John, any upgrade that they put on their unit can be devastating for you. So I find this really fascinating that both like these players are almost having to think, how can I like limit a unit on the board? Because I know if I leave one there, it can be a real pain for me. He's making the trade there, Security Officer, but he's going to be getting the Voxtech drone. Yeah, it's going to do damage to the double agent.
He's basically in the same setup from last turn where there was double agent versus a 3/3 officer, and Fat Cat didn't have an answer, and he's just going to repeat that same scenario. He's just going to have the double agent again. There's no answer, but now there also is the entire revealed bank, so Terra Glider's not a play anymore. And Fat Cat still didn't draw no snitching, that's tough. That's why those no snitchings are in the deck. Counter the shielded units, just jam the no snitching, jam the pacify card plus units at the same turn. He can pacify the officer, but it's going to cost him 2 cards and 5 mana, and he's not really pushing a whole lot of damage with it. So that is a bit of a tough spot here, I would say.
Did we not just see some no snitching in the bank there? I swear, like we just saw 2 no snitchings somewhere. Was it in the bank? He surely hasn't banked 2 no snitchings, has he? Very Fat Cat. Am I tripping there?
I don't
because
think
as you say,
he also was going first. So going first, it's sometimes a bit tough with what you just have to bank, because he played triple 1-drops on turn 1 and 2 as well. So you just like sometimes you just have to bank the card, even though it could be better 3 turns in the future or something. But yeah, it's just the early game. Yeah, it's just the early game thing happened where you just have to bank it because it's too awkward, and otherwise you would not curve out, and like your whole game would fall apart even if you then have it a few turns later. That's like one of the parallel RNG kind of things, right?
Okay, so he's removing his own relic to remove basically the effect, the shield, like that. That's actually nice, because now we can target that with a change of heart. I really like that play. That's smart.
Yeah, it's a very good play. We used to see this a lot when just the Terra Mech and the Earthen Mirrors was just the thing to remove the shielded and snitch it, back when you could snitch 6 mana cards. Then you had the relic repurposing into this, for example. And yeah, it's nice to see this being into action. It comes back because we haven't seen it in a very, very long time. Relic repurposing.
No, we haven't.
Like this. Also, it's good that he, for example, knew it works on a 0 mana relic as well. I bet a lot of people would just not have thought about this because it heals 0. So like, does it do anything? But yeah, you can target and you can remove shielded with that.
Yeah, spot on. Machine Learning Matrix, he's hovering over it. Is he looking to play that and to get it going again? He is, yeah. Fantastic. Very cool. I'm very happy actually that Machine Learning Matrix is now a really good card, because I think for so long Algoncore players were looking at this card and thinking there is potentially something here, but it was too expensive. It required too much setup. But now at a 1 cost, and the fact that you can activate it is massive. I think that's huge, and we're seeing it here that like it's a shoe in now, isn't it, in this sort of John deck? Can you see? I was going to say, can you see any use to this maybe in a deck outside of John, like an Arak deck, for example, as well?
Oh yeah, I mean the card is essentially completely broken. Like what it does, it gives you a 3 card that you can search from your deck every single turn. Is like a lot of the upgrades, like Voxtech, for example, you play it and it does what it wants to do when you play it, and then you can just swap it out for a 3 mana upgrade. That is worth more than a +1 mana essentially. Then a lot of cards activate on having upgrades attached to them, which is very powerful, and just a lot of flexible upgrades in your deck, plus searching things like Critical Fusion, which is legendary stuff, and a lot of things are very situational, so you can just do the situational thing. So there's a lot of really, really crazy strong things that you can do with just that upgrade, that Relic, I mean. Relic is just unbelievably powerful. I think before it was just unusable, because at the start of your turn, it's just, I mean, I don't know, your opponent can just remove your things, and if you go into your turn with already upgraded units, you're just winning the game. Now, the scary thing that Meatvalue is trying to set up here on the pacified unit, if we see his hand, that 2 mana spell allows you to play a copy of every relic that you have on the board onto a new unit. So you can just stack a bunch of relics on this officer, and the officer is gonna stay there. It's really big, even if you, I don't know, try to trade it, try to deal with it. It's very tough. It also has Defender because it has the 2 mana Ramshackle relic equipped to it. So Gafar can't even just push a lot into this. It's really awkward for Fat Cat, and the Jan double relic is not going to run out of cards. He's probably just eventually going to keep buffing this guy, develop a second unit, give all the upgrades to the second unit, and yeah, I think Jan is just eventually going to probably get there. And the upgrade also gives evasive, so Gafar just hiding behind Formidable is kind of a tough thing. We saw Fat Cat last turn not choosing to Formidable and kill that guy. So Fat Cat probably just hopes that there is not like that 2 mana upgrade combo, and it's just like a 9/9 defender and that's it. But we obviously caster vision see that.
We can see it.
Setting up a crazy play here.
Yeah, I mean the machine learning matrix there was really coming in clutch because it just allowed security officer to then get that ramshackle, right? So that almost useless unit then becomes very significant, as you say, because it's then a defender. It's then got massive stats on it. Also got the it got the pulverizer, right? So the pulverizer was big, and the salvage too is huge, right? In a John deck, because just being able to constantly pass several units, so several upgrades over, is just a real pain to deal with. So yeah, trade secrets. I'd love to see it. I hope we see it very, very soon. What we can see at the moment is Voctec Drone is going to get rid of the double agent and just give a little bit of heal. And look at this, his own double agent's coming in play here. Plus, we're also going to now see, I think, how much mana do we have? We have 1 mana left. Okay.
Oh, it's just using the relics to just make stronger upgrades here. Like Midvalue can take this
That's
game
right.
slow. The Fat Cat passed last turn 6 mana, so it's not very scary or threatening. Midvalue just needs to make sure that with the cards his deck has, he can close out the game and actually win. Because we see he's down to 10 cards in his deck. The Jan deck doesn't play many units, doesn't play many win conditions. It's very limited. If you just take stuff away once, it's kind of tough to rebuild. And
yes, yeah,
we can see this. He just tries to set up probably like a 1-turn kill kind of thing with just the relics and the board. Wants to have multiple units, one big guy with probably relentless and evasive and Voxtec drones. Also wants to have more cards in bank, so the Voxtec spine gives more attack damage and so on.
True. Yeah, absolutely. What's really interesting, maybe you're getting a different perspective now you're in the casting seat, is that one thing that I love about you when you're playing Viper is that you're very expressive. So when we see your camera and you're playing, we see a whole range of emotions going through your face. We can see, like with Very Fat Cat, he's often quite expressive as well. He seems a little bit stressed sometimes. He had his head in his hands there. When you're watching this, does it kind of make you think, oh God, like maybe I should be less expressive? Maybe I should just like, can you get a different perspective on it being in this seat compared to when you're playing as a player?
I mean, when I used to play Hearthstone, especially in the tournaments where we would see each other and sit in front of each other, I would just sit there and just say and do nothing. I think especially in these broadcasts and tournaments, I mean, I don't know, I might as well react to things. It's obviously also a thing that people watch and people want to interact with. And like I'm more on this like semi-content creator player kind of thing, I guess, in that sense. Where like, I mean, might as well like do something here, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think I might as well react and say something and just not just like sit there and play my cards, because it's really hard to understand what's going on sometimes and what is like going through the players' heads and what they're thinking. Like Fat Cat here, for example, he's probably looking at this game and he's like, what are even the outs that he has? What can he even do? Like he definitely wants to have something like Mice Man to clear the board once, but he just doesn't have enough stats on the board. So he really hopes that Meat Value just doesn't have place to push damage, that he probably had to bank awkward cards early game, so now they're just like not even left in the deck to play anymore, anything like that. That's like his hope, I believe. But it's
oh man, this is
it's
good.
really tough.
This is big. This is big. Look at this, the trade secrets. Yeah, I think so. As you mentioned, trade secrets can copy all of the upgrades to another unit, and it is game luck because Very Fat Cat just does not have the stats to compete with that. And it's a game for Meat Value. So Meat Value takes first blood here, goes 1-0 up. Was there anything that Very Fat Cat could have done differently there? Because like it went
there was
very
a turn where he
south
passed
very
instead
quickly.
of playing Formidable. So he could have played Formidable and taken out the agent, but then he's obviously kind of at the mercy of what if my opponent just has another unit and he just redevelops things again. So you thought, okay, hopefully the spell was banked, especially I think. Hopefully he just cannot do a whole lot and he can do like Formidable plus Mice Mancer at the same time, remove the board and not activate like the salvages, not activate like a lot of stuff that could happen, even if he develops more next to that big defender unit. And he could just, like he probably was thinking he's just going to pacify the other units and then eventually play Mice Mancer Formidable, clear the board. That was his best way out. And that didn't work out this game because, well, there was the 2-mana spell and there were too many units and he couldn't pacify all the units. So kind of what happened is really rough to lose that, because I think he wants to beat John with the decks that he has.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, John also did draw into triple relic, and he didn't have the snitching, had to use a relic repurposing again, had to de-ramp himself as well, I think, with the withdrawal. So there's a lot of stuff that just didn't go the way that Gafar want the game to go for it. Even playing Gafar on turn 3 is not really what you want to do. You want to pressure more, you want to be on the defensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think you're spot on there.
Lemmy.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. I mean, one of the interesting things, or I find it quite interesting with John, is that, and you kind of mentioned it when we were watching the game, is that like John decks don't tend to run many units, right? So it's kind of like very high risk, high reward. You kind of tend to put more of your eggs in one basket in the hope that like that one unit that you're developing can ultimately try an OTK, and if it can't, then you can at least pass the upgrades over to another unit that can potentially do that. We kind of saw it there, right, where he was developing one unit and then that unit got pacified, but it was fine because he was then able to kind of like develop smaller units but then pass more upgrades onto them. So very interesting dynamic, the John deck. What do you think is the best counter or against John at the moment in terms of a deck that can really go toe to toe with it? Is it Gafar that we just saw, or is it another one?
It might as well be Skippy, because I think Skippy develops more stats early game, so you can get off the Myers Mancer to actually clear the board, play more consistently. Also, your Skippy can repeat the Myers Mancer, so Skippy has like a lot more to do there. Also, John doesn't run relic removal because you just want to do your own powerful stuff, and you don't want to spend mana on a collateral saboteur. So the Skippy plays more stats, and you don't have to do the awkward snitching pacify kind of combo, which is a bit awkward against Jan, like we saw in this game, because if the unit sticks around, you can keep upgrading it, make a big defender, and then maybe pass on the upgrades. Just Jan is a bit similar to the recent ramp Maritus, Otius kind of Skippy that we saw, where you have like kind of limited ways to win the game, but there is more than one thing that you can do. Like the Skippy deck was not just Maritus, there were Otius and just units and tempo. And we saw that here with the Jan thing as well, where like your initial relic, your initial thing was countered, but then you still could pull it back with like the second wave of things that you can do.
Yeah, you can pivot quite nicely.
Lemmy versus the Gafar, and Lemmy going first is very, very huge here, especially if meat value ends up drawing a machinist or just the asset slave. So I think that is the most outstanding thing. Oh, there's a lot of outstanding stuff in that Lemmy deck, but one of the very outstanding things is that he plays triple machinist and triple of the guy we just see. That's going to reduce the asset slave.
The engineer.
Because there's only the engineer. There's only one vehicle in the deck, which means that it's always going to be Asset Slave, that's going to be cost reduced, and it's always going to be Machinist drawing it. So his ideal scenario is having both of those 1-drops and then playing Asset Slave on turn 3 as a 3 cost, or maybe even as a 2 cost if he draws double Engineer. That's like the thing, how he tries to fix his early game, and then he wants to play the Search the Archives or the Wong afterwards and draw his combo and have essentially an early game that lives until turn 4 or 5, maybe can survive like a tech card or something played against you, a hand disruption, like a Scimitar Captain, and just have the combo essentially on turn 5, 6, 7. Also being able to keep the combo pieces in hand, place around relic removal, which can be very, very relevant. Also kind of
I mean, that's actually... Yeah, go for it.
No, I wanted to mention that meat value chose to keep the no snitching in hand on turn 1 instead of the second 1-drop that can be played on turn 2, because he was probably thinking about no snitching the shield pot and just trading the first unit that Gafar plays immediately. But Fat Cat has the 0 mana +1/+1 super versatile, very, very strong reworked spell card, and the 2/4 just cannot be removed, and meat value's initial idea kind of crumbled away now.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point actually. Yeah, he used the 0 cost heal, or it's a heal card, but it can also, it's quite versatile now, isn't it? Because they've added more options to it. So yeah, you're right. It's you now can't remove it. But to be honest with you, like, really good point about the armor systems engineer and the fact that meat value is only running one vehicle. So being able to possibly get like a glaive down, as you say, on 3 would be absolutely huge. What we can see though, the flip side is we can see that Very Fat Cat has his own glaive, and we know that if he's able to get his glaive down, that could be big. But we also know that like a glaive can be answered quite nicely by Lemieux, right? So it's not as effective.
Glaive is like a pretty bad card in this matchup because it's a 4-cost card that only has 3 attack, and the Lemmy deck doesn't try to play for board. It just tries to. The Lemmy deck essentially tries to counter the early game units that other aggro decks play by playing early game units into Glaive themselves. But after that, you just play your AoE spells and you try to get your combo pieces. You're not trying to win by board or anything like that. You just try to not take 10, 15 damage before you can play your bombardments, your neutron bombs, all those cards. So the Glaive, it has shielded, it can live with a lot of stuff, but yes, like you said, it can be removed by Lemmy as well. So it's a big commitment that can always be removed by the Paragon and doesn't push a whole lot of damage. I think we will see Fat Cat just trying to be super aggressive and trying to make boards that can survive the bombardment, survive the neutron bombs. But neutron bomb also being legendary, so meat value having that here, very, very strong. Can remove most of the board, and Fat Cat doesn't really have a refill in hand right now.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. The neutron bomb, big card, massive actually, and as you say, like if he uses it, it can really. Was he going to bank it? Looks like he's possibly going to bank it here actually. Okay.
Yeah, he has double bombardment in hand, so you can
bank it and then go bombardment. Yeah.
I don't know if he has to commit any of the AoE cards here this turn, because he also has a take it or leave it in hand, and he doesn't have a card draw thing in hand yet. So he can probably just suicide his token. Oh, okay, he decides to go ahead with the bombardment. Yeah, I was about to say he can suicide a token into a 3 health unit, and then Fat Cat could play a pacify on one of his own units and buff one other unit outside of the bombardment range.
Do you know what I was thinking? I was thinking that maybe Meat Value was thinking if I possibly don't like bombard it, then it gives him the opportunity to kind of like pacify and then get some of the stats outside of a bombardment. And so then those units survive still. He does actually, he draws it.
Two of the units were at 2 HP, so it's hard to buff
he
those
draws.
out of the range, but yeah, this is huge. This Glaive is
it's massive.
Massive.
Yeah. Okay, so Glaive v Glaive.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing that the red deck wants to do. You just play some units yourself that are normal aggro deck units. Then you have like an AoE card, you equalize the board and you can do the Glaive, or you have the Glaive if you're just playing on an equal board anyways. But because he didn't have anything to do on turn 2, he was just drawing the AoE cards. He essentially equalized the board, and then Fat Cat didn't have a strong play. Only has the Gafar, and now the Glaive is going to be pretty tough to deal with. Also, we see that a Wong is going to be able to be developed here this turn. And yeah, this is looking very, very good for meat value.
He's going to Mew, isn't he, I think? Is he going to Mew just to kind of remove the Glaive?
Yeah, he just keeps
I think so.
He keeps playing for board, just buying himself more time, more turns, until he can eventually play the combo thing. He doesn't need to rush out the card draw.
No, he doesn't. No, I think that was a nice play, actually. Keep the pressure on the board, remove like a Glaive, which can cause you a bit of pain, of course, right? Especially if that Glaive is able to get not pacified, but if the pacifism starts and then your Glaive grows to like a 4/7, then that's going to be a bit more of an issue. I like it. So Mere Smokes are coming in, and then he's now going to pacify using Change of Heart. That's actually quite nice as well.
Yeah,
really good from...
being shielded is
really good.
Huge.
Kind of what we were talking about, wasn't it? The power of the Mearsmancer, just being able to kind of drop shields or like unstealth something, and then if you have a way to kind of then answer that threat, you can kind of nullify that card, and that's exactly what he done. So love that from Very Fat Cat there.
Yeah, it's like the tough part about this. It's like a little bit of too little, too late, because you want to do this when you have a board yourself, when you actually can benefit of doing this. Also, Valio keeps holding his no snitching. He can snitch his own Glaive away from the pacify. Then it obviously doesn't cleave anymore, but it's still like a 3/4 unit that can make trades.
Yeah.
And Meat Valio just playing the game very, very slow, holding the card draw until he just has more mana and probably can play card draw into combo at the next turn immediately. That's like an interesting approach.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's usually just
quite
a bad
nice
card. It's very rarely good unless you have like some Terra setups.
You don't like Citrine Rose? You don't like it, no? It's no good?
No, I mean, it's just...
Not a fan of it, no?
It's the worst 6 drop you can get. It's a 4/5 with a negative effect.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on then from the Citrine Rose. I was kind of excited that he got that. No, we'll move on.
I mean, you want to get like a Terra mech or something here because the Lemmy already
do,
got played,
yeah.
and Terra mech is a bit tougher to be removed here.
Yeah. You do. To be fair. Yeah. So we're going to see Wong here. Wong, of course, not being able to buff anything anymore, but still able to kind of get the card draw. That hasn't changed. He's got a lot of card draws, actually, hasn't he? To be fair, in his deck.
Yeah, the cards like Wong and Searched Archives are very ideal for these combo decks that involve relics in their combos, because you just get to see 5 cards and you get to pick the ones, which usually you value very, very lowly if you play like any kind of tempo mid-range oriented deck that wants to win on board and things like that. But if you play these combo setup decks and you really want very specific cards and you're not just okay spending your mana, then it's very, very nice to have these to like just fish for very powerful specific tools that you want. It just thins out your deck quickly and it sets the other cards at the bottom of your deck. So which usually this doesn't matter for any mid-range or aggro deck, but for the combo decks it really does matter because you just want to get your pieces together.
Yeah, absolutely.
He has the combo next turn, I think.
Yep.
So this is like a very crazy showing of the Gafar just never really being able to get a whole lot of early game advantages done. There was a take it or leave it into bombardment, so that's very, very tough to deal with. But it also just shows meat values, essentially the combo of the cost reduced glaive hitting the board with the machinist guaranteed. Just very, very strong early game. And yeah, the Gafar didn't even push damage or could do much, right?
No, I think that's just a little point here actually as well, just for anyone that's watching, because some people thinking, oh god, he played Interrogator, then he played the effect, but the reason he done it that way is because he wanted to actually be able to buff the Interrogator through the effect that was played. So it got the pacifism buffed it. But ordinarily, in another situation, you probably wouldn't want to be playing Interrogator than an effect, but that's why that happened.
Yep. We should also highlight that the No Snitching was still on hand to counter that Alvaro Interrogator. If there would not have been this No Snitching, then now we would have had 2 units that are defenders. And if they die, the Citrine Rose is going to give another defender to the Steward. So it's like not really possible to remove those units with the board. And then that Alvaro would have been able to live a bombardment. And yeah, that Alvaro would just counter the whole combo, because the combo does 1 damage to you per spell that you play. And Alvaro does 3 damage to yourself, or 1 damage to the enemy.
Yeah.
And
very,
very well played by meat value to holding on to that No Snitching and not tempoing it on the glaive, trading the Terra Glider last turn, for example, because then he would have opened himself up to lose to just that buffed up Interrogator.
Wow. Conceded there, as we see. Wow, that's it. That's it. Very fat cat.
Combo takes like 10 minutes, so he saved us some time.
Yeah. Yeah, he thought, I'm not going to sit around for this. I know you've got it. And Very Fat Cat is out. He came into this tournament with a 6-0, and he is out to Meat Value, who played fantastic. So Meat Value progresses with a 2-0. Viper, you're going to break that. You have to break that down for us, because we need to tap into your amazing mind and just give us the rundown as to how that all played out. And like, was that a shock? I mean, because I actually thought, Very Fat Cat with the decks that he brought, I thought they'd at least get a win there. What do you think, Viper? What happened?
Yeah, I assume that Fat Cat in testing and probably also in general thought that the Gafar should be able to do well into the combo-ish Mongolian deck setups. I don't know if he had tested this a lot into especially this version that Meat Value played with the early game units into Glaive compared to the standard the standard after a few days and like the patch and everything. But people usually were just playing the Crimson Fleet mechanic into Red Sand Scout, into Rummaging Researcher to just draw some cards, which is kind of like a weak early game to play. But that's why they played Kathy for the extra +1/+1. We see Meat Value choosing the different path there with the Astil's Glaive thing, which I think usually we were thinking about that a lot in the past in like red decks. Like, yeah, we can just play like 1 vehicle, reduce it. We can always draw it with the Machinist. That's very powerful. Can we do something with this victory? Astil Glaive come to mind. But it was never good enough, because then the red decks just need to play the game further. and you need to like close out the games and do more. But here you don't. You just want the really strong turn 1 to 4 kind of thing. Maybe play a Lemmy on turn 5, which is exactly what we saw. And he managed to super stabilize versus the Gafar. The Gafar deck, again, unfortunately, both games had to play Gafar on turn 3. You really don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You really want to keep up pressure. You want to push damage early on, and then you want to do things like Formidable and the Pacify, push 9 even. Gafar himself as the 5-mana card, push 5, make the opponent discard something, make their plays awkward, make them feel that they can die, that they have to react in ways that they don't want to. But he was never really able to pull up that pressure because, again, just playing the 0 attack unit on turn 3 is not what the aggressor wants to do in a matchup, and you kind of are the aggressor on both of those matchups.
Yeah, and that was a straight up 2-0 though, guys.
It was
really fast, man. I was thinking like, yeah, Very Fat Cat still had a kind of a chance to play this, like to counter this because he actually prepared for to go against a John. But looking at that matchup, it doesn't look like it happened. Like any thoughts regarding the first match though, like how it went? We saw like a big security engineer getting even though the Mice Mancer already had a good run during the first few turns. What went wrong in the first match though? Let's start with the factor.
Well, I think what Viper says pretty much nailed it. That like for Very Fat Cat, he was not really able. Like you don't want to be playing Gafar on 3, right? And he kind of had to. And then once that happened, I mean, his Gafar got kind of answered pretty easily. After that, so you kind of play 3. It didn't really stick. Didn't really get much benefit from it. It didn't really grow. And then kind of he wasn't able to like seriously address the security officer. He had an opportunity to do it, I think, didn't he, with the Formidable, but wasn't quite able to do it. And that kind of went downhill after that, really, because then the security officer stuck. It then had Defender, it had Evasive, it had Armed, and then of course, like with the Matrix that he was developing as well, like that just kind of compounded the problem really for Very Fat Cat, that like you're then having to deal with units on the board that can pass big upgrades over, but the Matrix is also like making it difficult for you because they're upgrading the upgrades essentially, and then being able to pass those over too. So it was tough. I think for Very Fat Cat, like he needed to get like a seriously wide board really quickly, right, in that Gafar match, and then start getting it buffed massively through pacifism. Just wasn't really able to do it because like he wasn't able to kind of get the pacifism off, you know, would it be from the security officer with the shielded, and just having to try and like answer rather than be the aggressor, as Viper said. So I'm kind of, we know that Very Fat Cat's like one of the best players in this scene. He's very good at like deck building, and I think he'll probably be really disappointed that he's gone out so soon there because as you say, I think when you looked at his decks were very well built with say a John in mind, and then even slightly for the combo too. But yeah, I think you have to say as well, Meat Value played really good, so he deserves to go through.
Yeah, like I think Viper already mentioned a lot of good plays or possible counters during that previous match. But like in this matchup, right? Would it have gone different if he started like with a Scipius Viper? Would it still be the same output, or rather same 2-0 for in favor of Meat Value? What do you think?
I mean, this is like it's like a weird talking point about conquest and essentially the mental of players. Like, how does it affect somebody to be 1-0 or like 0-1 and such? Like, mathematically speaking, you can just random.org and your opponent cannot have an advantage over you doing random.org in which order you play your decks. If your opponent knows that you do random.org, okay, we can then argue there's like some decision matrix, and we can talk about like game theory or whatnot, and can talk about personality traits. Some people really want to be 1-0 up because it boosts their confidence. Some people really don't care. Some people get really demotivated or annoyed if they go down 0-1. Then you can argue, okay, if you win with the deck that's supposed to not win a game in the first match, even though it's only like 30%, that just mentally crushes your opponent, and then they play worse afterwards. So it's just really worth to play in air quotes bad deck first. And it's just, if you have some information advantage about how your opponent thinks and behaves and such,
Mhm.
then you can argue you should play this or that. But
Yeah.
then, like the reality, if you don't want to bother with any of this, you just run Lord Orchid and it's fine.
Putting in some
Random.org, I love it.
putting in some insights into a deeper game knowledge right there. It's like it's no longer into deck lists. Maybe it's into psychology of the gameplay right there.
Psychoanalysis. Yeah.
Psychoanalysis,
Yeah.
man. But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
you have to win with everything once. Like therefore, that's like it's
Yeah.
whatever. Like everything has to get a win at one point.
all right, all right, all
Yeah.
right. Okay, guys. So before we go on to the bracket, we're gonna be saying goodbye for now to the factor as we go into the next match. Let's look at the bracket right now to see what happened so far here at the Open. Here we go, Parallel Prime League Open 8. We've had some amazing matches. The Very Fat Cat and Meat Valley match went in with a 2-0 with Meat Valley moving forward, and he's going to be facing Mystery, who already went with a 2-1 against BlizzCon John. Now, look at this, man. Baby Bear actually beat Zelyasser with a 2-0. Oh man, that's
wild.
amazing. That's wild.
That's wild.
Baby Bear is actually taking heads right now, and these are pros, right? These are pros right here, and she's stacking up those wins and getting to the semifinals already. And meanwhile, Ego Rick and Perp are still going to go with their matches, and let's see how it goes while we're doing the semifinals cast right here. And welcoming back to the casters table, we're going to be seeing Fino and Viper right here as we're going to be casting the match of Meat Value and Mystery. Okay, before we go on to that match, man, I mean, you saw the match, Fino. How satisfying was it to see Jan be played into a win right there, Fino?
I think like all that I really took away from that game was the security officer being
Yes.
like such a big deal against the Gafar. I
Mhm.
think Fat Cat has kind of prepared against Jan, but I think maybe more like with the version that he played, which didn't have the security officer in. And I think once you add that, and some of the other cards that Meat Value and Zelly, I know they both practice together. They chose to add in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it made a huge difference, right? Like,
Yes.
yeah, I think it was just the security officer doing crazy work in my eyes that game.
Man, that's actually gonna be gonna be influencing Fino's deck making in the future with the security
I'm putting it
officer.
in my deck because I
Yeah.
didn't have it so far, but after this game, I mean, if you played Hearthstone, like Questing Adventurer was like one card that I really liked, which
Yeah.
basically kept getting +1/+1
Tails.
time you
Yeah.
played a card. This one
Yeah.
is very similar, like it just gets +1/+1 every time equip and upgrade. But
Yeah.
with Jan, like in the Matrix, it's
Yeah.
like every turn. So
Yeah.
yeah, really
Yeah.
solid card.
Really solid card indeed. And now, of course, for this next match, it's going to be a solid match that we're going to be seeing. It's going to be Mystery versus Meat Value. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, this was the finals match in the previous minors, right? So it's gonna be a rematch of sorts, but now it's going to be an Alpha Remaster rematch. Man, do you have any thoughts regarding these two players, Viper?
Hi, both very, very good players that have been around for like a long time. I met Meat Value the first time in Manila this year. He really loves the game. He keeps talking about the game. He knows so many cards and decks and tech cards and ideas he has. Like, he was telling us about some crazy Skippy deck where he was like, this is like one card off working, and it had like cards in it that I never even knew were in the game. Like,
Yeah.
like he's that kind of player. He's always going to come up with something next level, something really, really strong, and I respect that. It's really scary to go up against Meat Value, especially in tournaments where in the top 16, he's like the guy you face round one, because you don't really know what's he going to bring this time.
Yeah.
And what's like that practice group going to come up with, right? And yeah, Mystery has just been around, just consistently playing well, and I think he's not really had a lot of like pop-off moments where he's actually the one that's like winning in the end, but just very, very strong and consistent results. Just one of those players that the people in the scene, when they play on ladder, when they play tournaments, they know he's like a scary guy to face. But I think if you're just like following and watching along, you might not see the name as often as it would deserve recognition.
Yeah, man. Like both of these guys definitely are in the parallel TCG competitive lore already. And since you mentioned mystery, let's look at the mystery. Oh, the decks of mystery right now and unveil the the mystery. Here we go. We're gonna be having Lemieux here with his first deck, and let's listen to Pino to break this down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, are we sure this is the one? Because I was just checking the
Wait, let me
decks and
check. Let me check.
thought I saw the different. I thought I saw a combo version, but no, no. I guess this
Yeah,
is the one. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this one is just like the more classic non-combo version of the deck.
Mhm.
It has the fleet support scimitar captain, which I think is really good against the combo Lemmy deck, which we're gonna see from mid value. So
Mhm.
I think, and the saboteurs. I guess. I mean, the combo Lemmy deck doesn't really play the relic before the combo. You don't really have to, but it's kind of nice to have it there. The Harf is also pretty good against the other Lemmy deck. So I think Mystery definitely wants to beat down on the Lemmy deck.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
Yeah, this is like a classic Lemmy. No combos here. Apparently, it's kind of difficult to make that happen. So he's gonna be bringing it back to its base or to its roots. And I'm happy to see Cindy back into the game, into the fold, being played by Mystery. Let's look at this next deck right now. And next one is gonna be interesting because it's gonna be another Gafar deck. How does this differ from the previous Gafar decks we've seen so far, Viper?
So I think the most outstanding is another alpha card that got reworked with the Aftertats Attendant, which is now a 2-mana 2/3, and it's like the new ramp card, so to say, right? Where you can reveal one of your cards, and then the opponent doesn't get the ramp, but you at the start of the turn always get a ramp like Stuart did. Obviously, it works very nice with Rummaging Researcher potentially later on in the game, where you can get multiple draws of that combo off, which kind of replaces the Wong that usually was very, very strong in any of these aggro kind of decks as a turn 5, fill up your hand, push some damage kind of thing. So he's trying to substitute that. We haven't seen it in a lot of the other Gafar decks. And I think Gafar in general is very unsolved for this tournament, but also people just try to do different things. They ban different stuff, so that comes in there a lot. So we still see the Myers Mancers here, just powerful card overall, really good versus other Gafar decks, really good versus the Jans and such. Or if people like Penzo bring the scary ramp skippy decks. And then we see the Smile Supplies, which also now has a Withdraw 4 added on it, making it, especially if you have the additional reveal cards in your deck, a really good late game just value card to play. So the Gafar deck looks like a very, very cheap deck from the cards in it, but it has a lot of late game potential. I think similar to the Lemmy deck, he doesn't want to just win the game quickly early game. He plays like the more control-y stuff, probably trying to beat like skippy decks that he maybe expected. We see triple radical move in both decks, maybe trying to beat other Lemmy decks and such. Because if you play like the more controlling Lemmy deck, then you have to think it's good for the tournament. You probably expect other people to also play it, which I think then always makes sense to like max out the radical movers and try to like beat your own decks a bit when the game is so open. It's like very new patch, very new meta. It's really hard to expect what everybody's gonna bring.
Yeah, man. Like I like the addition of smuggled supplies here, and none of the there's a lot of cards that are going to be revealed, especially with the presence of some of these cards, and also you get to play a lot more down the line. So let's see how this works for Mystery. Let's look at this. The next deck that's going to be coming from Meat Value. Okay, now Meat Value is going to be playing his only Mew deck. And since we had Fino a while ago, how does this differ to Mystery's deck?
Yeah, I think this one, like, I can mostly compare it to Penjo's version, I think. Penjo played, like, a similar deck, the one I casted last time, and I kept mentioning how I thought the deck, like, didn't have enough, like, card draw in it. And, I mean, this one just seems like a way better version. The Wong is there, the Search the Archives is there, which is a new card that we haven't really seen that often, but it just feels so good in this type of deck. It fits really well. And then we have the classic Armored Systems Engineer, Machinist, with the only vehicle being played being the Astel's Glaive. Anyone that knows Zelly and Meat Value, they know this is like their thing. Like, they always try to do that. Like, Zelly has always been trying to push this system engineer, machinist, glaive agenda, and I mean, you can see it right here. Yeah, I think this one is just like a way better version of the deck. I feel like it makes more sense, like more card draw. And the one really interesting thing to me is that it doesn't even play the Lemieux's Reign, which I actually kind of understand. It doesn't really feel like it does much in this deck. So yeah, it's just really solid version. I think this one is the one that I can actually see working out just because of the card draw it has in it.
Oh, sorry. Here we go. And yeah, that's an amazing deck from Meat Value. Search Archives and Wong are definitely going to be the star for this deck. And we are going to be seeing some more draws. Maybe that's what's lacking from Pensoken's deck a while ago. So this is definitely one force to be reckoned with. Let's look at the next deck from Meat Value right now. And here we go. We have Gafar again. How does this, how is this different from the Gafar deck of Mystery? Let's listen to Viper right now.
So I think the biggest difference that we can see at first is there's like 5 upgrades in this deck. So Meat Value tries to have like the 1 unit and then buff the unit and probably take out things with that. Maybe he didn't expect people to play, for example, the standard control Lemmy with the remove damaged kind of cards. Because that's the scary thing. If you play a unit, you upgrade it, you take a trade, and then it can just get removed by like the Lemmy Rain or something like that. Probably just the read that he had here, just make a really big and sticky board, which we saw, for example, Fat Cat not really pull off, and he tries to just have more surviving units with the relics. And outside of that, we just see the no card draw engine deck, basically. It doesn't have Wong, it doesn't have the Rummaging Researcher, it doesn't have any of that. He just tries to have the 9 1-drops into some 2-drop buff play or 1-drop into double 1-drop, which is a lot more consistent due to the Steward of the Garden active. And yeah, just like spam the board with 1-drops, buff your board, and then follow up with Terra Glider, very strong play on turn 4 obviously. Make your units survive AoE cards with the upgrades, which again, it's like he expected people to play bombardment decks like the combo, Lemmy and such, then it makes sense to play the upgrades, because the upgrade buffs your thing outside of the bombardment range, and you get to keep pushing damage, keep chipping away at your opponent, and then you can eventually finish with the formidable presence with the Gafar or the Vigilant as well. So a more aggressive, a lot less late game version than what we see in Mystery, who probably wanted to play more slower control-y games of his decks.
Hey, sorry for that, guys. I just experiencing some difficulties, and we're seeing the bans right now. It's gonna be double John. Oh man, John again is banned. Oh man, we're probably just gonna be seeing just one John being played during this tournament, and from what it looks like, it's too powerful. But the 2 decks that are gonna be seeing are Lemieux and Gafar, which is gonna be kind of a sort of mirror match with different deck techs. What do you think about these this matchup, guys? Let's start with Fino.
Yeah, I think this one will be very close. I think it will just come down to the Lemmy, to the combo Lemmy, managing to get there, in my eyes. Yeah, I just feel like that's kind of like the key deck in this matchup.
Yeah, okay, I want to see that combo too, and it hasn't been performed quite nicely during this match, during this tournament. But let's look at the match right now between Meat Value and Mystery semifinals match and a rematch again of the Miners. Let's listen to Viper and Fino, our casters. Take it away.
All right, this is an interesting one. So we're basically seeing the Gafar against the more regular version of the Lemmy, I guess. This one kind of used to be, I would say slightly Lemmy favored in the past. What do you think?
I think it depends a bit on like the patch and the version of Gafar, but I think it's like very Lemmy favored, even because Lemmy can remove the Gafar with the Lemmy Rain, which is a big difference to like all the other Rite of Redemption decks that just struggle with that 0-8. But if you just remove the Gafar, that's crazy. Now the nerf to the rain, though, making it an assault card, you don't get the regular anymore. So I think that probably swung the matchup a bit around. And now we also have Gafar with 1 mana 2/3s and things like that. So it's probably a lot closer than we saw in the past. Then again, the Gafar goes second, and I think going second is just really tough for Gafar nowadays overall. That's what I experienced as well, playing the game in the qualifier myself. Just
Right.
going second on Gafar is just so tough to make a board and then buff up the board in a meaningful way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see all the early units there for mid value, but I mean, the Mystery's Hands just kind of seems to have everything right now. It has the Lemmy's Rain as removal. It has the Machinist for like a solid turn to play if he doesn't need to use that. And then like the Researcher to even get more cards. I feel like this is kind of like the starting hand you want to see as the Lemmy here. And I mean, he's definitely feeling pretty comfortable about this, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, the like Ray of Hope for meat value on that end is essentially the new 0 mana reworked spell, which is, I think, one of the like the craziest cards, even though it's not super flashy. But the 0 mana +1/+1 option in Gafar is massive, and you don't
Yeah,
even
big
have the
deal.
late game drawback because you can just draw a card with it as well. So that
Yeah,
card really saves him here on board.
yeah, I feel like that card is really interesting. Like, I feel like even in Nehemiah at some point, if we see it, it's gonna be really good. Like, even just being able to proc, like the flurry sometimes is really nice. Like, if you get some unit from the Terra Glider or something, and I mean, if not, you can always just like replace it with another card, right? So, I feel like it's
Oh
just
yeah,
like really strong card.
no, it's really crazy. I would put it like top 5 cards in the game basically because of the
Yeah,
flexibility and being
it
zero
does so
cost is
much,
just
right?
such a strong thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah, you can have both the uses of like if you're dying, you can use it as a heal. If you need extra stats, you can use it there. If not, you just replace it with another card. So there's literally just like no downside to it. Really, really strong card. Yeah, I mean this is kind of like the perfect board for Mystery here. He even has the Researcher as the follow-up. This is looking kind of tough for the Gafar, I'd say.
Yeah, Gafar has essentially a good answer though with the pacify, right? You can trade and take out a unit. Now the Researcher is a bit of an awkward play, but Mystery picking up another 1-drop is very huge here. So you can just keep up the pressure.
Yeah, it's even
And
the one drop
especially,
that can activate the Researcher, right?
yeah, and we can assault the Lemmy Rain as well. So
Yeah,
if we,
really
for example,
solid.
get like a lethal unit here, would be very tough to
That's
deal with.
huge. Yeah. I mean, this is another thing that like the Gafar doesn't really have any AoE or like kind of any way to deal with that. Oh, that one actually could hurt because like the Vapor is really solid against that one, but there's no Vapor in mid value's hand. Oh, what do you think about the
Yeah.
5-drop Gafar? This is like kind of like a different version. We haven't really seen like really expensive units in Gafar. I feel like it's mostly just like a bunch of like 1-drops and stuff, but he's choosing to play the 5-cost Gafar.
And I think the nice thing about 5-cost Gafar, especially in the last meta with Organ Call, was that you can target shielded units. And if somebody just tries to make one big shielded unit or like an Astel's Glaive and develops the Glaive, you can just play the Gafar and you take out that Glaive. And even if you want to snitch the Glaive so it can attack again, which you usually can do as the counterplay, then it loses the cleave effect, right? So I would
Oh,
say
yeah,
probably
yeah.
expected people to just play Astel's Glaives in Gafar, maybe in Lemmy, maybe in various other decks as well. And the 5-drop is just a very nice counter against that. Also, the 5-drop, if it lives, it removes Pacify from one of your units, which now with
Yeah.
Gafar getting a stacking attack buff can just allow your very high attack Gafar to attack.
Yeah, makes it better. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about this Steward of the Garden change? I'm actually like a huge fan of it. I feel like I even like prefer it a lot of the times because I feel like the card before was kind of like a lot of the times weak to the no snitching, but I don't know. Now it just feels like a really solid unit, especially in Gafar where you can just pacify and even buff the token. Feels very solid there.
Yeah, I think now it's like you said, it's an overall very solid card, and it always is gonna do its job. A 1 mana 1/3 is also something we haven't really seen a whole lot in parallel. It's usually been
Right.
1/2s or 2/2s. So it's a
Yeah,
very good stat line, especially for the Gafar buff thematic. Before
for
the
sure.
card was just very hit or miss, right? Like if you get the
Yeah.
mana,
Very
unbelievably
polarized.
powerful. If it gets snitched, like you almost lose the game because of that happening. So I
Hmm.
prefer this version of the card a lot. I'm not sure if it actually is better though, because
Yeah.
if the 0/3 went off, you just played a 1-drop plus a pacify the turn after, and you just started snowboarding the board. And so far, we have just seen this game again. Gafar just failed to snowball the board, right? Like you go
For
second
sure.
and Steward of the Garden could salvage, you go second, because you play 1-drop into another 1-drop change of heart, which with the double mulligan you pretty consistently get. But now, I don't know, you just like play a bit understated units, you get a pacify, and maybe you get one buff or so. And yeah, it's a lot harder to gain board, especially going second.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, the armed. We see the armed there. That's that's really nice. Like the token having armed is actually, we've seen it quite a bit in this tournament already. Not definitely not irrelevant. But yeah, this is kind of like the spot where I feel like Gafar has kind of fallen quite a bit behind. And we see cards now like, Scimitar Captain and Lemmy's Reign, and also the Lemmy Paragon being active now. I feel like the Lemmy is like in such a good spot from here, because I feel like no matter what mid value plays, it's gonna get removed. And then the later the game goes, the closer it gets to like the fleet support Scimitar Captain. What do you think about that as like a win con?
Oh yeah, I think especially the Lemmy build that Mystery is playing is basically the like old school kind of fleet support Scimitar Captain win condition
Right.
Lemmy, where you contest the board early game with some units, you do like the Markolian kind of thing, right? The Machinist and the Red Sand Scout, just strong early game that your opponent wants to answer, and then mid game your deck falls off a little bit, but it still holds on enough that you can do fleet support double discard, and then you just move on from there. And it's just
Yeah.
a standard control deck, and he's gonna get to that spot. He's 30 HP, he's ahead on board. It's looking good from that angle, but he doesn't have like this mid-game filling stuff in hand right now. Lemmy is an
Yeah.
okay play here. It has evasive as
Probably
well,
gonna get
which
the
comes in
researcher
this
back,
matchup.
right?
Yeah. But he's gonna have like weak-ish turns, but they are good enough because he was just so ahead early game.
Yeah, also his opponent kind of like is no energy here. He has to play like what
Yeah.
with 2 energy or something. Oh my god, there it is. Yeah, it just feels so strong, right? Like now, like if I'm mystery, all I'm thinking about is like, okay, I just need to make it to turn 7, do that, and then it kind of feels impossible to lose from there.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
deck also compared to Mystery Stack doesn't really have a lot of the smuggled supplies or card draw engines going for him. Like he really
Yeah.
wants to snowball the game. So his version of Gafar gets, like in a sense, a bit more punished off. If you go second, you can't snowball the game. You don't really have this alternative game plan of maybe you just outvalue, outgrind, maybe you just have more card draw, you pacify the enemy board over and over again. Option where he's just behind and he doesn't really have much ways to come back.
Right. What do you think about this version of mid value, the Gafar? I actually quite like the mystery version of the Gafar. Like, I'm not sure what the upgrades are really there for. Have you like figured that out? I was trying to like work out why,
It's
but
mostly beating AoE cards, right? I assume. Like you want to upgrade a card going into the bombardment turns, probably upgrade, yeah, just like
right.
any unit going to bombardment, and then you keep chipping away. But it's like the thing where if you go first, you develop units, you can get a pacifier, and then you play like another unit and an upgrade on turn 4, and then your opponent can do the bombardment play, and then it's like a bit awkward, and you just keep taking more and more chip damage. You eventually die to the formidable, I think. That's what
Right.
I assume he wanted to just get off there as a combo. But
Yeah.
I think it's like the very all-in thing on if you're not ahead on board, then those cards are just very weak.
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, he's even like he's like recognizing like I don't even need to do it this next turn. I can just play it right now, have the unit on board as well, and then he has like the the relic with the Lemmy's Reign next turn. That's also pretty good. Gets a bunch of value again. Did he actually
Yeah, I think
discard the relic removal? I didn't see.
yeah, he hit the relic
He
removal.
did,
I think
right?
from mystery side, you're just kind of scared. What if there's like a unit behind formidable presence, but there's one formidable presence already used. There's only 2 in the deck, so that's not even really something to be scared of.
Would you have played that there? Like, I'm curious if you would have played the Scimitar Captain there or held it for the next turn.
I think I probably.
I think I
Okay,
would
so I
hold
think
it. 'Cause, like,
the big upside for playing it is that Gafar can't develop a board, right? And you're probably just scared of, okay, what if he has like a really powerful play, 3 cards from hand, a pacify, because the Lemmy and the 2/2, the Trooper are already pacified. he pacifies the rummaging as well, then there's no board, and then he suddenly faces Gafar with 2 units. And then maybe he can discard Gafar's hand, but then he just top decks, and he top decks the right cards, and somehow he can die. Like, it's like playing around 1% kind of scenarios here, right? But
So like what playing around
what
kind
you're
of like
doing, right?
Gafar playing his whole hand type situation, you're saying?
Yeah, Gafar plays the whole hand, develops like something on board, and then he keeps top
Yeah.
decking like really good plays, and he can somehow push enough damage. Maybe you don't have
Right.
invasive units. You only had Sandrillion, which also damages yourself if you have to AoE. Like, he was
Yeah, I
probably
guess that's
scared
not
of taking
crazy.
any damage. Like, if he doesn't take any damage, he cannot lose to this Gafar because there's like no card draw in it. So he's just gonna
Yeah.
play the he kind of does what Meat Value did the series before, where he just wants to play for as long he wants to play for board as long as possible, and then eventually the
Mhm.
other deck just like doesn't get there anymore because it's too late into the game.
Yeah, I see. It just feels like I don't know. It kind of felt risky from the perspective of um, I don't know how much discarding a random card does there versus kind of like picking the next turn.
Mhm.
Like if you can just pick two, like no matter what board your opponent like develops, like if you discard two cards, they have no hand and it's kind of over, right? Like that's kind of how I see it. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I can
I think it's
definitely
it's
see the
like the
meme here.
really niche thing of like a Steward of the Garden, a Tanakh, and then you have a withdraw play for the next turn.
Mhm.
Or you do like Sword of the Garden, Tanakh, 1-drop, Pacify, next turn you top deck the Gafar, and then you push 11 damage. And then because you do the Scimitar discard play, you didn't deal with the board, right? And then you
Right.
have to maybe Sandrillion, and then maybe you took like 20 damage all of a sudden, and like a formidable Pacify thing can somehow get there for him. I think that's what he was just trying to play around there.
Yeah, I guess.
There might also not
Yeah.
even be 2 cards in hand if you wait. Because Gafar might just play the entire hand and there's like 1 card left. Maybe he was also just thinking he doesn't even get the value out of the play.
Yeah, that was probably it. I mean, from this spot, it feels super hard for the Gafar to do anything. Feels like he's kind of like way too far behind on the board now. And the fleet support is starting to get like insane value here. Like he can even play the quartermaster here, get the rain back. That's really solid.
Yeah, I think this is the spot where you can think about what Tanakh out does he have? What kind of Tanakh withdrawals can you maybe lose to? Is there anything in the game? You just
No,
spend your time on that because the Gafar deck itself, there's like what can you do really?
I don't think there's anything here. Like you still
Yeah,
have the fleet support
nothing
up. You
comes.
still have like so much
Yeah.
value, right? Like
No, this is just like Lemmy being the control deck and just slowly winning
yeah,
at this point.
yeah. This Lemmy deck has done better than I thought. It's actually performed quite well in this, and it feels like it also kind of does well against the combo Lemmy version, right? Because you have the Scimitar Captain, which seems to be like, and the fleet support. It's kind of like a big deal against the slower version of the deck, right?
Yeah, that
The combo.
I don't know that much. I mean, I haven't played a whole lot of the combo version, especially versus like other Mongolian decks.
Mhm.
Because in the fleet support plus Scimitar at the same turn, it's 7 mana. That's too late. You kind of have to play it before, and then you're only discarding 1 card. And if you look at Meat Value's version, for example, there's so much card draw. I think you can get more combo pieces. And if you have to do 3 mana, look at the hand, discard 1. If you're not ahead on board doing that and pushing damage at the same time, it becomes tricky
Mhm.
again. So I really like
Yeah,
Meat
that's
Value's
fair.
version of that deck. Like it looks very, very
But
good.
at the same time, though, right? Like in order to get to that spot where you can do that, where you can do the combo, right? Like you need to like probably spend 4 energy doing nothing, just drawing cards, and I feel like that can snowball. Like the other Lemmy can snowball quite a bit if you have a weak turn like that. So it's just whether or not you can find the time as the combo Lemmy to do that. I feel because like this kind of like matchups, it feels like they're just kind of like everyone is playing their board and kind of like dealing with the opponent's board in a way. And it feels like if you take a turn like off to draw cards, that might be too slow unless you're like too close to the combo, right?
I would say a bit yes, but also like a bit no, because if you look at the controllish Lemmy list here, there's no orbital strikes, there's no burn cards at all in the deck. So that definitely gives Meat Value +1 turn, maybe +2 turns at times. Or I guess there's solar grenade, but solar grenade is
It's just a
like not
similar
multiple
captain though, right?
orbs.
Like that's it just allows you to
Yeah,
do that,
yeah,
as you said. Like so you will be pushing damage because your opponent is kind of like taking time to do the card draw, and
yeah.
then it even
What I
allows you to
wanted
just do
to
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what I want to get to is like you can like take off a turn to draw cards, and then you can play a bombardment, and you wipe like almost everything that the Lemmy deck can play because it's all these small units. There's
Hmm.
only Lemmy itself, Rummaging, and the Iron Corpse that are 4 HP. Outside of that, it's
Right.
just mostly low health units, and I think you can probably have like a better early game with the whole like Astel's Glaive kind of thing. And then you just have the AoE cards as potential follow-ups. But in the
Yeah, the
end,
afterclave
a
is
lot's gonna
actually
come
pretty
down
hard to deal
to
with.
yeah,
I
it's like a
guess
lot
it's
like go
only like
first,
the
go
Lemmy,
second
right?
stuff. Yeah, but Lemmy is a slow answer as well, right? It's like a 5-mana, just kill the Asset's Glaive and draw a card. So
Yeah,
it's not, and
yeah,
you also have to
that's
damage it before. So that's like that's why I think like the meat value deck, I can see that it just prolongs the game long enough that you can draw enough combo pieces to not lose to the discard stuff as much. But I also
interesting.
can
I
see
guess
you
we're
just
not
go
gonna see
second
it.
and they die. Oh
I don't
yeah,
think I mean we're definitely not seeing it since
no,
the
it's
I
just
think Lemmy's getting the win here.
mystery is just victory lapping this game here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of like I feel like the power of fleet support, right? It's pretty like if it actually gets going and if you can actually manage to discard their relic removal, after that it just feels like you're so far ahead. And yeah, I feel like there's not much mid value could have done after it got so much
No,
value.
he just didn't have the aggressive enough start. Like I think this just came down to mystery goes first. He gets to develop units. He has the Lemmy passive, the 1/1 that you get for free with armed. We also saw the armed coming in, so it just sticks around. It keeps getting traced, it keeps enabling the removing damaged units at
Yeah.
times.
Mhm.
And yeah, Meat Value just could never establish a board, and now Lemmy's just doing, like you said, the fleet support slowly outgrind the other player by all these high value spells.
Yeah, the early game definitely seemed to be the most important part in this game. Like the start was so good for Mystery, just like the one drop, like all the removal in hand, like the researcher, the fleet support, the machinist to like draw the vehicles. It just kind of had everything. And yeah, I mean, as you said, mid value going second. There's not really that much you can do without. I wonder if like they were even thinking about some cards like take it or leave it or something in that deck, but I guess it's probably like too weak going first, especially without Wong. I assume that deck doesn't play Wong anymore.
Yeah, Meat Value plays basically no card draw. He just wants to
Yeah,
run somebody over. He plays
right.
more like pseudo damage with the upgrades as well, because he just has more things that he can attach to something if it can attack, and then it just keeps pushing more damage. Can also upgrade the Gafar or the Formidables. So he has, like, in a sense, more burn. But if he never gets to the spot where he just pushes the damage, then it's just tough, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, we just saw that play out like this. I think Gafar is like in this tournament feels like a scary deck to me. Like almost everybody brings it, so I don't know if there's actually like a better option than just playing Gafar yourself. I'm not gonna assume that,
It seems really
but
solid. I mean, I don't.
yeah,
It's kind of interesting that they both chose to ban the Yan here. Like we saw, Fat Cat chose to like not, but I think he might have regretted not banning it because, like, it seemed like it's still kind of like Yan just seems so strong there. But yeah, I mean, Gafar just has like all the early units, and I think there's like a lot of versions that are very interesting. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing Mystery's version with the new like I mean I guess it's like a new steward of the garden in a way, right? Like but it's just two
yeah,
costs now. Um I'm looking forward to
yeah.
seeing
It's
that.
it's two
That seemed like an
costs, and you
interesting version.
can. Yeah, I think I want to see if the rummaging researcher 2-cost combo, if that like happens in the mid game, and then he like starts to be the Gafar deck that just doesn't run out of cards. He just keeps playing
Right.
units, and the other Gafar deck has to keep trading because it's still Gafar, and you can't just give
Yeah.
up units. And if like we see some scenario like that,
Yeah, it's very interesting that he was also playing this card that is like I'm not sure what the name is. The one that basically I think they added withdraw to it now, which is you can play reveal cards from the deck. That's really interesting. The only thing that I always felt kind of weird about this combo was that if you play the 2-3 on 2, you have to reveal a card because you can't let your opponent ramp, and then you don't draw 2 with researcher right on the following turn. That's kind of the thing that kind of like seemed weird to me. But yeah, as you said, like in the mid game, you can do that like easier in a way.
Yeah, I think you don't really want to do the combo on like 2-3, right? You want to do the
Yeah,
2 drop, and
probably.
then you reveal something, and you just snowball off the ramp. And if you
Yeah,
can do
right,
that, like
right.
if your opponent doesn't do anything about it, you're probably happy about that. And then
For
maybe
sure.
eventually the researcher happens or it doesn't happen because you just killed your opponent. That's like how I thought about this, because my
Yeah, I mean,
initial thought
you don't
was
even
like
need to do
I
the
cannot do the
researcher.
double draw, right? I cannot do the
Yeah,
double draw, so it's weird. But I also don't want to double draw in Gafar. Like I just want to play
yeah,
for the board and keep buffing stuff. It's not Kathy, right? Kathy just wants to draw into the
yeah.
burn cards
Mhm.
eventually into the fleet combo. Kathy has
Yeah, it feels
just a
like you would
different late
rather
game.
just play like more units and like do a pacify to
Yeah.
like buff them instead of drawing more with a researcher, right? Yeah, but it's like a cool combo, and especially mid game against like any deck that's like slower, I guess, or if you're running out of stuff with Gafar, which actually happens quite often, especially now that there's no Wong, right? Like that, I remember that used to be like such a huge card in Gafar. I assume everyone has got it now. I haven't really checked everyone's list, but yeah, it feels way slower now.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of Wongs anymore. I wonder about Meat Value's list, for example, because he has the upgrades in it. So he has one if you have the Peace Pipe as a relic, and then you have upgrades and spells and units. I mean, Wong is a draw 3 to 4. That doesn't sound too bad, but it's still
Yeah,
5 mana 4/4, right? So it's still, you can only play it from a spot where you're allowed to do a slow turn. That's
right.
like already a winning spot, right?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how important the stats are, right? Like I remember during a time where like Wong was bugged in like a deck with an Ogen Core upgrade deck, like when you were playing the relic that you could pick if you were drawing an upgrade or something else, and like people weren't even playing that because Wong wasn't giving you the extra stats, which was kind of fun. And now like people just cut Wong completely. It just goes to show how important the stats were for that card.
Yeah, for sure. We also don't have too many decks that would draw 3, I think, in like this tournament. I mean, I guess Lemmy would be a draw 3, but Lemmy has the different card draw engines with the Relic and Lemmy Rain and Lemmy himself and such as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's just a draw 2 Wong, feels not good. I think a draw
Yeah,
3
yeah, for sure.
is really nice, but you also don't have to draw 3 all the time. And at draw 2, it's rough. Even with the stat buffs at draw 2, it didn't feel that great.
All right, we're seeing the steward into the 2/3. What's the name of that card? We probably need to know it because I feel like we might be
It's
seeing
I
it
cannot
more.
pronounce the first part, but I think it's like Etherant's attendant. But I'm
All
for
right,
sure
yeah,
butchering the
attendant.
first
Right, right,
part.
right. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, this is another like thing that I've always kind of found weird with this. I don't know how you feel about this like reduced Aster's Glaive combo that they're playing, but that's kind of like the part that I've always found weird, where like you just have Machinist on one and you're like, wait, am I supposed to like hold it now or like wait for the 2/2 unit? Like, what do you think about this combo of just playing the Asters only?
I think it makes a lot of sense for exactly this combo OTK version of Lemmy, or if you could play this in Cafe as well, it's like the same story for like this exact OTK kind of deck. I think it makes a lot of sense. Because if you
But
hit the thing, then
what?
you have to follow up and the card draw like very consistently.
Mhm. But it's
Yeah.
also like you could just be playing the red scouts, right? Which are like kind of like annoying little minions, and then like all of your Massinis draw instead of like just one draw here.
Yeah, I think you probably fine just banking the second and third machinists, right? Like you need cards to bank. You probably don't
Hmm.
want to bank card draw. You probably don't want to bank the combo pieces like as willingly versus like some of the decks that can discard from your hand. So I can see just
Right.
having the one drops just become the cards that you just bank for free and you feel okay about it after you did the
Yeah.
tempo gameplay, just making sense in the like context of the deck to me.
Oh, that's
That's why I say
interesting.
like exactly for this version, I think it looks like it makes sense because you don't want to bank the AoE cards, you don't want to bank the card draw, you don't want to bank the combo pieces. Like
Yeah.
there's stuff that you just have to keep in hand, and you don't have card draw that you play on turn 1, 2, 3. Like there's no cunning diplomat or something in the deck.
This is very interesting. We just see the tempo Gafar here. I feel like that's a play that became so much better now with the new version of Gafar. Because like beforehand, you just had the like mid value would just be able to like attack it, but now she can't. And oh, this is your card as well, the 6 bomb of Gali.
I like
Really
that
nice
card.
card. Are we gonna see the pipe here, or are we just going?
I assume so, yeah. It's probably a good
Yeah,
turn to play the
seems pretty
pipe.
solid.
You're
I think there
buffing
is
the steward
collateral
out of
damage
the bombardment
from.
range. So that's good.
Yeah, right. There is
Oh, yeah, he has
collateral
2 mana
damage from
drill.
mid-value
Yeah.
side, but
I think if meat value commits 2 mana on turn 4 for collateral damage, you're really happy about it because he doesn't have a whole lot you can do with the 2 mana that's left over.
mm-hmm. So the thing here is that I think that does Mystery play relic removal actually? I would assume so.
Yeah, I think
Because
he's on
like
2.
it looks like mid-value
He's
is
on
getting
3.
close to the combo,
3, yeah.
right?
Yeah, he's like 2 cards off basically, right? Because he also needs another
He needs to
spell.
develop the relic
No,
and
he
just
has
draw the.
a no snitching in the bank. So yeah, he just needs the spotter, and then that's combo.
Right.
Because he has the snitching, and you just need another 0 mana spell plus the anti-reveal one. Oh, I forgot the name.
Yeah. So you just need 2 0 mana spells basically.
Yeah, like the updated security protocol, and then either snitching or take it or leave it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you have take it or leave it, you can obviously combo, like in a sense, earlier because you just recycle it and you then don't have to play the relic, and you can keep the
Right.
relic and play everything the same turn. So now the pipe is not buffing a whole lot anymore. It's also pacifying the steward here.
Mm-hmm. He can make
It's also the
pretty
only
big board here.
bombardment.
Oh.
Meat value drew. Oh,
Wait,
that
that's
is basically not half, right?
yeah.
He
That
does a
is
lot.
that
He
seems
does a
really
lot.
good against the Lemmy deck. Wow, wait, that's
Doesn't he like
huge,
heal?
right?
Doesn't he heal you if you take damage? Like does this card completely counter the combo?
Yeah, it like you have to know snitching it, right? Like,
Oh yeah, I
wow,
mean it
wait,
counters the combo and the cost increase already. But yeah, I think the heal part would also be gone. Also, it's gonna draw you more cards, which is nice for the Gafar side.
yeah,
Because
I
he
mean,
doesn't really
gets
have
closer
a
to
turn
relic
5 in
removal as
hand.
well. Yeah. Wow, that was insane from the Tanaki there. Damn.
Yeah, that helps a lot. I was gonna say meat value drew the neutron bomb, so you can keep removing the board and just like, I don't know, play like a slow game until he finds just all of the combo. But now it's
Yeah, I guess neutron bomb was gonna clear some stuff, but now he probably has to go for the card draw here, right? But seems so weak.
yeah. I mean, he's kind of fine though because there's gonna be the Tanak or the 3/4 are gonna be pacified, so he actually won't be able to push a whole lot of damage this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe
Yeah, it's
next
just a
turn you can
Mia's
do
answers, right?
snitching and take
Like
it or leave it kind of stuff.
he can just like Mia's Mancer and like start pushing with. I mean, I
Yeah.
assume he plays 3, right? So he can even just do 1, and he's also drawing the cards with the 3/4.
He's only on 2 mirrors, man. So
Oh, only 2. Okay, yeah.
yeah, but it's still really good to push damage here, right? You more or less
Sure.
set up lethal for next turn if meat value just wants to do card draw again.
So
value still
I
didn't
guess
find
big
no
value has the
snitching.
whole combo. It's just that he can't really do it, right?
Yeah, but he would not have enough mana, right? Because he needs 7 mana or take it or leave it, and he's only at 6 next
Yeah.
turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he hasn't developed the relic, right?
So meat value needs to find a no snitching
Yeah, she
and
kinda
not
need
die
it.
over 2 turns. Not dying over 2 turns also not the easiest here.
Yeah. So if he draws the relic removal, right, and he kills the pipe, like the units can attack, right?
Yes, but pipe also kills itself start of next turn for mystery.
Oh, does it? Oh, yeah, it gets a charge even if. Oh, right, it gets a charge even if your opponent doesn't have a unit, right?
Yeah, mystery spot is a
Okay,
bit
right.
weak to another bombardment here. Because the vapor cannot target your own cards. There's a big difference to Change of Heart. With Change of Heart, you can target your own units. So he could have pacified one of his own guys and just buffed all the 3 HP units outside of bombardment range.
Right.
But Vapor
Yeah,
only
bombardment is
works on
actually really
enemy.
strong here. There's no bombardment though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would actually delay the game for so much.
Yeah, well, we
Wow.
saw that the last time we saw Lemmy versus Gafar when Meat Value beat Fat Cat. He just had, I think, 3 bombardments in hand, so he just kept
Right.
removing the Gafar board.
So is this lethal? It looks like a lot. But
Probably not. 27 is a lot of HP.
it's interesting. Like, do you have any idea why he chose to like not do the Mias monster and put Sadamas last turn since the pipe was getting broken anyway? Like that's kind of what I was wondering. Like, why not just do it and put Sadamas? Like, is there a reason he's saving it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because it's like it was quite a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mice Mancer does block Assault as well. So maybe there's like a combo setup where you would need Assault to activate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually not sure.
Wait, Mias monster blocks assault? What did you say?
Oh yeah, Mice Mancer doesn't allow Assaults to happen as well, so it blocks the Assault of the Quartermaster.
Right.
I was thinking if there's like a scenario where Meat Value cannot combo because Assault doesn't work, but I don't think that you need Assault for the combo to work. Well, actually, no, you don't. You don't need Assault for the combo to work.
This has to be enough. Like, there's no.
Oh, you
way,
have the
right?
change of heart for sure,
Yeah,
right?
because she can't even just play the formidable here.
You have 24. Yeah, even Mias Mancer formidable is 30 damage.
Yeah, seems like quite a lot.
Oh, like, yeah. I mean, he can just formidable and change of heart. Doesn't need to Mias Mancer to get the Gafar. Oh, yeah, even without the top deck would be enough.
Yeah. That does it.
Chooses to play the top deck though, trying to get into his opponent's head.
This is I don't know. I've really not been impressed by this Lemmy deck. Like, even though this version I feel like is way better than the one that Penzo had, it still feels kind of slow to me. I mean, maybe the deck just needs more refining, or maybe it just wasn't. It didn't really have the greatest matchup against the Mystery here. But yeah, what do you think about the deck?
I'm not sure. I think we've seen. I mean, mostly we've seen just Gafar losing, like a lot. That's I think the theme so far. Gafar just not doing too well, but also Gafar going second, and they always have to play Gafar on 3, and they never push the damage. But here we saw the opposite. The Gafar on 3, and just the board kept growing. There was, if there would have been another bombardment, then maybe the game is different. But
I kind of wanted to see that actually. I feel like that would make it interesting.
Yeah, that would make it really interesting.
Yeah.
So.
And it was the Lucian as well. We can't like that was huge, right? The Lucian there, like that felt like so much trouble just getting it randomly from Tanak there.
Yeah,
he would have had 7 mana and combo without it, right? Or did he die on?
Did he have had it already? I don't know actually. Maybe.
Like if he had 7 mana, or he could have tried going for it at least, right? Because he could have developed a relic a turn earlier. Then
yeah. He would have to set up the relic and hope that there's no relic removal. Yeah.
So
it was all like
it's weird.
It was all like a good luck from Mystery right there, guys. From what I was seeing from on the sidelines, while you were casting, like what? Like what? How like he got like that kind of a secondary card from Tanak, getting possible heals as well. It has a good body, increasing the mana cost as well. Man, like the Lucian Laurent has like so much value in this deck, and maybe not a place yet in the deck list, but enough to get good value from Tanak. So yeah, still good chance for Mystery to get into the finals right now. And he also had his revenge against Meat Value from his minors loss in the previous one. So again, congratulations to that. And man, how bad is Lemieux Lemure deck right now? Fino, man, you've been saying it's falling short, right?
Like, okay, so like at the start when I saw Penzo's deck, I'm like, this deck is completely unplayable because I mean the Penzo build didn't convince me at all. And then I saw the one with Wong and the Search the Archives, and I'm like, okay, like this is definitely more, like playable. But I'm still not convinced. I don't know. I still feel like it's just kind of lacking, like in some aspects, and I'm not sure if there's enough time to draw the cards. I mean, against a lot of decks there is, but
Mhm.
I feel like against a lot of other decks there also isn't time.
Mhm.
So yeah, just need to see it more times, I think, to just kind of get an idea of how often you can do the combo and how often you can get away with even beating cards like Harf or
Yeah.
Alvaro. Like you have to like put those cards as well, right? Like there's a lot of decks that play those cards and they're really annoying against that deck.
Mhm.
So yeah, not convinced about it. I haven't seen it win yet. Like I only saw
Yeah.
it win in the like the Fat Cat game, but
Yeah.
yeah, just need more games with it, I think, and probably needs more refinement, I would
Tweaking,
say.
yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, more refinement, definitely. Maybe down the line, we're going to be seeing like a kind of more polished version of that. And from what I'm seeing, is like it's kind of split in a way that you are you going in the token route or going in the full combo route. Like how will you reconcile that with this kind of meta wherein the players are still making sure that they're swarming the board. Like there's a lot of games that were in the opponents are just keep on swarming the board, just keep on rebuilding the board after bombardment and whatnot. So it's yeah, it still needs refinement, as you said. Like Viper, like I was thinking about Gafar, right? Why do you think Gafar's peace pipe deserves a spot in this kind of meta?
I mean, the card. So my Spencer is just a card that you play in general in the deck already, making the
Mhm.
downside of the peace pipe pacifying your own cards for 1 or 2 turns a bit lower because you can Mice Mancer and then you can just push the damage already. If that is just like a really strong thing that you want to do, or that's something that your opponent can a bit abuse with the peace pipe, that your own units just keep getting pacified and you can't do anything with it. Mice Mancer then just allows you to attack with them again, and it's an inclusion
Oh
in the
yeah.
deck already.
Mhm.
Peace pipe counters cards like Asset Glaive, for example, pretty heavily, because you can usually remove the other cards next to the Asset Glaive if the opponent has other units, and then Peace Pipe just pacifies the Asset Glaive, and you can't snitch it and get the cleave off again. You can snitch it and attack, but it's a lot less
Yeah.
powerful. And yeah, it triggers a lot of pacifiers. It helps you buff your boards outside of the bombardment ranges as well. Now that it's
Mhm.
3 mana, you can always play it before the opponent can do the bombardments. And that's like the huge thing about Gafar and a lot of these decks. If you have a board
Mhm.
and you can keep buffing your board outside of the answers that your opponent have,
Mhm.
you're gonna win the game. Like that's a powerful thing that you want to do. But if they get the bombardment and then you lose your board and you have to remake a board, we saw that in a lot of these games. Sometimes Gafar just doesn't have the units to remake the board in hand. They have more
Mhm. Yeah.
pacifiers or they have more tech cards or formidables, and it just becomes difficult if you lose your initial units. And Peace Pipe's just
Mhm.
very efficient buffing those up.
Yeah, man. Like it has a good place in the competitive players decks right now, and I'm seeing right now, like not a lot of people get to remove it as early as possible because there's not enough like relic removals in their decks, or it's not yet drawn out as early, right? And it just keeps on scaling your units as a Gafar player. So, man, we're gonna be going for a bracket, but before we do that, we're gonna be saying goodbye to Viper for now, because this is gonna be his last game for the day that he'll be casting for the Open. And thank you again, Viper, for giving us your
Thanks for
insights.
joining us, man. It was fun.
Yeah, very,
Yeah,
very,
happy to
very,
be here. Thank you for
very
having me.
nice there, and thank you for dressing up too for the occasion. Yeah, let's look at the brackets right now, guys.
Oh man, I really want
Okay.
to see the baby bear Mystery final.
Yeah, bro. Like me too. Like it's already 1-1 between Baby Bear and Ego Rick right now. So we're still
It's
on the
close.
fence on which one is going to be going to the finals right now because Mystery is sitting pretty right there and waiting for whoever is going to be challenging him in the finals. And man, Ego Rick is one player that has been seeing a lot of top four placements in the previous tournaments. So let's see if Baby Bear gets to get over that hurdle that is
Something
Ego
worth
Rick.
mentioning here is that this is like insanely important for Igoric. Like now, like he's like the only player in contention with mid value. So like mid value is
Yes.
basically 15 points now, and Igoric is 6th, and they're like
Yeah.
1 point difference. So him winning this is actually a big deal. Like
Yeah.
he gets the extra point, so it actually matters quite a lot. So I feel like for him this is like super important, and yeah, I'm just curious to see.
Yeah, 94, 95, right? As I'm looking at the league points, 94 for Igoric, 95 for Meat Value, And meat value, indeed, as Pino has said, he might get bumped off of the top 5 position if Eagle Rick goes further into this Open 8.
I mean, they're also probably both very close to Sora now, which is like the 4th one. And I think with Meat Value also having the slot in the top 16 of the major since he won the minor, like I think Sora like might be in trouble here if he doesn't do well in like the next upcoming tournaments.
Yeah, man, that's like no, that top 5 is really the coveted spot for the World Championship. And with that, guys, we're gonna be going on a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna be seeing whoever we're gonna be seeing in the finals against Mystery. Is it gonna be Baby Bear or Ego Rick? Let's find out in a short while. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few with the Parallel Prime League Open 8. Welcome back to the Parallel Prime League Open 8, and we have the results right now. Baby Bear gnaws her way into the finals, defeating Eagle Rick with a 2-1 score. Bro, what is that? Baby Bear is actually destroying all these pros, starting with Benzokin with a 2-1, going against Ziliasser with a straight up 2-0, and now Eagle Rick with a 2-1, and she's going to be facing Mystery here at the finals. Mystery Bear already at the finals, guys. What do you think about this result, the factor?
Oh, I think he might have frozen.
Oh, dude, that's how he is so mind blown. He got disconnected, man. Fino, what do you think about this matchup?
I'm just really looking forward. Baby Bear, such an impressive run. You know, she beat Igoric, like top 10 players right now, like in the leaderboard. He beat Zelly. I think he's also in the top 10. And then Penzo, another like really good player. I mean, she's just been cruising. And yeah, I mean, Mystery as well, like really impressive run for him. Like back-to-back finals is, you know, like huge achievement. And yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting to watch. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's like it's good showing up for Baby Bear. She's been trying a lot since the previous tournaments. Like I know for a fact that when she tweets, like she's been trying for previous tournaments, not getting some placements, and now she gets into the top 16. And when she got to the top 16, she actually got to the finals. So really good showing up for Baby Bear, keeping on trying out for good positions. As well as you know, she's been playing with Jambra as well, and been playing on ladder. We've seen her playing ladder, streaming parallel TCG as well. When you find out her like streaming some TCGs, she also plays parallel at some point. So man, good placements right there. The factor before we lost you, we know that your mind has been blown because it has extracted a bit of EMP to get you disconnected. So what's your reaction now?
Yeah, sorry, I got lost there for a second. Yeah, I think even the shock of Baby Bear getting this far is like actually shocked my computer. My computer went into overdrive there, got overheated. But yeah, like my mind is blown by it. I think it's like one of the stories of the season so far. I mean, like we know that Baby Bear's a really good player. Right, she is a good player. She's like a seasoned TCG player in Hearthstone for years and years and years. She does content. Fino mentioned it earlier. She's a great person. She's like really good in terms of how she thinks around like playing cards. I've played her only a handful of times on the ladder. I've never played her in a tournament. And even the times I played her on the ladder, she's a handful, right? Because you think that you're getting an edge, and then all of a sudden she throws a curveball at you, and then you're like, oh man, like you're making this really difficult. So she's just a very, very good fighter, good player. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that she's like in the final. She'll be thrilled. She'll be amazed. But can she take that one last step?
Question.
Can she take that step into parallel folklore forever? Because if she can, oh my God, she's going to etch her. She's going to be like a legend. I mean, she's already a legend, but she's going to be like immortalized as a legend for time. So yeah, I hope she can do it. But we know that Mystery we were talking about in the break. Mystery's really locked in at the moment. He's already a good player. I think is he top at the moment on the ladder, on the competitive ladder, the league ladder. Right now.
Not so much.
No,
like I think it's in the 30s. I think. Wait, let me show.
No, no, no,
Let
no.
me look at.
No, the
wait.
season ladder board. The season
season
ladder
ladder.
board.
Like rank 3 now. He's
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he's up there.
Yeah.
Is
Season
rank
ladder is
3?
up
Is
there,
rank
yeah.
3? Yeah. So
Yeah.
like he's like, I've noticed looking at that ladder, that leaderboard, that like he's been getting higher and higher each season. And yeah, he's just really locked in. So if Baby Bear does win, she's gonna have to overcome like a seriously strong mystery who just
Yeah.
you know hasn't almost broke a sweat. It looks like so
Yeah.
far this tournament. So anyway, I'm waffling, but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just really
let's go.
excited for Baby Bear.
Let's go, guys,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, thank you for that insight, man. Good reactions from the factor right there. Baby Bear is gonna be fighting Mystery right now, and let's look at the deck list yet again, just to show you guys what they're playing right now. And Mystery is gonna be on the first one. Again, let's listen to Fino to break this Lemieux down shortly.
Yeah, this is the more like not combo, like more just fleet support, scimitar captain, and then just a bunch of units version of Lemmy, which I actually like quite a bit. I think it actually matches better against the Baby Bear's decks because you definitely, I think, don't want to be the combo deck facing off all of the aggressive decks that Baby Bear has. So I think this deck has like really solid chance against that. Yeah, I mean, just like the good old version of Lemmy with also Solar Grenade in. I think that's like a pretty nice addition to the deck. Works really well with Logistic Masteries, works really well with Fleet support as well now, just as removal as well. Yeah, just very solid version of the deck, and I think it's really good against Baby Bear's lineup actually.
Yeah, really good showing up from Mystery. We've seen him play this to perfection, and let's look at his next deck right now. And his next deck is going to be a Gafar deck. Let's listen to the factor on why this Gafar deck has been working so far.
Yeah, I think on all my deck breakdowns so far, I've been talking about Gafar, and it's another Gafar deck, which is a good sign, I guess, of like the meta. So yeah, just a very strong overall deck. We've got the Steward of the Garden again, 3 of those. We've seen actually, and we talked about the Steward, how the change has kind of made it so that you can get a bit more tempo going on the board rather than just kind of like energy ramp, and that actually fits quite nicely in with what Gafar's trying to do, which is to kind of like spam the board, go wide, and try and kind of beef them up through pacifism. What's really interesting about this Gafar deck is the smuggled supplies. So he hasn't just teched in 1, but he's teched in 2 here, which I think is really cool. And that pairs up really nicely, of course, with Rummaging Researcher. That's going to be revealing your cards. So even if you have to bank something early that you didn't really want to, you always know in this deck that you can at least play it later with the smuggled supplies.
And the attendant.
And then just 2 from... And the attendant,
Yeah.
of course, as well. Only 2 formidable presence, which is okay. 3 vapors, which is cool. And then just kind of the usual suspects there of, you know, like we've got the emissary of Gafar. You don't actually have, he doesn't have Gafar's Peacekeeper in here, so he's opted not to go for that. Instead, just kind of making his only 5-cost unit, the Gafar, the Vigilant, which I think is cool. So really the focus of this deck with the lower cost units is to just try and get as many as you can down, get them buffed, and then overwhelm your opponent and just try and nullify them with pacifism. So, and it's working well for him so far. I think it's probably one of the best performing Gafar decks we've seen so far at this tournament.
Yeah, Gafar hasn't been seeking peace. He chose war in this matchup, man. So let's look at the next deck, and it's going to be from Baby Bear. And comparing it to the Gafar deck of Mystery, how is this, Fino?
You know what? I'm not a fan of this deck actually. Like, I think one of the reasons why like he chose not to ban it because there's no Yon, right? And so he just kind of had a free ban in a way. And I think most of the other people have chose to ban this, but I kind of agree not banning it. I mean, the one thing that I just can't get out of my head is that there's no Steward of the Garden. And I don't know. To me, that sounds kind of crazy, and maybe Mystery agrees with it. There's the Awakened Guardians, which is kind of a cool card and interesting to see, but I'm not really sure if it fits that much in this deck. So I think we'll just have to wait and see, because this deck to me feels like it could have like some weaknesses, but and especially just from the fact that there's no Steward of the Garden. But I'm looking forward to see it. I'm actually kind of happy that it's not banned, because I kind of want to see how this version of it does.
Yeah, this is we might see a possible mirror as well, and
Yeah.
I actually want to see how that works. I think Maya's Master could definitely play a role in
Oh yeah.
that kind of matchup, man. So
Mhm.
that's gonna be crazy, man. Okay, so let's look at the next deck of Baby Bear. It is gonna be the Swarm CPS deck. Let's listen to the Factor to break this down.
Yeah, well, we saw this. This was quite effective, wasn't it? When she ran this in the first game against Penzo, she's just really trying to just get the board as wide as you can. You're not really too bothered if your board that you're developing kind of gets removed with an AOE, like a bombardment, because you just know that you have so many units in this deck. You can just spam the board again, repopulate really quickly, regroup really quickly. So, like for this deck, it's very simple in how it plays, but it's really effective. Just get as many low-cost units as you down as quick as you can. Use the replicators to buff them, and just overwhelm your opponent. Don't give your opponent any breathing room, right? Just keep them on the back foot. Keep them kind of having to answer your threats so that they can't really get their threats going, and you're not too bothered about their threats because you usually have just a way with your board to kind of at least do some value trades into them. So yeah, again, I think spam is the way, and let's see if it does well against Mystery's Gafar deck, because I feel like that's probably the only instance where it could kind of slightly fall down a bit just from some of the pacifism, but there's so many units still that she should still be able to have a decent board. We're going to see though. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see how this deck swarms into the finals. But I'm feeling that this definitely can go either way. It depending on how wide it's gonna go. But still, there's still some possible answers to that to those units, especially with Gafar. But man, this is gonna be an amazing match. Let's look at the bans right now from Baby Bear and Mystery. And wow, Mystery's Yan has been banned, and Baby Bear's Lemieux has been banned as well. What do you think of these bans right now, Fino?
Yeah, I mean, the Yan getting banned is 100% correct. Like, the deck is really strong, and Baby Bear's decks aren't really that good against it, so that definitely makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I think from Mystery's side, like, he kind of could have banned like any deck, but I honestly think the Lemmy makes the most sense because I also think it's a deck that is kind of like the strongest against the Gafar. So yeah, I think it just makes a lot of sense. Really solid. I would even give the edge a little bit to Mystery here from like just the bans and how the matchups are looking, but
Yeah.
I don't want to count Baby Bear out. She also has the CP, which is kind of her signature decks. Has been like, that's kind of her deck that she kind of like plays all the time. She was playing it when it was nerfed, like all of the time, and now it's back again. It looks really solid, and yes, she's doing really good with it. So
yeah, we might see Baby Bear actually come out here as a dark horse in the tournament, man. Like the factor, like in terms of the matchups you've seen, as well as Fino has mentioned. Eh, is there any reason why you can pick one deck over the other when you're starting with this with the decks that Baby Bear has?
What you mean, the deck to start with, or like around the bans?
Any advantage to start with any of the decks before we start the match between Mystery and Baby Bear?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think Baby Bear's. If I was Baby Bear, I'd probably start with my strongest deck, and she has done that, which is Cathari one, because as Fino says, like it's the one that she plays the most. So yeah, we're gonna get started now, I guess. So yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes.
Here we go. Finals match, Baby Bear and Mystery. This is going to be a best of 3. Guys, we're going to be having this match with Fino and the Factor Casting. Take it away.
Cool. So,
wow, Mystery with another strong hand here.
Yep, big time. Especially that, the extra 1 cost as well.
Look at this arm now.
Baby Bears.
This armed now is gonna do so much work. He can just kill the 2-1 for free and still survive. That is so big. Wow.
I feel like I feel like I was gonna say, I feel like Baby Bear's opening hand isn't super great though, to be honest with you. I mean, she has the relic, but she's not really gonna be able to develop anything, because as you say, the 1-1, the infiltrator is just gonna be able to trade, like get rid of that 2-1 Princept.
Yeah, I mean the good thing is that you're kind of like getting rid of that on the back end with just playing the relic on 2 and then trading it with your token. But I mean, this one can also hit. Oh
Oh,
my
it
gosh!
did.
So now everything gets cleared.
What? Oh,
That is
wow. What a
crazy. And
hit.
he
Yeah,
even has the
and
follow
a
up
nice draw.
relic removal.
Wow. Brilliant.
This is already looking
Absolutely
super
brilliant.
tough for Baby Bear at this point. Like,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
not what you want to see as CP going second and like seeing the one drop into the bank the solar grenade there. Really big. And
No.
we even see the follow up. Oh,
Yeah.
she actually chose not to
The
kill that. That's wow. Wait, I
no,
just
she just
assumed she
decided to
died.
yeah, no. She decided just to develop the replicator. Look at that. Instantly answered with the Sabo.
I
Oh, what
actually
a great
think
start
that's
for
a
Mystery.
reason. I think he did that on purpose. I think the reason he didn't clear it was to bait Baby Bear to play it so he can remove it with a saboteur. So I think it was
I
actually
think
kind
you
of
might
like
be
a
right.
smart play from Mystery. He was like, okay, I let this be on the board so I kind of like tell you can play the relic here and do the value trade. And then I just
Mm-hmm.
have the play of the saboteur, right?
Yep.
Very smart play.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. Subjugate coming in can get a Tabula Rasa down as well. Is that going to be a striker? Was nothing. Okay, just getting it down.
Mystery's hands have
Wow.
been so crazy good. Like, wow. Look at this. He can just do that, get another
Another
Sans here,
unit.
and then also do
Yeah. The rain to
Lemmy.
get rid of the subjugate, right? Yeah.
So strong.
Wow. Super aggressive start. He's like so quick out the blocks. And as you say, like going second when you're like Sippy is kind of not great anyway, but then you need to have like a really quick start to recover. And it's
100%.
not good. Like everything she's doing is getting answered,
Yep. Yeah. You got to keep in mind here that there's also like nothing that the CP can really do from this spot because there's no AoEs. And if you're like that far behind on the board, especially with Lemmy just having like perfect curve into Lemmy, is I would say like impossible to deal with from
it's rough. Yeah.
Everything just gets
even
traded
this here. Exactly. Even this here, you're going to get your board wide, but like as you say, the board in front of you is already well developed. Are you
it is.
Are you Ali right now? You're using the Ali quote.
I mean,
yeah, you can play.
It is though. So
yeah,
he sees it.
Is this lethal? Love it. Wow. Well, there wasn't really much that Baby Bear could do there. I mean, it was just a perfect draw, perfect curve for Mystery.
That has happened in every game that I've seen for Mystery so far. So I think
the aura.
I think he's the chosen one today.
Yeah, the aura is with him. He's got the energy. I mean, we could break this down. From Baby Bear's point of view, like her opening hand was okay, but going second was always going to be a bit of a disadvantage. The fact that Mystery was already able to kind of like play one drop, then follow it up nicely with more tempo, just meant really difficult because like it was just whatever she put down was going to be answered, and that was the case, really, wasn't it, Fino?
Yeah, it was. I think it was like a really big deal that Baby Bear didn't find the Velarusi as well for turn 1, because like a 2/2 there would be way better than the 2/1. The 2/1, like even if a solar grenade didn't hit, it was getting removed for free anyway with the token having armed now. So yeah, I think she just really needed the 2/2 there. It was kind of unlucky she didn't get it. She was going second and like full mood the first one and then didn't get it from the second one as well, I think. So yeah, pretty unfortunate for Baby Bear, but I mean, she just needs to like focus and she still has a pretty good shot. So just do the best thing she can.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just one of those games you say, okay, that's just it, reset, and let's focus for the next one.
For sure. All right, she's going first now. Much better. Has the one drop. Kind of has the curve if she decides to keep it. All right, she chooses to throw it away.
Yeah. I would have been tempted to have kept that, actually.
Yeah, I actually liked it quite a bit because the thing is, you don't really wanna play the relic into the Gafar because of this card right here that he just
Yep.
drew. Let's see. I mean, it
Okay,
kind of looks like
so
she has to play it, and yeah, the punish is there.
yeah, it does. Yeah,
The
interesting.
interesting features though is that I don't even think Mister is gonna do it. I think he's looking for the pacify instead anyway. Just pacify
You don't think
the
he? Yeah, the 4/3
yeah,
Reliant Gamma. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I think that's more
so many
important to
answers,
deal
Gafar.
with than the
Yeah.
relic right now. And I mean the relic you can just deal with it next turn anyway, so it's kind of fine.
Yep, sure. Okay, so I think we're going to see it. Yeah, you called it. Spot on, Fino.
Yeah.
4/3 gets
Yeah, like you're
pacified.
not
You
really in
turn
a
that
rush.
into a
That's the
3/4.
thing.
No.
Yeah, so here's
Okay.
another thing. Like he decides not to trade it to kind of like play around the Magna as well. You kind of don't want to give him the Magna draw cards, and you're killing the relic next turn anyway. So that token is just gonna turn back to a 0/1.
Yep. Okay, surely this is going to be, yeah, there we go. Cunning Scipion versus and the striker.
Going
Again, just try and
wide.
spam the board, go
Interesting.
wide. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Good play. I like it.
Oh my god, we have the value trade and then heal the agent back to full though. That is so good.
Yeah. That's pretty nice, actually.
Yeah,
So
I guess
Tanaka
he's gonna play
first.
double 1-drops. Yeah, double 1-drops.
Yeah.
Value
Still
trade.
remove the relic after. The relic
Remove
removal,
the
relic
relic.
repurposing is so good for one cost.
Huge. Yeah.
Relic removal plus a heal is
Yeah,
just
yeah.
brilliant.
Really good.
Yeah. Great play.
Well, I mean, Baby Bear does have like a pretty solid turn here. So he can play the subjugate, trade the 0/1 in, play the 2/1, get some stats on the board, get some trades. But we see Mystery just kind of has everything he needs in the hand, so it's gonna be tough.
It's going to be a rough one.
Yeah.
But as you say, I think this is the right play. Subjugate
Yeah.
plus the Princept.
Seems pretty good.
Keep getting
Developed quite a
some
nice
buffs
board.
going. Yeah.
I mean,
Buffing.
I wonder.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ooh.
she could also kill both. Like buff the 1/1
Buff
and
the
just
1/1
trade.
token. Yeah.
But then you just let the subjugate die, but maybe that's fine. Yeah, I think she. Oh, she
I don't
gets
mind
the card
this,
as well.
actually.
That's something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I like that. And then, followed up with a tabula. Okay. Mearsmancer in for mystery, which he doesn't really need at this point. So just opts to bank it. What are we doing here, Fino? If you're in mystery's position, what are you doing here? Because
I think you have to value trade that subjugate because it's way too annoying. And then I think the Vapor looks way too good here. Oh, the Gafar is interesting.
Okay.
Wow, the Gafar actually matches up really well against this board because with the upgraded Gafar, like it actually kills all the tokens.
It kills pretty much everything. Yeah.
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 Wow, I didn't actually spot that. That's really nice.
Yeah, that change to the Gafar is so big.
Yeah, it's huge.
It getting +1 every time it gets attacked just makes it such a good defender now.
So the question is there anything in the bank to do the tabula now? That's the only thing. I don't know if there's a 5. I definitely don't think there's a Droshan. There might be a Cyrene or something, but I'm not sure.
I don't know either. We're going to find out.
Nothing,
No. Okay.
That's a pretty big board for Baby Bear, but this Gafar is looking scary, man. Bank the tabula.
Look, she's going to have to bank the tabula. Oh, dear. That's never good.
Nope. And the Gafar doesn't even die here.
No.
That is devastating.
It remains. She can't even attack with it. She can't even attack the rest of her tokens. She knows she's just going to be bad trades. So now, Vapor looks good here. If you get a lot of the... Yeah,
Yeah, double ones Vapor seems insane here.
yeah, I think so.
Oh, wow,
Ooh,
look
okay,
at the
three
cards
of
he
the
got
Goddess.
as well! Oh my god, that's so good. That's like an easy removal for against the CP deck. That's so good. And then Baby Bear's
Yeah.
hand is just nothing right now. Are we gonna have the fastest game of the tournament? Like,
We might do, yeah. I mean, this whole
Fastest
board's pretty
series?
much eradicated.
that's not a bad draw. That is not a bad draw at all. That is kind of a pretty good draw, actually. But she still needs the follow-up.
Yeah,
Okay.
she
She
does.
actually makes a lot of tokens here. Wow, that Gafar is...
Okay. Okay, another tabula banked.
Yeah.
And a lot
I
of
think that
tabulas.
makes
She's gonna have to
full
just go for it.
tokens.
Yeah. Baby Bear just purely going for it here, isn't she, at the moment? Just throwing everything down.
There's kind
Nothing
of
in her
nothing else
hand.
to do here, yeah. You just have to play
Right.
everything you got. This was like
Yeah.
probably the best thing she
wow.
could have done.
Oh, she got a ton of tokens there.
And she got card draw. Wait, that's looking quite good, actually. All right.
There's only so much actually at the moment that, I mean, Mystery can kind of get rid of some of these, but
I think he's just gonna be looking at
can
like
play.
a bunch of VTs here and just get as much value as he can. Like, I think he's probably
Yeah.
gonna play as many units as he can and then do the pacify and then
Change of heart.
do all the value
Yeah.
trades. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
do
so.
that, get a token, and then do the... Yeah, seems really good.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good because that's the only one you can't value trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
pretty
from
much
Mystery
get
side,
on
you
top
are
of the
actually
board.
kind of scared of the Drusian here because that's like a lot of tokens. So you're scared of both Drusian and the Relic
And
here.
the replicator. Yeah, the
Right.
replicator, yeah.
And the thing is that Baby Bear... Oh, he forgot. Oh, he forgot to click that. So he gave
Okay.
Baby Bear an extra energy here. Wow, wait, that might
Yeah.
be big. Because now she
Yeah,
can
look
play
at him.
the
He's
Drusian.
annoyed. Yeah.
And the thing is that Baby Bear can already draw a card if she just kills a double agent. So this is actually not over at all.
Oh, wow. I quite like that.
Not the best, not the worst, I'd say. So interesting. She decides to go for that. Okay. I actually liked the Convergent quite a bit there. But
Me too. I would have probably played the Convergent myself.
yeah, she draws an
She's
extra
going to
card
get like
here.
a unit plus 2 tokens, right? So,
Let's see
okay.
what she gets. Oh, that's big! Oh, that's
Wow.
huge here. Okay, this
That
3-1 might
subjugate's going to
come in
work over
clutch
time.
here.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see it this turn probably. Wow, that was crazy actually. The thing is that like Mystery is kind of still in a good spot here because he still has like quite some good trades. He gets the extra
Mhm.
energy as well.
Yeah, I don't think he has cause for concern at the moment, but that could completely turn around if Baby Bear gets like a Droisian or, as you say, the Replicator.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a lot of pacifism in his hand anymore, which is like a bit
Not really.
of a concern. No, he has no pacifism,
You can draw
actually.
2 cards right now though with the Researcher and the Attendant, which is... Oh,
Oh, there you go.
here's a
There you
pacifist.
go. Oh, wow.
Let's see. We're gonna see
Okay,
all the
that
card draw
works.
as well.
Yep.
Double
So, yeah, what does he
card draw
get?
here is huge with this specific
Yeah.
version of the deck that he has. And now we see the smuggled supplies as well, which kind of lets him reveal the cards that he wants, so he can just play them from the supplies as well, which is definitely a big deal.
Okay. It's the...
Oh, that is an
Mystery.
insane draw. Oh my god. I wonder if that sets up lethal. Okay, these are both really good draws.
Would you be looking to play what, the emissary here?
I'm thinking that Harf and Formidable might just be like setting up lethal for next turn almost.
Okay.
I think that's what he's counting as well.
So yeah, it looks like Ruthless is going to get banked. It's fine. It has withdraw anyway, so you can always bring it back later.
He looks way too good. Yeah, I think he's doing it. He needs to remember to reveal a card.
He is.
Oh, okay. He's not doing it. He's saving it for next turn. I guess that's also fine. That's also fine. This board is crazy.
Nice buff. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's doing some slight misplays. He should have made the 1/1 first. I hope he doesn't forget to draw. I feel like he might forget to draw with the attendant. He did.
Did he? Okay, yeah.
Oh wait, did he? Oh no, I think he clicked it while he was lagging, and we didn't see it. Okay, he already clicked it.
Okay.
But yeah, he missed the buff on the token. Not that big of a deal. Actually, I don't think it matters at all. It kind of looks like the game. He just cleared everything now, so I think he's good. But yeah, you can see that like the good players are frustrated even with like the slightest mistake that they do, right? Like he forgot to click the attendant once, and now he just did the token after he did the pacify, and you can kind of see like to the players that are kind of like trying to play the to perfection how much even small mistakes like that like change, right? Oh my god, and that's it.
That's it. Wow. Mystery with the 2-0 in the final, defeating the Dark Horse Baby Bear.
Wow.
Congratulations to Mystery, who just romped his way. Yeah, look at that. Look how surprised he is. Surprise and relief. Congratulations to him. Amazing.
Big congrats. Love to see that win. I mean, I casted him last week as well. Like, so it's really nice to see that now he got the win in the final. I think that probably means a lot to him. Since he lost to Mid Value last time, and now she got him in the semifinals and now won the whole thing. Very nice. Very nice win. Really solid decks, I think. I probably liked his lineup, I'd say almost the most out of any. So really solid.
Yeah,
I think
really solid win indeed for Mystery. Actually, that was the fastest cast that we've had in this tournament right now, guys.
For sure.
Bro, it was so fast, man. Like first match, less than 5 minutes. Not really. It's less than 6 minutes.
No.
Yeah, no,
Was it 6 minutes? Less than 6 minutes. Oh wow.
Yeah, it was fast. It was fast, guys. I was just watching it, timing it, maybe like bro, it's somewhere around that time, but really fast. I mean, it was the nuts. If you're looking at the cards that Mystery draws, it's the nuts, man. And all the answers as well, really good. And next match. It was kind of a back and forth, and I think the turn player there was having relic repurposing, just to destroy the HGGR, the genetic replicator right there. It's like lesser stats on the units actually makes it possible for Mystery to not be overwhelmed. So good matchups right there, man. I think, you were saying?
I was going to say, like, I think maybe it might have been better because we were talking about it during the Mulligan, and me and Fino, and we were thinking maybe it might have been better just to have kept like the standard bearer.
I think
because that would have worked quite nicely into two, rather than just maybe trying to be like a little bit too like over ambitious with the relic, because you can get the relic done later, but like getting the standard bearer down is a lot more harder to deal with, and because of its stat line as well, even if it gets pacified, it's no good for Gafar because it's still going to be offering buffs, right, to your units that you play from Sippy point of view. So like it might have been better, but also at the same time, like when you looked at how Mystery was playing, like it's just drawing so well. And also I think not just drawing so well, but like his deck is so well constructed that it almost doesn't really matter what he draws. He's going to have some use to it. And that's always a good sign of a well-built deck, is that you can usually find some kind of a solution with what you've drawn. So I have to say, like, incredible from Mystery. I'm really happy for Baby Bear. I think she was obviously disappointed that she got so far and wasn't quite able to like achieve the glory, but getting to the final in your like first live tournament. She's played in lots of tournaments, but this is her first tournament broadcast. She really was able to just show, hey, this is what I can do. You know, like people will remember her now. If they didn't know her before, you'll definitely know Baby Bear because like she took down some massive people today, and she done really well.
Bro, and let's not take out the fact that aside from the points, there's still a $750 stimmy right there, bro. So
Yeah, right. Yeah,
yeah,
that's not
yeah, that's a
bad.
lot.
Yeah,
That's a
that
good
definitely
good amount
recouped
of
some of
money.
some of the expenses from Manila that she had. She recoups that back. Lovely.
Yeah, yeah. And looking back at the points that they got, again, 5 points is going to Mystery. It's going to be adding some points to his placement right now as well. And of course, for the second one, which is Baby Bear, she's going to be getting $750 and 4 points as well. That's a lot of money going around in this tournament. And here is the recap as to what happened in this tournament. We've had Mystery as the Parallel Prime League Open 8 champion. Now let's look at Mystery's journey as he was able to defeat Kintsugi with a 2-0, BlizzCon John, the Wonder Kid, with a 2-1, Meat Value, the previous minor winner, with a 2-0, and another 2-0 goes to Baby Bear, and that was the fast smash as well for this tournament. Mystery getting to bag that 1K and those points for the Parallel Prime League. Man, I was actually surprised with the decks that they're already gonna be playing, but let's not take out the fact that there's also gonna be another major tournament gonna be coming in the next few weeks, right? So there's that's gonna be the major three. But before we go into that, guys, man, let's recap as to what happened today. Pino, what's your favorite deck in this Open 8 tournament so far?
I think it has to be Mystery's Gafar. I just feel like the reveal package is super interesting. The attendant with a researcher, and then also the card that allows you to play cards from the back, I thought was really cool.
Yes.
So that's definitely something I want to check out. I also probably will play a little bit the Lemmy combo deck, even though I'm not a huge believer, just to kind of like see how it goes from there. And then also I think I'm gonna put the security officer in my Yan deck, and
Yes.
I think that's pretty much all my takeaways from this.
Lots of takeaways, man. I do actually love the security officer as well in a Yon
Yeah.
deck. So
Yeah,
it's definitely going to
yeah,
be one of those scaling decks. You mentioned it's questing adventurer like without the shielded, because if I remember correctly, questing adventurer scales +1/+1 for each card played, and then this guy, the security officer, gets +1/+1 for each upgrade, and also gets shielded. So really good, really hard
yeah,
to remove. And the factor, like,
yeah.
I would ask you the same question, man. What's your favorite deck so far in this tournament?
Um, I think my favorite deck is probably, I have to say, John. Even though I don't really feel like we've seen the full like strength and potential of John, because most of the time it got banned at this tournament, right? Because
Mhm.
it's become one of the decks that you just don't really want to go up against. But I quite like the idea of the John deck now, and from what we saw, I like the potential. I even played Fino yesterday, and he was playing John, and like it was my first experience playing against the John deck, and I was seeing it, and I was thinking, oh my god, actually this is pretty nasty. And so I think I'll be probably after this stream, I'll probably be getting to work trying to build my own little John deck. Also putting security officer in because it's one of my favorite cards from Algoncore. And I kind of mentioned it in the broadcast. One of the crazy things with the security officer as well is that like once it gets an upgrade, right? It gets like it has shielded, but like it also gets shielded again, right? So if you put an upgrade on it, it's already lost shielded. It gets the shielded back again, so
Oh,
you can just
really?
keep getting shielded on it,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is actually
What?
dirty. Yeah, yeah, which is pretty
Ooh.
sick. So yeah, so even if you like take the shield down with the snitch or whatever, and
Mm,
then you put another upgrade on it, they put another upgrade on it, it gets shielded back again, which is pretty cool.
mm.
So very strong. But I liked John. I also thought that like Gafar was really interesting. I'm not too sold at all on the combo deck from Lemmy. I know that Fino's going to go and check it out, so maybe Fino can cook up something a bit more effective. If he does, you're going to have to share it with me, Fino. Right?
I
Right?
will.
You're
Well,
gonna.
But I don't think that's the type of deck you play, though. I'd never believe you would play that type of deck. So
oh,
No,
man.
I would. I honestly
you
would.
would?
Like, I like to try. Yeah, I like to try and like try different things out. I don't always like to play Shroud, even though I love Shroud a lot. But yeah, like, it's been a great tournament. So it's been quick though. No, it's been a
Yeah,
really quick
it's
tournament. I always wanted it to last
Everything I
longer.
casted was a quick
know?
2-0, so I
well,
kind of wish we saw some more games, but we'll take it.
Yeah,
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 I want to say that maybe security officer is named security officer as such because the security officer is basically secured from being removed with another shielded. So it's it's
Yeah.
actually it makes me think that what else can you do it to remove it, like Mice Mancer to remove with the damaged unit, or and then Right of Redemption. Ceres actually has more value, and I've not seen a lot of Shroud decks in this tournament. Right? Does
No,
this mean
no.
Shroud is cooked? Fino, what do you think?
About Shroud,
Yeah, is it cooked right now in this kind of meta?
I think it just needs the meta to like settle a bit, but I think it might be because like treacherous scheming is back to 3 now, and that felt like that was kind of the only thing Shroud really had going, at least in my eyes. Like people doing treacherous scheming on 2 and then the Requisitioner on 3. That was kind of like the strongest play that Shroud had, and now they don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Um, I think it's just gonna come down to like what the meta, if the meta like keeps being this fast, or if it like slows down a bit, and whether Shroud can deal with the how fast the meta is, which it doesn't look like it right now. But there's always things changes. Also, people can just put the tech cards back in, like the Mias monsters and all of that stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there is definitely a chance, but it just kind of needs more time for things to get refined, and I think that's where Shroud becomes better.
Yeah, definitely. Like I'm definitely thinking that there's gonna be some adjustments for the deck, especially with those changes, and it hasn't been fleshed out yet with this current meta. And I'm looking at the different archetypes that have been played before and have not been played now. Where is Nehemiah? What do you and why is it not so strong right now? What do you think? Let me your thoughts. The factor.
Well, I think the big thing with Nehemiah was getting that energy ramp right from the Steward of the Garden. And so now they can't get the energy ramp from Nehemiah. It's kind of like a lot of that main focus or that main kind of win con has kind of just disappeared, right? Because you could basically go Steward of the Garden into kind of like a either like a the 6/6, which is eluding me, or the name's eluding me, or you could go into the Moonlit Star of Alessia or something like that, right? Just the energy
Yeah.
ramp to kind of like just give you that early board just
Yeah.
meant that you could run away with the game. But like now they don't really have that. I still feel like Nehemiah's all right, but you have to say that like she just like the Steward of the Gone just fits better now, I think, in Gafar.
Mhm.
And with some of the changes as well to like the cards, both alpha and then also like with some of the strong deception cards, it just makes more sense, I think, if you're going to play Earthen to look at Gafar, because with the rise of John as well, we talked about it, like Gafar is probably the best place to kind of really try and combat that sort of deck by
Mhm.
being able to pacify some of those units that get salvaged. So yeah, like she had her time, but I think maybe it's time for Gafar now a little bit, you know? I don't
Yeah.
mind it.
Yeah. Gafar is actually dominating right now, and man, I want to see, of course, some of the decks that are going to be cooked by the YGG esports team and Fino, right? That's going to be
Mm,
happening soon, I think. Fino is going to be cooking with the boys right there. And what else? I think Baby Bear, she has had her breakout. Like from what we've seen, like do you think Baby Bear has got the chops to play in the pro scene right now, Fino?
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing round for Baby Bear. I mean, you gotta keep in mind that I mean she's playing other card games as well. Like she's not playing as much as the other people. Like the
mm,
Zellies of the world, the Meat Values of the world, the Mysteries of the world. They're just jamming ladder like 24/7,
Mhm.
being like super high ranked. So I mean, you gotta give her props for just coming in on like a fresh meta and kind of like using her already like existing skills from all the card games and get this far. Very impressive. And I mean, she definitely doesn't play as much as the other people, but it goes to show that kind of like the skills translate really well between all of these card games, and you still have like a really good chance even if you don't play as much as the top players, right? So yeah, very good
yeah.
showing from her. I feel like the finals were impossible, so I feel like there's nothing to be mad about. It was just Mystery's day, like I remember last time we were saying
Yeah.
that Meat Value was the chosen one, like all of the like draws and everything kind of lined up perfectly for him. And
Yeah.
now it was just mystery, and there's no denying that, right?
Mm,
And that's
Yeah.
just how it
yeah.
goes sometimes. There's nothing to be mad about. I think if you're Baby Bear, still really good showing, and yeah, I'll be
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah, she should be super proud because, like, as you say, there was nothing she could have done. Sometimes you can just be on this insane run and you just don't get like the right draws, or you just don't get like the right mulligan, even if you're really trying to go for it. And then your opponent just gets like godly draws, and then like they can't play anything wrong. And that's kind of what happened here. It's just like it might have been like she felt like she got rolled over, but like the reality is that she couldn't have done anything more, and she's done fantastic to get where she is. And do you know what? I really hope that this gives her now a bit more of a taste of like wanting to get a bit more involved in the parallel competitive scene, because I'd like to see her more at these tournaments. You know, like I think she's like a good inspiration, and I think she's got the chops, as you say. She's got the chops for this scene. So yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, would love to see her more, definitely. And you know, I want to put out the point right there. What she needs is a good deck doctor, right? So she needs like there has been some missing parts in the deck that she's playing, but she's playing it correctly, right? So if she needs like to have like the optimized deck and like just run with it, that's one thing she needs. She needs that optimized deck, and she'll play it properly when you give it to her. Because again, as Fino said, those skills translate into any TCGs. So that's the one thing that she's missing right now, a proper optimized deck. So man, I want to see her more as well in the next tournaments. And you know, talking about the next tournaments, let's look at what we're going to be seeing for the majors and when it's going to be. Here we go. We have the next major. It's going to be Major 3. Qualifiers is going to be January 24 to 25 with the Swiss rounds. Top 16 is going to be January 31 to February 1 live on stream. And that's going to be 1 feat to see with its Prime League points and $75,000 prize pool. So, man, that's a lot of money. And those guys are actually just looking at the points right now. It's all for the glory and all for the position to be secured in the World Championships. And with that, let's look at the top 5 currently, which are Zarathustra with 109 points, BlizzCon John with 109 points, Jarla with 101, Sora with 99, and Meat Value with 95. And now this is pre-Open 8, so we're going to be seeing some adjustments in terms of the points. Prime 16, we already have the 3 secured spots, or rather 2 secured spots, I'm Cute and Viper from winning the previous 2 majors. Now the third one is going to be happening as mentioned a while ago, and we're going to be waiting for that guy or girl who will be getting that spot. So guys, that's going to be one thing to look forward to. And with that, we're going to be concluding the Open 8. Any last words from our casters? Let's start with Fino.
It was just really nice to see a tournament in the new meta. It was really fun to see, you know, everything that people are coming up with. I feel like we're going to have a lot of interesting decks to play around. And I mean, as someone who enjoys too much the new toys, I feel like this is perfect. Like, just so many things to check out on ladder now, so many new decks. Also, there's a bunch of cards that like weren't allowed, and I think they're gonna be like fixed soon and all of that. So there's even gonna be more stuff to check out. So yeah, I'm just excited to play with everything new on ladder. And I think the major, like, people are just gonna be like hiding decks now, and you know, like finding the good the really good decks or really good cards that, you know, we haven't found yet. So yeah, I mean, I just can't wait for the major. I feel like that's gonna be the one where we're gonna see some really like creative stuff, because I think people are just gonna like take advantage of, you know, their good deck building and just show it there on the major. Can't wait for that.
Man, lots of deck building and also improvements that we're gonna be seeing on the next ones. And thank you for that, Fino. The Factor, any last words?
Yeah, I pretty much mirror those thoughts. I mean, when you think about it, we've only had this alpha rework patch for like the last 2-3 days, right? And so it's been relatively fresh. There's not been a ton of time for people to be like cooking up new stuff, but what they have cooked up in the short time that they've had has been pretty impressive. And so like now when you think that we've got like another 2.5 weeks until like the next tournament, that's another 2.5 weeks where people can kind of like get a bit deeper into this meta and really try and figure out, oh, you can do that with that, or maybe I can try this, right? And so we will most likely see, as Fino says, at the next major, another slight shifts or major shifts with like how decks are. And I can't wait for it. It should be great. And you know, who knows? Like the thing with we talked about Shroud earlier. Shroud as a faction is quite reactive faction, right? And so most Shroud decks, the way they tend to play, they are trying to counter like other decks, right? And so what we'll probably see is that once the metas start to settle a bit on certain things, you'll start to see people thinking, okay, maybe Shroud can do this to counter that specific deck. So hopefully we'll see some Shroud decks come a bit more to the forefront. But overall, love the tournament. It's been great to hear Viper, who I thought was great earlier. His insights are always amazing. And of course, it's been great to cast with Fino, who's just such a bag of sunshine. I love Fino. He's got such a good personality, and like his insights as well are amazing. So yeah, thank you for turning up, Fino, as you always do.
Fun, man. It was fun.
Thank you too, guys. And thank you again to Viper as well, who showed up a while ago. Dapper as always, and with a quote-unquote bag of insights, as the Factor has said. It's like there's a lot that he has said, and it was eye-opening and definitely very important to listen to Viper when he talks about the matches, as well as Fino, of course, coming from a pro perspective. And also, we would like to thank our sponsors, Wolves DAO, OpenSea, AVAX, and of course, Echelon Prime Foundation, for making these tournaments happen. We would not be here without your support. And with that, guys, man, that has been the Parallel Prime League Open 8. Incredible plays, clutch moments, and the champion coming out on top, Mystery. And thank you to every player and everyone watching. And man, watch out for the Major 3, which is going to be happening in 2 weeks. We'll see you on the next one. Stay competitive, stay prime, stay kind as well. Bye, guys. Peace.
Wow.
Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.